of growing concern over the security of international maritime navigation, especially in key waterways vital for global trade, energy security, and economic stability. Recent developments in the Strait of Hormuz have underscored the significant risks associated with disruptions to these routes, with consequences extending well beyond the region. In this context, and reflecting the shared concerns of the international community, I have the honor to read the following joint statement on behalf of a large group of countries. The full list of countries that have joined this statement will be published on our website and other official media channels. The statement states, we reaffirm our full support for Resolution 2817, condemning Iran's attacks against regional neighbors, their closure of the Strait of Hormuz, and continued attacks in the Strait are a threat to international security and to navigational rights and freedoms. Free navigation through the Strait is a cornerstone of global security and prosperity. Navigational rights and freedoms must not be unlawfully threatened or suspended. We reiterate our call for the urgent and unimpeded opening of the Strait. We reject any effort to unlawfully threaten or suspend navigational rights and freedoms, including through the imposition of tolls, which would be a breach of international law as reflected in UNCLOS. We are already seeing global consequences from Iranian actions which are impeding international shipping, driving up costs and sending shockwaves through energy markets and crucial supply chains far beyond the region, including for vulnerable economies and food insecure populations. We reaffirm our support for the vital work of the International Maritime Organization and partners in the region. We will continue to support them and work with the shipping industry to ensure they can.
Too many meetings. Too much to remember. Neo One captures what matters. Commitments, decisions, follow-ups. Ask Neo later. It remembers for you. Forget nothing. Wearable AI assistant.
Statement so far. It remains open for other member states of the United Nations to join, and we strongly encourage them to do so. I also look forward to today's high-level open debate on the safety and protection of waterways in the maritime domain in the Security Council, which will be starting shortly with the participation of more than 80 countries. Thank you. I think we have to join. We really have to join. I cannot keep 80 countries waiting, but please let me shake your hands.
So are you coming? Are you actually speaking in the Security Council as well?
Yes. Today. I hope so. I'm 26.
Nicholas, how are you? Great. Good to see you.
Even,
Even great, yes. You got a wonderful week.
I know, but I wanted to ask you for another story about Kurdish language.
next time you get the chance, just tell him, can we make the interview? Because I saw that from they make the interview, like the paving. Yeah, the paving. We can set up everything and then we can make the paving. It's much better, trust me.
The 10,145th meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is maintenance of international peace and security, the safety and protection of waterways in the maritime domain. The agenda is adopted. I would like to warmly welcome the distinguished ministers and other high-level representatives present in the Security Council chamber. Your presence today underscores the importance of the subject matter under discussion. In accordance with the Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedures, I invite the representatives of Argentina, Australia, Austria, Brazil, Bulgaria, Cambodia, Canada, Chile, Croatia, Cuba, Cyprus, the Czech Republic, Djibouti, the Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Egypt, Estonia, Fiji, Finland, Germany, India, Indonesia, the Islamic Republic of Iran, Iraq, Ireland, Israel, Italy, Japan, Jordan, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Lithuania, Malaysia, Maldives, Malta, Mauritania, Mexico, Montenegro, Morocco, Namibia, New Zealand, Nigeria, Paraguay, the Philippines, Poland, Portugal, Qatar, the Republic of Korea, Romania, Saudi Arabia, Seychelles, Singapore, Slovakia, South Africa, Spain, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Timor-Leste, Turkey, Ukraine, the United Arab Emirates, Vietnam, and Yemen to participate in this meeting. It's so decided. In accordance with the Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the following briefers to participate in this meeting. Mr. Arsenio Dominicos, Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization, and Mr. Nick Childs, Senior Fellow, Naval Forces and Maritime Security at International Institute for Strategic Studies. It is so decided. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I also invite the following to participate in this meeting. His Excellency Mr. Stavros Lambrinidis, Head of the Delegation of the European Union to the United Nations, and His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Fathi Ahmed Idris, Permanent Observer of the African Union to the United Nations. It is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. I wish to draw the attention of Council members to document S/2026/346, a letter dated 20th of April 2026 from the Permanent Representative of Bahrain to the United Nations, addressed to the Secretary General, transmitting a concept paper on the item under consideration. I now give the floor to the Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres.
Mr. President, Your Excellency Abdulatif bin Rashid Al Zayani, Excellencies, I thank the Presidency of Bahrain for convening this open debate at a moment when the safety of the world's waterways has become a test of the international order itself. For centuries, maritime routes have been the arteries of global trade, carrying goods, energy, and ideas across continents, connecting societies, economies, and cultures. Today, those arteries are under strain. Piracy, armed robbery at sea, and acts of terror against shipping and critical marine infrastructure continue to threaten international peace and security. Geopolitical tensions are spilling into the waters. Merchant shipping is being used as a tool of pressure. And navigation rights and freedoms, bedrock principles of the law of the sea, are being undermined. Mr. President, no country can address these challenges alone. Maritime security threats touch every port, every coastline, every country, even landlocked ones. They demand collective responses. Yet war and deepening divisions are shaking the collective security system. Trust is eroding. International law is being violated in plain sight, and the institutions built to keep peace are being tested at their core. Mr. President, since early March, the disruption of shipping through the Strait of Hormuz has struck at global energy security, food supplies, and trade. The Strait of Hormuz is one of the world's most critical maritime choke points. It carries roughly 1/5 of global oil trade, 1/5 of global liquefied natural gas, and nearly 1/3 of internationally traded fertilizers. Safe, unimpeded passage is an economic and humanitarian imperative. The economic shock has been immediate, and everyone is paying the price. Acute volatility in energy and commodity markets, surging transport and insurance costs, and the worst supply chain disruption since COVID-19 and the war in Ukraine. These pressures are cascading into empty fuel tanks, empty shelves, and empty plates. The humanitarian toll is mounting. Delays and rising costs are slowing life-saving deliveries to people who cannot wait. And this crisis coincides with critical planting seasons. Prolonged disruption risks triggering a global food emergency, pushing millions, especially in Africa and South Asia, into hunger and poverty. The burden falls heaviest on least developed countries and small island developing states, nations most dependent on maritime imports and least able to absorb a shock they did nothing to cause. Mr. President, behind the cargo figures and the price surges are people. More than 20,000 seafarers remain stranded at sea. Over 2,000 commercial vessels are caught in a web of risk and restrictions to navigation. These men and women are not parties to any conflict. They are civilian workers keeping the world supplied. The Charter's prohibition of the threat or use of force applies fully at sea. Navigational rights and freedoms through the Strait of Hormuz must be respected, as affirmed by this Council's Resolution 2817. And without delay. I appeal to the parties, open the strait, let ships pass, no discrimination, let trade resume, let the global economy breathe. Mr. President, this moment calls for restraint, dialogue, and confidence building. The way forward is through peaceful settlement, drawing on Articles 33 and 34 of Chapter 6 of the UN Charter. My good offices remain available to support member states in finding common ground. My special representatives and envoys are working closely with national and regional partners to help resolve disputes. The Black Sea Initiative showed that even amid conflict, practical cooperation can reopen a blocked corridor and keep ships and essential products moving. The United Nations can help develop a similar effort based on consent by convening, coordinating, and implementing arrangements between parties. It is possible where there is political will.
Nature speaks in silence, where every drop disappears into mystery. A mystery born in grey mat and refined in the depth of peach mat, where the mountain keeps its silence. Design speaks in elegance. Elegance infinite and pure, crafted with precision, flowing without end. Adrice, where nature's quiet, mystery becomes timeless design.
L'insécurité en mer commence sur terre ferme. Troisièmement, approfondir le dialogue et la coopération entre États, organisations régionales, industries maritimes, assureurs, exploitants portuaires et sociétés civiles. Pour renforcer notre compréhension de la situation maritime, pour protéger les gens de mer et les autres travailleurs maritimes, et pour maintenir les voies navigables internationales ouvertes, sûres et conformes au droit. L'océan doit être un espace de paix et de coopération et non d'affrontement et de coercition. Le moment est venu de choisir et d'agir, et je vous remercie.
I thank the Secretary General for his briefing. I now give the floor to Mr. Arsenio Dominicals.
Thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished members of the United Nations Security Council. Since the 1980s, IMO has been addressing maritime security in the shipping and port sector and has in place the relevant mandatory standards to enhance global maritime security. Our regulatory process is constantly evolving to adapt to any new threats and make use of our experience and expertise. The geopolitical conflict around the Strait of Hormuz is having a very negative effect on seafarers and shipping and on the global population and economy. Approximately 20,000 innocent seafarers and nearly 2,000 vessels remained trapped in the Persian Gulf. Any disruption to shipping represents a global interference to energy and food security. The principle of freedom of navigation is not negotiable. Ships must be allowed to trade worldwide unhindered and in accordance to international law. In accordance with the United Nations Conventions on the Law of the Sea and customary international law, straits used for international navigation cannot be closed by bordering states. Equally, there is no legal basis for any country to introduce payments or impose tolls, fees, or any discriminatory conditions on international straits. Any deviation from these well-established and recognized principles will set a negative precedent and severely undermine the integrity and stability of shipping operations worldwide. Since 1968, the International Maritime Organization has established a traffic separation scheme or maritime corridor in the Strait of Hormuz. This maritime corridor, jointly operated between Oman and Iran, has ensured safe navigation for decades. This is a mandatory mechanism in accordance with the IMO's International Convention on the Safety of Life at Sea. And both countries are signatories to this convention, which has governed the safety of ships at sea since 1974. Our main concern remains the safety and the well-being of the innocent seafarers trapped in the Gulf due to the conflict. Following the IMO Council decision, I have begun the development of an evacuation framework using the existing traffic separation scheme to securely evacuate ships and seafarers from the conflict zone, provided it is safe to do so. The technical and operational developments are being carried out with the involvement of the regional countries, including Iran, and with the support from relevant countries assisting in the negotiations. As an organization, we are ready to implement this framework without delay, but only once it is safe to do so. In this respect, I call upon states to uphold the principle of freedom of navigation and reject an imposition of tolls, fees, or discriminatory transit measures for the passage through a strait used for international navigation. I would like to take this opportunity to further request states to support the IMO's plan to facilitate the evacuation of affected seafarers at an appropriate time to assist with the clearance of any hazards to the commercial ships navigating in the Strait of Hormuz, including mines, provide any technical and operational civilian assistance to operationalize the evacuation framework, and to ensure practical assurances to the shipping sector, including access to insurance at reasonable costs, to enable the resumption of normal operations as soon as practicably possible. I would like to reiterate my appreciation for the support provided by the countries in the region in delivering essential supplies to seafarers in the Persian Gulf, safeguarding the well-being, and request them to facilitate crew changes when safe and possible. Shipping and seafarers should never be used as leverage in geopolitical conflicts. I would like to join and reiterate the call for de-escalation to ensure safety for seafarers, freedom of navigation, and stability of supply chains worldwide. Thank you for the opportunity.
I thank Mr. Dominicos for his briefing. I now give the floor to Mr. Nick Childs.
Thank you, Mr. President, Secretary General, distinguished ministers, excellencies, members of the Security Council. A particular thanks to the Kingdom of Bahrain for convening this high-level open debate and for inviting me to address it. Mr. President, the importance of maritime trade to the global economy is nothing new. Likewise, threats to the maritime ecosystem have also been with us down the ages. However, recent events have driven home in the starkest fashion that our critical dependencies on the maritime arteries of global trade have never been greater, and that the threats to the free use of the seas are becoming more complex and challenging. They have been an abrupt reminder that more than 80% of all global trade by volume is transported by sea. The fact that the world trading fleet has doubled in size in the last 2 decades is one measure of how our reliance on global trade has mushroomed. And events in and around the Strait of Hormuz in recent weeks have underscored how disruption to the world's key waterways can produce global economic fallout, which affects billions of our citizens and leaves no regions or member states untouched. Moreover, we live in a suddenly more dangerous and unstable era in which it is not just the case that tensions and conflicts on land are spilling over into the maritime domain. It's one in which threats to global peace and stability, and therefore global economic well-being and prosperity, are increasingly manifesting themselves at sea. The reawakening of the global consciousness to the criticality, but also the fragility of the maritime domain and its ecosystem has been a double-edged sword. It has also shone a spotlight on some of the deficits in the international community's ability and capacity to respond. Above all, it has pointed to the need for a new approach, not just to the sharing of information, but also to the development of a shared strategic analysis of the character and implications of the challenges. The Council has focused increased attention on the risks to maritime security. It has adopted resolutions on the recent disruptions in and around the Red Sea and the current crisis in the Strait of Hormuz and its adjacent waterways. The international community has responded to the various threats posed to international shipping in recent years, but those responses have been suboptimal. Multiple maritime security agencies and maritime stakeholders, including in the industry and commercial sphere, have developed cooperative frameworks and practices over years and decades to cope with certain levels of threat. But the increased scale and growing complexity of the current threats have revealed that there remains something of a gulf in understanding among the widening array of interested parties and stakeholders over what can and what needs to be done, and this has been playing out in the latest events. There is a glaring requirement for a more integrated conversation and in-depth engagement over the realistic potential, but also the limitations of cooperative military means, in what frameworks and under what auspices, for delivering the safety and protection of waterways. What are the real dynamics that the maritime industry needs for reassurance in different situations? And what is the place for political and diplomatic engagement? The Black Sea Grain Initiative has already been mentioned, perhaps in conjunction with collaborative protective measures in some form or regional capacity building. These are surely important building blocks for future crisis prevention and management. All this has only been amplified and added urgency to the calls that this Council has heard for a more strategic, comprehensive and integrated approach to the more acute threats that are unfolding. Mr. President, if I may, I will outline 3 ways in which the evolving scale and complexity of the threats to critical waterways and good order at sea have raised the bar for those seeking to safeguard those waterways. First, there is the complexity of the maritime economy itself. This includes the increasingly patchwork character of international shipping, which has been testing the limits of international regulation. Complicating matters still further, this is not just about shipping, sea lanes, and maritime choke points. There is a new awareness of the connectivity of and dependency on critical maritime infrastructure, and especially critical undersea infrastructure in the shape of communications cables and pipelines. Beyond cables and pipelines, it is about the protection of fixed infrastructure and wider resources. Beyond ports, it is about offshore energy installations and the migration of more economic activity out to sea, not just fishing, but including seabed resources, and how more broadly to protect the maritime environment. These fixed elements of the maritime economy require their own safeguards, distinct from those of protecting shipping and shipping lanes. In some cases, they involve stakeholders that have not traditionally been concerned with maritime domains. Secondly, complexity of the threats to both security and safety at sea have grown markedly beyond those traditionally employed by organized criminality. An array of potent sea denial capabilities of varying degrees of sophistication, but including missiles and various types of uncrewed vehicles, is proliferating among an expanding array of actors. This is presenting a new set of asymmetric threats and imposing increasing costs and risks on those seeking to keep waterways open. In terms of other emerging threats, the risks posed by cyber vulnerabilities are clearly on the rise for a maritime ecosystem driving inexorably towards greater automation. The weaponization of maritime data in ways that were never originally intended, through manipulation and spoofing, and even for target selection, is another concern. Paradoxically, the leveraging of data, supported by AI-enabled analysis and perhaps also aided by increased satellite-based monitoring, may be a key asymmetric advantage in delivering the kind of strategic approach required and providing early warning of emerging threats. In this way, it will be critical to safeguarding future maritime security and global security more broadly. And in this sense, the challenge is one that now stretches from the seabed to space. Thirdly, recent events have underscored the criticality of waterways and choke points to global stability and the global economy. They have also highlighted that choke points are not all the same. A strategic approach to maritime security must be founded on universal norms, but it must also be informed by a critical understanding of particular circumstances in order to deliver effective policy. The events in and around the Strait of Hormuz may be the most acute current concern as regards maritime security, but there are plenty of other potential regional maritime hotspots that will pose their own particular challenges, and these may only grow in number and volatility as the maritime environment continues to evolve. In conclusion, Mr. President, all of these factors appear to reinforce the proposition that maritime security requires a more holistic and sustained approach, but one that builds on existing frameworks and past experience with a more rigorous and robust treatment. The breadth of the challenges to safeguarding the global waterways and the maritime economy is only growing. Given that, the Council can provide the consistent forum for further comprehensive consultation on the context that threats to waterways and maritime security represent, and that they are no longer just a symptom of growing global instability, but also increasingly becoming a driver of it. I thank the Council for its attention.
I thank Mr. Charles for his briefing. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Bahrain. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة، أود أن أبدأ بالإعراب عن خاص التقدير لمعالي الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة ومعالي الأمين العام للمنظمة البحرية الدولية والزميل الأول لشؤون القوات البحرية والأمن البحري في المعهد الدولي للدراسات الاستراتيجية على إحاطاتهم ورؤاهم القيمة التي أكدت على الأهمية البالغة لموضوع نقاشنا في هذه الجلسة. تأتي المناقشة المفتوحة لمجلس الأمن اليوم وبمشاركة مقدرة من أكثر من 80 دولة في لحظة فارقة وظروف عالمية صعبة نظراً للتحديات العالمية الراهنة وتصاعد التهديدات المباشرة للأمن البحري، وتتسم بإجراءات صعبة ومتعمدة لعرقلة حرية العبور عبر الممرات المائية الدولية، الأمر الذي يعرض للخطر الاقتصاد العالمي والتجارة الدولية والسلم والأمن الدوليين. إن أكثر من 90,000 سفينة تبحر يومياً في المحيطات والبحار، مما يسهل التجارة العالمية التي تقدر قيمتها بتريليونات الدولارات. إن هذا الوضع يستدعي استجابة جماعية من المجتمع الدولي، إذ لم تكن الحاجة إلى الأمن البحري أشد إلحاحاً من أي وقت مضى. كما أود أن أعرب عن امتناني للدول التي انضمت إلى بيان أمن الملاحة الصادر اليوم، وادعو الدول الأخرى إلى الانضمام إلى البيان الذي يدين العدوان الإيراني على دول مجلس التعاون والأردن، ويرفض الإجراءات الإيرانية في إغلاق مضيق هرمز واستغلاله كأداة سياسية ومورد اقتصادي من خلال فرض رسوم على ممر مائي دولي طبيعي. إن حرية الملاحة ركن أساسي من أركان القانون الدولي والسلام، وعلى هذا الأساس فهي تستوجب الامتثال والالتزام الكامل باتفاقية الأمم المتحدة لقانون البحار التي تنظم كافة الحقوق البحرية وحقوق المرور العابر والمرور البريء عبر المضائق المائية الدولية. يبرز الوضع في مضيق هرمز المخاطر التي نواجهها، إذ تعرض تصرفات إيران الاقتصاد العالمي للخطر وتهدد سلامة الملايين، لا سيما أولئك الموجودين في الجنوب العالمي. وقد دفعت هذه الأعمال العدائية بعض الدول إلى اعتبارها إرهاباً، مما يؤكد هشاشة طرقنا التجارية الحيوية. ولا تقتصر العواقب على المصالح التجارية فحسب، بل تمتد لتؤثر على سبل عيش عدد لا يحصى من الأفراد الذين يعتمدون على ممرات ملاحية آمنة. أصحاب السعادة، إن أي تقييد أو عرقلة للملاحة الدولية يؤثر بشكل مباشر على التجارة الدولية وأمن الطاقة والاستقرار الاقتصادي العالمي، فضلاً عن إمدادات الغذاء والدواء وإيصال المساعدات الإنسانية. إن صمت المجتمع الدولي إزاء هذه الممارسات غير القانونية يؤدي إلى ترسيخها، مما يقوض الإطار الدولي القائم ويضعف الثقة في النظام البحري. إن هذا المسار الضار بمصالح كافة دول العالم يهدد سلاسل الإمداد العالمية ويفاقم التحديات التي تواجهها الاقتصاديات الهشة أصلاً. استجابة لهذه القضايا الملحة تبرز أهمية تأكيد شرعية حرية الملاحة البحرية، بما في ذلك المرور العابر والمرور البريء عبر المضائق الدولية، مع التشديد على حق السفن في الإبحار دون تمييز، ودعوة جميع الدول إلى حماية هذه الحقوق وإدانة أي انتهاكات لها. لذا لابد من اتخاذ إجراءات عملية مؤسسية لتعزيز القواعد البحرية المطبقة عالميا، استنادا إلى قرار مجلس الأمن 552 لعام 1984 وقرار مجلس الأمن 2817 وقرار مجلس حقوق الإنسان 61 وكذلك البيان الرئاسي لمجلس الأمن الصادر في الثاني من الشهر الحالي، والتي أكدت جميعها على أهمية سلامة الملاحة الدولية. واليوم وبعد مرور أكثر من 40 عاماً على صدور قرار مجلس الأمن 552 لا يزال التأكيد على هذا الضمان العالمي للأمن البحري أمراً بالغ الأهمية. أصحاب السعادة، إن الأمن البحري ليس مسؤولية دولة واحدة، بل هو مسؤولية مشتركة تتطلب التزاماً دولياً حقيقياً وتعاوناً مستداماً وإرادة سياسية لضمان حرية حركة التجارة الدولية والحفاظ على الاستقرار العالمي. إن أمن الممرات البحرية الدولية مصلحة جماعية لا يمكن معالجتها بشكل انتقائي. لذا تحث مملكة البحرين المجتمع الدولي على إدراك التداعيات الخطيرة لإغلاق إيران لمضيق هرمز، فهو انتهاك للقانون الدولي يهدف إلى إلحاق المعاناة بشعوب العالم واستغلاله في المفاوضات، وقد أدى هذا التصرف غير القانوني واللا مسؤول إلى حجز ما يقارب 800 سفينة شحن في الخليج العربي، وتسبب في تقطع السبل لآلاف السفن التجارية، تاركاً نحو 20,000 بحار في ظروف مقلقة على ظهر السفن بعيدين عن بلدانهم وأسرهم. لذا فإننا أيها الحضور الكريم نتساءل هنا: هل يحق لأي دولة تحت أي ظرف من الظروف إغلاق مضيق بحري أمام الملاحة الدولية؟ ما هي الأضرار الاقتصادية التي تكبدتها دولكم نتيجة لذلك؟ كيف أثر إغلاق مضيق هرمز على حياة مواطنيكم؟ ما هي التدابير التي يمكن لدولكم اتخاذها للخروج من هذه الأزمة؟ هل تتطلب الملاحة في البحار الدولية دفع رسوم عبور كما تفعل إيران؟ هل تستطيع اقتصاداتكم تحمل الخسائر الفادحة التي تتحملها حالياً؟ إننا ندرك تماماً أن الأثر الاقتصادي على دول العالم قد يصل إلى مئات المليارات، وأن العالم لن يتحمل مزيداً من الخسائر، ولذلك فإننا ندعو إلى استجابة دولية تتناسب مع خطورة هذا العمل. ختاماً، تؤكد مملكة البحرين مجدداً أن حماية الأمن البحري مسؤولية مشتركة وملحة لا ينبغي التغاضي عنها، ويتعين على المجتمع الدولي العمل بشكل جماعي لمنع الانزلاق نحو واقع خطير تصبح فيه التهديدات للممرات البحرية أمراً شائعاً والانتهاكات أمراً طبيعياً على الرغم من مخالفتها للقانون الدولي. إن التساهل والتراخي في مواجهة مثل هذا الوضع سوف تكون لهما عواقب وخيمة على السلم والأمن دولياً. وشكراً لكم. I resume my function as President of the Council. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Jean-Noël Barrot, Minister of for Europe and Foreign Affairs of France.
Monsieur le secrétaire général, monsieur le ministre, merci d'avoir pris l'initiative de cette réunion qui porte sur une question cruciale et sur un droit imprescriptible protégé par cette organisation, la sécurité maritime et la liberté de navigation. Cette question se pose aujourd'hui avec une gravité particulière alors que le détroit d'Ormuz fait l'objet d'un blocage prolongé. Mais de quoi parle-t-on ? Ce qu'il se passe à Ormuz dépasse très largement les 40 km de ce chenal. Derrière la flotte immobile des navires, c'est une certaine idée de l'ordre international fondé sur les règles qui se joue. Une certaine idée de notre capacité ou de notre incapacité à gérer collectivement les biens publics mondiaux. 80% des échanges mondiaux circulent par la mer. Notre énergie, nos denrées alimentaires, nos matières premières. Les eaux internationales sont un bien commun de l'humanité dont l'usage est protégé par la Convention des Nations Unies sur le droit de la mer. Les détroits sont les artères du monde, ils ne sont la propriété de personne, ils ne sont pas à vendre, ils ne peuvent donc être entravés par aucun obstacle, ni aucun droit de passage, ni blocage, ni chantage, ni péage, ni par l'Iran, ni par quiconque, et sous aucun prétexte. Car que se passerait-il si l'on acceptait la moindre exception à ces principes? Eh bien, l'on créerait là un dangereux précédent. D'autres prendraient des initiatives similaires et l'exception deviendrait la norme. L'accès à la mer serait un privilège réservé à quelques-uns, les détroits deviendraient des corridors militarisés, le commerce mondial serait pris en otage, des régions entières seraient isolées. Le monde se retrouverait étranglé, livré à l'arbitraire et à la loi du plus fort, il serait moins prospère et plus dangereux. Ce monde-là, nous le refusons. Alors si dans notre immense majorité, nous refusons la remise en cause de la sécurité maritime, de la liberté de navigation, comment sommes-nous arrivés là? Ce blocage est le produit d'une accumulation de décisions unilatérales et illégales de l'Iran. Il s'inscrit dans le cadre d'une escalade militaire dont l'origine se trouve dans les opérations lancées par les États-Unis et Israël, sans but précisément défini et menées en dehors du droit international. Mais le régime iranien porte une responsabilité écrasante dans cette situation du fait de son obstination coupable à se doter des moyens de la déstabilisation et de la menace, par son programme nucléaire, par ses missiles balistiques, par son soutien constant à des groupes terroristes. En choisissant de cibler de façon massive et indiscriminée les pays de la région, en laissant le Hezbollah précipiter le Liban dans la guerre contre son gré, et en bloquant le détroit d'Ormuz, le régime iranien a violé les principes fondamentaux de la Charte des Nations Unies, comme ceux du droit de la mer, et aggravé une situation déjà profondément dégradée. Et il n'y aura pas de solution durable à cette crise sans que le régime iranien ne consente à des concessions majeures et un changement radical de posture permettant la coexistence pacifique de l'Iran avec son environnement régional et au peuple iranien de construire librement son propre avenir. Ce Conseil ne peut et ne doit pas détourner les yeux du sort des populations civiles dans la région, premières victimes de la guerre, du sort du peuple iranien, pris en étau entre la répression et la menace d'une reprise des hostilités. Après la répression du mois de janvier, la plus violente dans l'histoire contemporaine de l'Iran, les prisonniers politiques doivent être libérés, les exécutions doivent cesser, la liberté des communications doit être rétablie. La guerre n'aura pas suffi à régler ces problèmes de fond, elle en aura créé un nouveau, le blocage du détroit d'Ormuz. Un blocage qui ne fait que des perdants. Les pays riverains, bien sûr, auxquels je veux redire la solidarité de la France. les pays les plus vulnérables qui dépendent des biens de première nécessité et de l'assistance humanitaire vitale transportée par les navires immobilisés. Mais aussi les pays comme le mien, qui, au-delà des mers, sont frappés de plein fouet par l'onde de choc de cette crise et qui payent le prix d'une guerre qu'ils n'ont pas choisie. Tout cela a assez duré, tout cela doit cesser. Et je veux à cet instant avoir une pensée pour les équipages piégés dans le détroit et saluer à ce titre le travail essentiel de l'Organisation maritime internationale, votre travail, monsieur le secrétaire général, pour assurer leur sécurité et établir un plan d'évacuation. Ce plan sera crucial pour trouver une issue à la crise et nous le soutenons pleinement. Alors, face à l'arbitraire de ce blocage du détroit, que faire? L'inaction n'est pas une option. Et je salue l'adoption de la résolution 2817 et les démarches entreprises depuis par le Bahreïn au sein de ce Conseil pour parvenir à la réouverture du détroit. Je rappelle l'initiative historique prise par le président de la République et lancée à Paris le 17 avril dernier avec le Premier ministre britannique pour que le trafic maritime puisse reprendre au plus vite, dès que les conditions le permettront, grâce à une mission internationale indépendante et strictement défensive. Son but, protéger les navires marchands, rassurer les opérateurs du transport maritime et mener des opérations de déminage dans le détroit. Plus de 50 pays d'Europe, du Moyen-Orient et d'Asie non belligérants ont répondu à l'appel. Ensemble, ils ont formé 3 exigences: la réouverture immédiate, pleine et inconditionnelle du détroit d'Ormuz par toutes les parties, la restauration des conditions de libre passage qui étaient en vigueur avant la guerre et le plein respect du droit de la mer, et l'absence de toute restriction, tout régime de convention qui équivaudrait dans les faits à une tentative de privatiser le détroit et évidemment tout système de péage. L'océan est un espace de liberté, mais ce n'est pas un espace de non-droit. Et c'est notre responsabilité que de lui donner des règles et de les faire respecter. C'est ce que nous avons fait à Nice l'été dernier en accueillant la 3e conférence des Nations Unies sur l'océan. Avec l'entrée en vigueur du traité sur la haute mer, la communauté internationale a démontré qu'elle pouvait s'accorder pour protéger un bien commun mondial. Ce succès doit nous inspirer. Car nous ne sommes pas condamnés à subir le démantèlement du droit international humanitaire ou du droit de la mer. Résistons à la résignation et au découragement qui nous guettent. Levons-nous pour dire non lorsque la paix et la sécurité du monde sont en jeu. C'est la vocation de ce Conseil. Alors soyons dignes de la confiance investie en nous par les peuples du monde. Soyons à la hauteur de ce moment. Je vous remercie.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Barrot for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Carlos Arturo Hoyos, Vice President for Foreign Affairs of Panama.
Señor presidente, Panamá agradece a la presidencia de Bahrein por la organización de este importante debate abierto para abordar un tema de la mayor relevancia para la paz y seguridad internacional y con el cual nuestro país se identifica plenamente. Apreciamos las valiosas intervenciones del secretario general, Antonio Guterres, del secretario general de la Organización Marítima Internacional, señor Arsenio Domínguez, y del investigador principal en Fuerzas Navales y Seguridad Marítima del Instituto Internacional de Estudios Estratégicos, señor Nick Childs. Igualmente, valoramos la asistencia de los países que nos distinguen con su participación. Asimismo, reconocemos la continuidad de los esfuerzos impulsados por Grecia y Panamá el año pasado en sus respectivos eventos insignia centrados en la seguridad marítima. Los últimos años han puesto de manifiesto de manera dramática la creciente fragilidad de la navegación marítima en todas las regiones del mundo. En este entorno cada vez más complejo, la piratería y el robo a mano armada en el mar, los ciberataques contra sistemas de navegación, puertos y logística marítima, así como la pesca ilegal, no declarada y no reglamentada, el tráfico de drogas, junto con la trata de personas, constituyen amenazas persistentes que continúan afectando la actividad marítima y a la gente de mar, poniendo en riesgo su seguridad, sus condiciones de trabajo y en muchos casos sus vidas. Esta realidad se ve agravada por una preocupante tendencia a impedir el uso de rutas marítimas críticas en el contexto de diversos conflictos. En consecuencia, se ha incrementado la incertidumbre en el comercio internacional, afectando la previsibilidad y la seguridad de las cadenas de suministro globales que dependen en gran medida de su estabilidad. En un mundo profundamente interconectado, la disrupción de rutas marítimas críticas, como el estrecho de Hormuz o el de Bab el-Mandeb en el Mar Rojo, genera impactos inmediatos sobre el comercio internacional y la seguridad energética mundial, con efectos que se trasladan directamente a las economías y a la vida cotidiana de las personas en todos los países, aunque de manera desproporcionada al sur global y a las economías más vulnerables. La seguridad marítima debe entenderse como un bien público global cuya preservación exige responsabilidad colectiva. Reiteramos nuestra posición firme e inquebrantable. Ninguna ruta marítima crítica debe ser amenazada ni utilizada nunca como un instrumento de presión o coerción. Frente a estos desafíos actuales, Panamá considera prioritario impulsar desde este Consejo la reducción de tensiones y el cese de hostilidades por todas las partes, mediante el diálogo y soluciones negociadas. Además, es esencial reforzar el respeto al derecho internacional, en particular a la Convención de las Naciones Unidas sobre el Derecho del Mar, CONVEMAR, incluida la libertad de navegación y el tránsito seguro por rutas marítimas críticas. Asimismo, resulta fundamental que las medidas técnicas, regulatorias o de control aplicadas en el ámbito marítimo se rijan por criterios objetivos, transparentes y no discriminatorios, en estricto apego al derecho internacional y que no sean injustas represalias políticas sin sustento alguno. Esto incluye el respeto a las decisiones soberanas adoptadas en relación con la gestión de infraestructuras estratégicas, puertos y actividades logísticas comerciales. En ese sentido, Panamá observa con preocupación ciertas tendencias recientes en la intensificación de inspecciones a buques de una determinada jurisdicción, incluyendo el incremento significativo de detenciones de buques de bandera panameña. Reconocemos el llamado del secretario general a que las marinas de presión política ni económica. Cualquier desviación de estos principios introduce incertidumbre, afecta la confianza y genera riesgos adicionales para la estabilidad de las cadenas de suministro globales. Reiteramos nuestro respaldo a la Organización Marítima Internacional y a su director general Arsenio Domínguez, cuya labor conocemos, así como a las decisiones adoptadas relativas a abordar los impactos de la situación en el estrecho de Hormuz sobre el transporte marítimo y el bienestar de la gente de mar, en el marco de su labor esencial en la promoción de la seguridad marítima, la protección del medio marino y el impulso de un transporte marítimo sostenible. Señor presidente, como propietarios soberanos y administradores responsables del Canal de Panamá, una de las rutas marítimas más importantes del mundo, reconocemos plenamente los desafíos y riesgos que enfrenta la seguridad marítima en el contexto actual. En consecuencia, Panamá ha tenido que redoblar sus esfuerzos para garantizar y facilitar el tránsito seguro, continuo y eficiente de los buques, en particular de aquellos que dependen de rutas alternas como la nuestra. Esta responsabilidad nos demanda insistir en la necesidad de soluciones colectivas y pacíficas, basadas en el diálogo, la no discriminación y la negociación, que permitan un entorno marítimo seguro, previsible y basado en normas. Señor presidente, Panamá condena los ataques registrados en el estrecho de Hormuz contra las embarcaciones de bandera panameña, liberiana y de cualquier otra parte del mundo. Desde principios de marzo de 2026, varios buques de bandera panameña han sido objeto de acciones que afectan la seguridad de la navegación. Entre los buques afectados se encuentran 2 mercantes de bandera panameña, el Euforia, que fue atacado por 3 embarcaciones no identificadas sin que, afortunadamente, se registraran daños a la embarcación ni lesiones a su tripulación, y el MSC Francesca. Este último fue interceptado por el Cuerpo de la Guardia Revolucionaria Islámica, que le ordenó fondear cerca de la costa iraní. Su tripulación se encuentra a salvo, aunque permanece retenida injustamente. Ante esta situación, Panamá sigue de cerca los acontecimientos y coordina las acciones necesarias para lograr una pronta solución. Asimismo, instamos a las autoridades iraníes a proceder a la liberación inmediata a todos los buques detenidos. Estos hechos ponen de relieve la creciente vulnerabilidad de la gente de mar frente a los riesgos derivados de las tensiones geopolíticas. En ese sentido, Panamá continúa apostando firmemente al multilateralismo, a los esfuerzos conjuntos y coordinados, adoptando medidas concretas y eficaces que permitan restablecer el orden y preservar la integridad del marco jurídico internacional, evitando así la creación de precedentes que debiliten el respeto al derecho internacional. Los mares han sido desde siempre espacios de encuentro, de intercambio y de conexión entre pueblos. Preservar su seguridad es también preservar ese espíritu para que sigan siendo arterias que acercan a las naciones y no cauces que profundizan la confrontación. Muchas gracias.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Hoyos for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Andizes Willem Sans, State Secretary of the Ministry for Foreign Affairs of Latvia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Allow me to begin by thanking Bahrain for convening this open debate to address this critical issue of maritime security. I thank the Secretary General Guterres and also IMO Secretary General Dominguez and Mr. Childs for their pertinent briefings. Global waterways are the backbone of international commerce and global energy flows. Countries across the world depend on the supply of fertilizers, raw materials, and other products, from microchips to medicines that are essential to the functioning of our societies. International law and norms have sustained maritime infrastructure and enabled livelihoods, prosperity, and development. Yet, they are being increasingly challenged. We have experience of addressing certain threats in the maritime domain, usually regional in nature, whether piracy, smuggling, or organized crime, as well as environmental incidents such as oil spills. Now, we are increasingly facing a more direct challenge: deliberate actions from states intent on crippling the global economy and threatening the right of transit and innocent passage, alongside efforts to circumvent sanctions. Mr. President, the safety of critical maritime routes is essential. Any disruptions to this delicate system powering the global economy result in severe consequences for all of us, as seen with the Strait of Hormuz. With supply chains disrupted, global energy prices have been rising sharply, and acute food insecurity around the globe has grown at an alarming rate. Effects on agriculture will be long-term and cascading in nature. These harmful consequences will continue affecting the most vulnerable the hardest. The United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea sets the international legal framework, within which all activities in the sea are to be carried out in order to ensure lawful and safe maritime navigation. The global community must demonstrate resolve in addressing Iran's attempts to use an international waterway as a bargaining chip and to hold the global economy hostage. It is a dangerous and far-reaching precedent, which we cannot allow to normalize. The Council has been leading the way with Resolution 2817, but we must continue to address maritime security as a paramount issue of global stability. Increasing coordination at international fora like the IMO, as well as among coalition of states willing to contribute resources, ensuring free passage in international waterways is both timely and welcome. This moment calls for political resolve, strength, strengthen multilateral cooperation and a renewed commitment to safeguarding the rules-based maritime order. Mr. President, we also cannot ignore the deliberate campaign by malign state actors to use old and unsafe vessels to evade sanctions, so-called shadow fleet. The reckless use of these vessels, including for hybrid activities, is not just a striking violation of international law, but also creates de facto floating ecological time bombs, risking natural disasters wherever they go. When accidents strike, lack of proper documentation and insurance denies avenues for legal remedies. The Iranian regime and DPRK are prominent guilty parties, but Russia is the undisputed champion of threatening the world's marine ecosystems, just as it endangers the European mainland and airspace. Ongoing efforts demonstrate the evasion of lawful norms will not be tolerated. We must commend the IMO for its work to identify gaps and increase accountability. We also welcome the positive example of meaningful efforts undertaken by our council colleagues Panama and Liberia, reforming their ship registries to purge these opaque vessels from their books. Coordination among countries is crucial, as is domain awareness, sharing of intelligence, and new reporting initiatives. Other emerging risks include those of subsea cable networks connecting the globe from communications to finance. While most damages still result from accidents and natural events, increasing attention must be paid to deliberate sabotage. The use of shadow fleet vessels for such unlawful actions further complicates attribution. International coordination is needed for monitoring. Relevant regulatory frameworks need to be reviewed, and partnerships with leading commercial actors would help increase the diversification and redundancy of subsea networks, as well as expand industry capacity. Mr. President, finally, we should not forget about other threats still disrupting local economies, costing lives, and feeding the black market, from piracy to smuggling and trafficking. The Council has played a leading role in combating these threats and should continue to do so, as it broadens its scope on global maritime security. Latvia will remain a steadfast defender of maritime security and free and safe navigation, as maritime navigation remains the lifeblood of the global economy and stability. I welcome also the initiatives by France and United Kingdom, and we stand ready to contribute our share to these efforts. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Villalson for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Stephen Doughty, Minister of State for Europe, North America, and Overseas Territories in the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office of the United Kingdom.
Well, shukran, Mr. President, Your Excellency, Minister Al-Zayani. Thank you to Bahrain for bringing us together and for your leadership in this council. Secretary General, that leadership is more important than ever in face of the growing threats to maritime and indeed regional security, from the Black Sea, indeed to the Baltic, the Mediterranean, the Red Sea, to the Strait of Hormuz, or indeed globally, as has been pointed out, from the Russian shadow fleet, with reckless attacks and actions putting security and prosperity at risk. We must step up efforts together to safeguard international waterways from disruption, to protect mariners who find themselves in dangerous waters, denied passage and put at risk, and stand up for all of those most affected, including some of the world's most vulnerable people, particularly when it comes to food security or supplies of critical products and medicines. The United Kingdom, with its long history as a seafaring nation, has long been committed to maritime security. And I say that also as a Member of Parliament for a diverse port city of Cardiff with a proud merchant marine tradition and heritage throughout history. I am particularly glad to join Bahrain and this council in that effort today. The most pressing issue, of course, before us is the Strait of Hormuz. And this crisis is not just affecting international shipping, it is driving up costs and sending shockwaves throughout energy markets and supply chains far beyond the region, with impact for all of our citizens and our communities and their cost of living. So we must get the strait reopened fully and unconditionally. Freedom of navigation must be restored in line with international law. Shipping and seafarers must not be used as leverage, and there is no place for tolls or permissions in international straits. Freedom of navigation means navigation must be free. And throughout this crisis, the United Kingdom has been clear: Iran must not be able to hold the global economy hostage or indeed threaten regional and international security. And that is why we need renewed action to protect supply chains, uphold freedom of navigation and the primacy of UNCLOS. And we must also broaden collaboration with the International Maritime Organization, which of course the United Kingdom is proud to host. And that is exactly how the UK has been approaching these critical challenges. In early April, my colleague, the Foreign Secretary, convened more than 40 countries to coordinate action on the Strait of Hormuz. And on the 17th, she supported our Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, and President Macron in convening over 50 nations to work on getting the straits open and protecting vessels. And in recent days, she has engaged in meetings across multiple countries with a dozen foreign ministers. And yesterday, our Prime Minister Keir Starmer and President Trump discussed the urgent need to get shipping moving again. So the UK will continue to play its part, and this Council has a vital role to play. And that is why, with 135 others, we welcomed Resolution 2817, led by the Bahrain and the GCC, condemning Iran's reckless and unacceptable attacks against regional neighbours and its disruption of international trade, energy security, and the economies of all of us. And we are grateful for Bahrain's efforts to pass a further resolution, underscoring the importance of protecting navigational rights and freedoms. It is regrettable that Russia and China vetoed this resolution protecting Iran, and therefore the UK will continue to work with Bahrain, Council members and partners to uphold international law, defend freedom of navigation, protect innocent seafarers, and keep our international sea lanes open and secure, because global stability and security depend on us stepping up together. And we welcome this discussion. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Doughty for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Pakistan.
Thank you, Mr. President, Excellency, the Foreign Minister. I wish to congratulate the Kingdom of Bahrain for its successful presidency this month and for organizing today's high-level open debate. And your presence attests to the importance attached by the Kingdom of Bahrain to global maritime security, which is crucial for the twin objectives of international peace and security and development. And allow me to take this opportunity to express Pakistan's complete support and solidarity with all brotherly countries of the Gulf region and to their sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence. I thank Secretary General Guterres for his insightful remarks, in particular the emphasis that he has placed on respect for international law, dialogue and cooperation, and peaceful settlement of disputes. We also appreciate the briefing by Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, Secretary General of the IMO, and also to Mr. Nick Childs for his expert views on the subject. President, the global maritime spaces are a key geostrategic arena where the challenges of the 21st century intersect. They are the lifeline of global commerce, bellwether of Earth's environment, and home to a vast array of marine, biological, and mineral resources. Propelled by the onward march of economic globalization and rapid improvement in transportation and connectivity infrastructure, global commerce and trade are now more reliant on seaborne trade than ever before. Any disruptions to the routine traffic at sea gravely impact international trade with negative repercussions for global economy and breed volatility that imperils international peace and security. Closure of the Strait of Hormuz and its cascading effects on food and energy security and supply chain disruption is a case in point. And if this crisis persists, the first order impacts, that is, the issues related to the procurement of oil and gas and essential commodities such as the fertilizers and their pricing trends will increasingly translate into second and third order impacts on inflation, on growth, current account, and balance of payment issues. No doubt, developing countries will be the most affected. Most significantly, these developments have brought home the point that resilience of global governance architecture and strategic stability are now being tested by the safety and openness of maritime waterways. President, as a literal state of the Indian Ocean region with proximity to global maritime choke points and overwhelming reliance on seaborne trade, Pakistan is fully cognizant of the paramount importance of safety and protection of global waterways. Like many developing countries from the region and beyond, Pakistan is concerned and is directly impacted by the closure of Strait of Hormuz. It is particularly also with this realization that Pakistan, supported by partners and brotherly countries, including China, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Egypt, and others, has spearheaded constructive diplomatic efforts for de escalation and broader pursuit of stability between the United States and Iran. In its ongoing efforts to facilitate an enduring resolution of this crisis, Pakistan remains firm in its faith in diplomacy and dialogue and will continue to resolutely undertake all possible measures towards that end. President, in today's interconnected world, the imperative of safety of maritime spaces extends well beyond securing trade routes and combating piracy. It encompasses plethora of challenges, including climate change and environmental preservation, protection of critical coastal and underwater digital infrastructure, and safeguarding human rights at sea. Confronting these challenges necessitates collective and coordinated action, firmly anchored in international law, as well as dialogue and diplomacy. Since its adoption, the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea has served as one of the most important pillars of international maritime order. The legal order established by UNCLOS and the larger body of the law of the sea must be protected and promoted universally. Pakistan has also remained a committed and responsible partner in the international efforts to strengthen maritime security. Earlier this year, Pakistan assumed the command of Combined Task Force 150 for conducting maritime security operations outside the Arabian Gulf to protect commercial shipping. And last year, Pakistan also commanded CTF 151, tasked to suppress piracy and to ensure free flow of maritime trade. We have also launched our own regional maritime security patrols to ensure a safe and secure environment in the seas. President, the global governance order is coming under increasing strain with wide-ranging consequences. Even international waterways have not been able to escape these impacts. The rules and norms that we had collectively and painstakingly put in place to precisely avoid such contestations and confrontations are being challenged or put aside. This is an untenable situation whose prolongation would only further undermine international peace and security and sustainable development to the detriment of us all. And most consequentially, it will erode trust in the rules-based order. As a maritime state with unwavering faith in international law and diplomacy, Pakistan would continue to engage with the Secretary General, the Security Council, and with all like-minded countries for preserving the hard-won gains, both in the gentle tides of peace and amity, and amid the rising storms of conflict and conflagration. This is a sacred trust that history has placed upon us all, and we cannot afford to fail. We must succeed collectively. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Pakistan for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Foreign Minister Al-Ziani, for convening today's critical debate. Thank you, Secretary General, IMO Secretary General Dominguez. Thank you, Mr. Childs, for your briefings. Colleagues, the world's critical waterways are not bargaining chips that belong to any one country. And now maritime transit routes, which are truly the arteries of global commerce, that roughly 80% global trade by volume moves through such waterways, they are too vital. They're too important to all of us collectively as a global community to be choked off, to be mined, to be weaponized, to be attacked like two-bit pirates. Because when they are, the entire world pays the price, and the world is paying. Most countries, far more than the United States, they are paying for Iran's hostage-taking gambit in the Strait of Hormuz. So let's take a moment and look at the numbers. The Strait of Hormuz typically sees 20 million barrels of oil per day, 40,000 vessels per year. And whether they're bound to heat homes in East Asia or to nourish crops in Central Africa, they have 20% of global oil and liquefied natural gas, 15% of the world's fertilizers. They all transit this strait. And closer to home, it's responsible for 75% of our Gulf states partners' economic output and over 50% of the broader region's food. It is absolutely clear, it's unambiguous that as a matter of international law, this strait is not, despite Iran's foreign minister's claims, this strait is not Iran's to wield like its own moat and drawbridge. It is not Iran's hostage. It is not Iran's bargaining chip. It is not Iran's toll road. And that's what over 100 countries right outside these doors just testified in one of the most supported press conferences in recent years. 100 countries just said what I said. This is not for Iran to play with like some type of bargaining chip because of its illegal nuclear aspirations. Colleagues, less than 3 weeks ago, the world came together to counter this threat to maritime security. The Security Council adopted UN Security Council Resolution 2817 with a record-setting 136 co-sponsors, demanding that Iran cease its egregious attacks against its neighboring states. Regardless of what you feel about the ongoing conflict, it has chosen to shoot in all directions against its neighbors' civilian infrastructures. And the entire world condemned the obstruction of freedom of navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has done nothing but act in defiance of that resolution, 40 days and counting, they have laid sea mines. They have fired on civilian ships. We have worked to clear the sea mines and protect these ships, but it's used the strait also to launch thousands of missiles at Gulf capitals, their hospitals, their airports, their hotels, their neighborhoods. They have threatened to charge tolls, otherwise known as bribes, to allow ships to pass through the strait. And in true form, they have still tried to kill even more Americans than they have in the last 47 years. And this is why President Trump has directed firm action against Iran's threats in the maritime domain to safeguard the entire world's economic security and prosperity. And even while under this type of assault, this type of fire, thousands of drones and missiles pouring in, Bahrain and a coalition of Gulf states put forward another resolution to protect the freedom of navigation and maritime security in the Straits of Hormuz. But unfortunately, two countries, China and Russia, vetoed this resolution and chose a radical religious regime for its partner and ignored not only the plight of our Gulf countries, but the global economy. They chose to shield the Iranian regime from a common sense measure, and they chose to turn a blind eye against Iran's assault on the freedom of navigation, which is hard to make sense of given it's the economies of East Asia, Southeast Asia, South Asia, and East Africa that are most affected by this illegal assault on shipping. So unfortunately, these two countries have put their own economic interest ahead of international obligations. Their companies and citizens supported the Iran-backed Houthis, in addition, in waging a 2-year campaign of terror against shipping in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden, which before this crisis was one of the most disruptive assaults on maritime commerce in recent history. Ultimately, colleagues, this council must hold the Iranian regime to account for this blatant and occurring violation of international law, violations of the UN Charter, violations of binding Security Council sanctions, and violations of other measures that were snapped back into place in September. Violations of its own non-proliferation obligations, as we just had a non-proliferation gathering here in the General Assembly, violations of its obligations under the law of the sea, violations of the law of war, violations of international humanitarian and human rights law. But I want to particularly spend a moment on the sea mining and indiscriminate planting of mines in international waterways. That makes Iran the international criminal, pirates of the Straits. Tehran admits to these crimes, but is so incompetent, it also admits to not knowing where the mines are. Thankfully, the U.S. military is stepping in to clear these mines and make it safe. But colleagues, we need to broaden this effort. Now is the time for a coalition of like-minded partners to step up and step in with real capabilities and help. We need for commercial shipping, for maritime finance and insurance, for humanitarian aid agencies, over 80 of which move their humanitarian supplies through the strait for life-saving aid, in addition to the military assets, to come together in a coalition for maritime freedom. As the permanent representative of Pakistan just mentioned, we've come together before. We came together in CTF 151 to deal with piracy off the straits or off East Africa in the Straits of Bab el-Mandeb. The United Nations was built for times like this. We have been here before. We have allowed unchecked regimes and non-state actors to loudly tiptoe towards horrors against their neighbors, while much of the rest of the world sat back and watched. Colleagues, now is not the time for simple words. Now is the time to act. And we call upon the world to join us in maintaining and defending the freedom of navigation for the entire world's economy. I thank you, Mr.
I
President.
thank the representative of the United States for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Liberia.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. A few days ago, on 22nd April, a Liberian flagship was seized by Iran, causing damage to the vessel. And so today, we speak with the clarity of an affected nation. At the onset, we join in thanking the Kingdom of Bahrain for convening this debate at a moment when the map of global insecurity is being increasingly drawn at sea. What happens in narrow straits is now felt in distant markets, in fragile economies, and at distant kitchen tables from the south to the north and from the east to the west. I welcome the honored presence of His Excellency Mr. Abdulatif bin Rashid Al Zayani, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Bahrain and President of the Council. His Excellency, the Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs of France, His Excellency, the Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of Panama, His Excellency, the State Secretary of the Ministry for Foreign Affairs of Latvia, and His Excellency, the Minister of State of the United Kingdom. I also thank our distinguished briefers, the Secretary General of the United Nations, the Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization, and a senior fellow of the International Institute for Strategic Studies. I thank all of you for your invaluable insights. Mr. President, the world does not experience maritime insecurity as a naval skimmage or a distant headline. It experiences it as empty shelves, higher fuel prices, delayed humanitarian aid, and uncertainty in daily life. As we have heard, when shipping lanes are disrupted, global stability does not bend slowly, it fractures immediately. The rise in threats to international waterways reflects a dangerous erosion of long-established norms. Navigational rights and freedoms are being openly challenged. Attacks on merchant vessels are increasing, and seafarers face growing risks along critical maritime routes. Even where states invoke the inherent right of self-defense under Article 51 of the Charter, the duties and obligations governing maritime security remain unassailable. Civilian shipping is not a lawful target. Freedom of navigation cannot be suspended by convenience, and international law does not yield to expediency. Let me be direct. Today's maritime choke points are no longer just passages. They are pressure valves on the global economy. When they are squeezed, the world feels it. The innocents, men, women, children, babies, suffer. In the here and now, the growing interference with commercial shipping is not incidental. It is strategic. We are witnessing the creeping normalization of disruption as leverage. That is dangerous. Because once obstruction becomes a tactic, stability becomes negotiable. And when stability is negotiable, the smallest economies, like that of my country, pay the highest price. Given the current threats, international law must remain our anchor. The United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea is not a suggestion. It is the operating system of the oceans. Freedom of navigation, transit passage, and innocent passage are not privileges. They are rights, rights to which the entire world is entitled. And rights cannot be selectively respected without being collectively weakened. The same applies to the law of armed conflict at sea. Civilian vessels are not, must not, and cannot be targets. Seafarers are not collateral. These are not gray areas. Excellencies, we must confront the humanitarian dimension with greater honesty. Disruptions at sea do not stay at sea. They travel faster than any ship into food insecurity, into energy shocks, into delayed humanitarian relief. A blocked waterway, as we have heard, can mean an empty market thousands of miles away. That is the human cost of maritime insecurity. As such, Liberia offers 3 practical points. First, restraint must be restored. Attacks on commercial shipping and interference with lawful navigation must end. There is no strategic gain that justifies systemic disruption of global lifelines. Second, this council must be consistent. Resolutions such as 2722 of 2024 and 2817 of 2026 are clear, but clarity is not enough. Credibility on even-handed implementation truly must be required, because selectivity erodes this council's credibility and authority. Third, we should begin to treat major maritime choke points as shared responsibility zones, where transparency is not optional. We propose that the Council encourages the establishment of a standing independent incident tracking and verification mechanism, drawing on the expertise of the International Maritime Organization to provide real-time, depoliticized reporting on disruptions to commercial shipping. In an environment clouded by competing narratives, verified facts are a form of de-escalation. Mr. President, The oceans are to connect us rather than divide us. Adherence to the laws governing the oceans guarantee our global unity and reinforce our interdependence. The oceans have always connected supply to demand and risk to responsibility. If we allow them to become theaters of unchecked disruptions, we will inherit the consequences. All of us, a divided world rather than an interdependent one. Liberia will continue to stand for a simple principle that the world's waterways must remain open, governed by law, and protected not just because trade depends on it, but because humanity does. I thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the representative of Liberia for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Colombia.
Señor presidente, permítame felicitar a su país por la convocatoria a este valioso debate sobre un tema que nos preocupa a todos. Agradezco en particular al señor secretario general y al secretario general Domínguez y al señor Chil por sus informativas presentaciones. Colombia reconoce la importancia estratégica de los estrechos para el comercio internacional y la seguridad energética. Cualquier afectación a la seguridad marítima tiene impactos que suelen trascender la región en la cual se producen, impactando además y de forma desproporcionada a los países en desarrollo. Colombia es una nación de vocación marítima, con costas en 2 océanos y una marcada preocupación por la protección sostenible de los recursos naturales. Por su ubicación geoestratégica, mi país está expuesto a múltiples desafíos en materia de seguridad marítima, incluyendo el narcotráfico marítimo, la pesca ilegal, la migración irregular, el tráfico ilícito de armas y la protección de nuestros recursos naturales y ecosistemas marinos. Al respecto, y si bien Colombia no es estado parte de la Convención de las Naciones Unidas sobre el Derecho del Mar, reconocemos que esta regula muchos usos humanos del espacio marítimo, incluyendo en relación con la libertad de navegación. Pero infortunadamente la CONVEMAR no nos da todas las respuestas a circunstancias como el reciente cierre del estrecho de Hormuz. Entre otras razones porque la convención está prevista para aplicar en tiempos de paz y cuando surgen los conflictos, la misma no ofrece todas las herramientas necesarias. Ante estos vacíos regulatorios o ante las violaciones al marco jurídico existente, el Consejo de Seguridad debe cumplir el rol para el cual fue establecido. El Consejo está en la capacidad de enviar mensajes claros, orientados a la contención y a la prevención de mayores escaladas, de tomar medidas para exigir el respeto de la Carta de la ONU y del derecho internacional. Ahora bien, el papel del Consejo es solo una parte de un problema de muchas magnitudes. En efecto, la seguridad marítima exige ser abordada desde una perspectiva de cooperación entre fuerzas navales, agencias civiles, organismos regionales, actores multilaterales y el sector privado. No basta con la actuación aislada de un país, una agencia o una organización para enfrentar las múltiples y muy complejas amenazas a las que se enfrenta la libertad de navegación. Además, el cambio climático y la degradación del medio ambiente también tienen graves repercusiones en materia de seguridad para el ámbito marítimo, lo que requiere una atención internacional urgente. Colombia propende, por ende, por el impulso de iniciativas orientadas al fortalecimiento de la cooperación internacional para enfrentar amenazas en el ámbito marítimo, incluyendo para fortalecer el respeto del derecho del mar y un mayor desarrollo de las capacidades navales de los estados en el Caribe. En el desarrollo de la cooperación regional en zonas como la de América Latina y el Caribe. En este sentido, es preciso capacitar a las Fuerzas Armadas en operaciones de interdicción marítima, incrementar sus capacidades navales, especialmente para la prevención de los riesgos, y transferir los conocimientos y la tecnología necesaria para la lucha contra nuevas amenazas. Además, Colombia considera necesario contar con mayores instrumentos bilaterales y multilaterales para el control del narcotráfico por el mar, el tráfico de personas, los derechos de los migrantes por mar y para una mejor protección del medio marino. Señor presidente, el debate hoy se inscribe en los recientes esfuerzos por incluir al Consejo de Seguridad en las deliberaciones sobre nuevos mecanismos de las Naciones Unidas destinados a reforzar la paz y la seguridad en el ámbito marítimo. Acogemos con satisfacción estos esfuerzos y apoyamos un papel más destacado de Naciones Unidas en este sentido. Una respuesta colectiva firme ante las amenazas marítimas redunda en interés de todos nosotros. Este es un elemento fundamental para construir la paz y la seguridad, así como para promover la prosperidad económica, el Estado de Derecho y el desarrollo sostenible. Muchas gracias.
I thank the representative of Colombia for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Somalia.
Thank you, Mr. President, Minister Abdul Latif bin Rashid Al Zayani. Shukran, Your Excellency, for leading this important meeting today. Allow me also to express our appreciation to the Kingdom of Bahrain's presidents for convening this important and timely high-level open debate on the theme of paramount importance to the maintenance of international peace and security. We welcome and thank the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, for his remarks. We also thank IMO Secretary General Antonio Dominguez and Nick Childs for their briefings. Their presence and contribution and insights highlight the multifaceted nature of the challenges at hand and underscores the profound urgency of addressing the evolving maritime security landscape through an enhanced collective response to ensure the safety and protection of international waterways. For Somalia, a nation with the longest coastline of Africa's mainland and situated in the crossroads of the Indian Ocean and the Red Sea, the security and sustainable management of our maritime domain are not merely a policy priorities, they are matters of deep significance for the national and regional stability. The safety of international waterways is a cornerstone of international peace and security and a vital enabler of the global economy. Recent developments have brought renewed attention to the vulnerability of critical maritime checkpoints. These critical routes serve as a major transit paths for global energy flows and movement of goods, including bulk of commodities, agricultural shipments, and manufacturing materials that are essential to global supply of chains. In that regard, I would like to offer the points. First, upholding international law remains fundamental and the bedrock of maritime governance. United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, and other relevant instruments provide the definitive legal framework for maritime governance applicable to all activities in the oceans and seas, including the regulation of a passage through waterways used for international navigations. Somalia underscores the absolute necessity of reaffirming our commitment to this framework and upholding the freedom of navigation while respecting the navigational rights and freedoms of merchants and commercial vessels as emphasized in the recent Council resolutions. We must ensure our maritime domain remains governed by the rule of law with full respect of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of coastal states, which is essential for building trust and ensuring effective actions. Second, we believe effective maritime security requires coordinated, holistic approach to address the root causes. It's imperative to recognize that maritime security is inextricably linked to the sustainable development on land. Poverty, unemployment, and lack of opportunity often serve as significant drivers, pushing vulnerable populations toward the criminal and illicit activities at sea. Among these, illegal, unreported, and unregulated IUU fishing stands out as devastating transnational crime that depletes vital marine resources, degrades ocean ecosystems, and causes irreversible damage. Addressing these drivers through an African Union's Blue Economy Initiative and the 25th Integrated Maritime Strategy is vital for fostering the long-term stability to eliminate these drivers. Third, capacity building and technology transfers are paramount for effective enforcement. Efforts to address maritime threats are most effective when coastal states possess the necessary surveillance, law enforcement, and judicial capacities as they have primary responsibilities. Strengthening the international cooperation is essential to mitigate the impacts of evolving threats, and we must build on existing national, regional, and international initiatives to enhance member states' capacity. Many African countries continue to require sustained tailored support to strengthen their processes. We underscore the importance of tailored training, access to advanced technology, and investment in human and institutional resources as articulated in Lomé Charter. Furthermore, we emphasize the role of the African Union in developing regional maritime components to respond to emerging threats. Fourth, promoting maritime security requires coherent and effective multilateral approaches. Given the transnational nature of these challenges, no single state can address them in isolation. We must strengthen existing frameworks such as UN-Day architecture, which is essential for information sharing and joint operations. While the responsibility of maritime security rests first and foremost with littoral states, it must be supported by a robust international cooperation and partnership that respect the sovereignty and the leadership of those states in the region. Security Council plays a vital role in protecting the freedom of navigation, reinforcing global efforts, and pursuing an integrated and forward-looking approach to ensure the safety of critical maritime routes and free flows of trade, food, and connectivity. To conclude, Mr. President, Somalia is mindful of our shared responsibility for the security and stability of our oceans and seas. Addressing these challenges require a unified and collective approach grounded in international cooperation and the rule of law. My delegation reaffirms its commitment to working constructively with the Security Council and the wider international community to realize the vision of safe, secure, and prosperous seas for all, ensuring our waterways remain a bridge of peace and prosperity, connecting nations rather than dividing them. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Somalia for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Господин председатель, уважаемый господин министр, приняли к сведению решение делегации Бахрейна организовать открытые дебаты, посвященные проблематике морской безопасности. Благодарим генерального секретаря Гутерреша, Арсенио Домингеса и Ника Чайлдса за их брифинг. Как известно, Россия не поддерживала идею обсуждения морской безопасности в Совете Безопасности ООН, поскольку она предметно рассматривается на соответствующих профильных площадках. Однако общая ситуация с морской безопасностью, складывающаяся в последнее время в Мировом океане, представляет собой не только серьезную угрозу для глобальной мировой торговли и является фактором развития глобального экономического кризиса, но и может послужить спусковым крючком для военной эскалации. Ситуация заключается в том, что угроза морской безопасности теперь исходит не столько от пиратов или других криминальных элементов, сколько от новых флибустьеров 21 века, стран Евросоюза, которые не стесняются захватывать и арестовывать торговые суда, грубо нарушая Конвенцию ООН по морскому праву 1982 года. Это, в свою очередь, ведет к подрыву энергетической и продовольственной безопасности и создает проблемы гуманитарного характера для развивающихся стран. При этом, в отличие от пиратов, вывешивавших на своих кораблях веселый Роджер, черный флаг с черепом, страны Запада пытаются прикрыть свои беззаконные действия ссылками на односторонние принудительные меры. Хотели бы напомнить поборникам правовых подходов в других контекстах, что согласно Уставу ООН легитимностью обладают лишь санкции, введенные Советом Безопасности. Нет в международном праве и понятия «теневой флот». Все это лишь фиговый листок, призванный перекрыть тот факт, что Евросоюз занимается откровенным разбоем на море. А мы сегодня опять слышим о порядке, основанном на правилах, которые европейцы вновь выдают за международное право. Хотели бы напомнить очевидное. По морскому праву прибрежное государство не может по своему усмотрению останавливать судно под чужим флагом для досмотра. Такие шаги даже в территориальных водах – грубейшее нарушение права мирного прохода, а в международных водах – посягательство на свободу судоходства. Это основополагающие нормы международного обычного права, зафиксированные в Конвенции ООН по морскому праву. Неизыблемость их, как и принципы исключительной юрисдикции государства флага в отношении судна, обеспечивает стабильное и предсказуемое функционирование системы международной морской торговли. Поэтому в Конвенции содержится закрытый перечень оснований, когда государство может остановить судно для досмотра при реализации им упомянутых прав и свобод. Действия стран ЕС, посягающие на нормы морского права, могут запустить эффект домино, итогом которого станет остановка системы глобальной морской торговли. При этом вовлечение военно-морских сил и средств НАТО для задержания судов – прямой путь к военной эскалации. Господин председатель, отдельного внимания заслуживают вооруженные нападения Украины на гражданские суда, которые идут под российским флагом или перевозят российские энергоносители в различных частях Мирового океана. Эти действия являются прямой угрозой международному миру и безопасности, не говоря о том, что от них страдают моряки из разных стран мира, включая европейские. Такие нападения происходят все чаще в непосредственной близости от берегов стран, симпатизирующих режиму Зеленского, и возникает вопрос об их причастности к этим нападениям. В результате причиняется существенный вред окружающей среде, наносится экономический ущерб прибрежным государствам и нарушаются торговые связи между странами. С ноября 2025 года по апрель 2026 года только в акваториях Черного и Средиземного морей совершено 17 нападений на торговые суда, плавающие под флагами различных государств, включая флаги Российской Федерации, Мальты, Сьерра-Леоне, Либерии, Гамбии и Коморских островов. Вопиющий случай нарушения международного права – террористическая атака 3 марта 2026 года безэкипажными катерами и беспилотниками киевского режима на танкер-газовоз «Арктик Метагаз» под российским флагом в Средиземном море. В результате ее произошел взрыв, и судно, имеющее на борту более 100 тысяч кубических метров сжиженного газа, оказалось объято пламенем. Сейчас газовоз, получивший значительные повреждения, дрейфует в Средиземном море. С учетом характера груза и наличия бункерного топлива существует риск катастрофических последствий для окружающей природной среды, жизни и здоровья населения и береговой инфраструктуры прибрежных государств. Сами прибрежные государства, поневоле вовлеченные в этот инцидент, выражают лишь глубокую озабоченность в связи с угрозой причинения экологического ущерба. Правда, они не нашли в себе смелости дать должную оценку факту атаки на гражданское судно, совершенное в непосредственной близости от их берегов. Другой свежий пример – атака безэкипажным катером на танкер «Альтура» 26 марта 2026 года, находившийся в 15 морских милях от входа в пролив Босфор. Судно получило серьезные повреждения, что привело его к его затоплению и потере хода. В момент атаки танкер перевозил около 140 тысяч тонн сырой нефти. Представьте, какие катастрофические последствия могли бы быть от разлива такого количества нефти у берегов Турции. Призываем все государства, уважающие Конвенцию 1982 года и желающие предотвратить эскалацию, занять принципиальную позицию, осудить эти акты и использовать все имеющиеся средства для противодействия их совершению. Господин председатель, нельзя не отметить, что западные страны, которые осуществляют задержание судов в нарушении международного права и молчаливо поддерживают террористические действия Киева, имеют совершенно иную позицию по судоходству в Ормузском проливе, громогласно и безосновательно обвиняя в сложившейся ситуации Исламскую Республику Иран. Меня умиляет слышать, как вот эти вот сидящие перед нами руководители внешнеполитических ведомств стран ЕС, а также те члены Евросоюза, которые будут говорить позже, стыдливо обходят стороной первопричину сложившейся в Ормузском проливе ситуации. Ну как же, как они могут обидеть своего сюзерена? Пусть сюзерен больше и не ставит эти страны ни в грош. Хотели бы напомнить, что ситуация в Ормузском проливе является следствием неспровоцированной американо-израильской агрессии против Исламской Республики Иран, обернувшейся не только колоссальными страданиями для мирных жителей всего региона и стремительным нарушением стабильности в зоне Персидского залива, но и масштабными последствиями для глобальной экономики, энергетической и продовольственной безопасности. Страны Персидского залива обеспечивают мировой рынок 1/5 частью нефти, всей нефти, более трети сжиженного природного газа, поставляют значительные объемы аммиака, фосфатов и серы. Когда в результате вероломного нападения Западного Иерусалима и Вашингтона стал полыхать целый регион, то всю ответственность пытались повесить на Иран, как будто именно Тегеран напал на своих соседей и намеренно блокирует навигацию через Ормузский пролив. А ведь в условиях военного времени подвергшееся агрессии прибрежное государство может ограничивать судоходство в своих территориальных водах в целях обеспечения безопасности. Напомню, что до 28 февраля, до решения Соединенных Штатов и Израиля атаковать Иран, в зоне Персидского залива каких-либо серьезных сбоев в движении торговых судов не наблюдалось. Отсюда возникает вполне закономерный вопрос, а зачем надо было тогда все это начинать? Ответы лежат на поверхности, включая стремление свергнуть неугодный режим и половить рыбку в мутной воде. Однако сегодня мы слышим лишь аргументацию о мнимых угрозах. Цену же за эту авантюру вынуждены платить дружественные нам столицы и народы стран Персидского залива. Россия твердо выступает за прекращение огня и возвращение к политико-дипломатическому процессу с целью урегулирования имеющихся разногласий при обеспечении интересов безопасности всех, без исключения, государств региона. Поддерживаем соответствующие начинания наших пакистанских друзей. Рассчитываем, что стороны будут строго придерживаться нынешнего перемирия и дадут шанс дипломатии выйти на окончательные договоренности. Призываем отказаться от воинственной риторики и реализации истребиных планов по возобновлению большой региональной войны. Такой сценарий приведет лишь к новым страданиям и жертвам среди мирного населения, еще сильнее подорвет стабильность и безопасность всех регионалов, в том числе и Израиля, и уж никак не поможет разблокированию Ормузского пролива. Благодарю вас.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Monsieur le Président, la République démocratique du Congo adresse ses chaleureuses félicitations à Votre Excellence Abdulatif bin Rachid Al-Zayani, ministre des Affaires étrangères du Royaume du Bahreïn. Votre présence nous honore et nous offre une nouvelle fois l'opportunité de féliciter votre pays, le Royaume du Bahreïn, pour son leadership dans la conduite des travaux de ce Conseil, ainsi que pour la constance affichée en faveur de la paix et de la protection des droits des populations civiles affectées par les conflits armés. Dans le même élan, ma délégation salue la présence de leurs excellences, les ministres et vice-ministres des Affaires étrangères, à cette session. Enfin, nous remercions M. Arsenio Dominguez, secrétaire général de l'Organisation Maritime Internationale, et M. Nick Childs, chercheur principal sur les forces navales et la sécurité maritime, pour la qualité de leurs interventions. Monsieur le Président, les mers et les océans constituent un patrimoine commun de l'humanité, ainsi qu'un pilier essentiel du fonctionnement de l'économie mondiale. Ils assurent la fluidité du commerce international, soutiennent les chaînes d'approvisionnement et relient durablement les nations entre elles. Ces espaces stratégiques font aujourd'hui face à une convergence de menaces qui entravent la liberté de navigation, fragilisent les économies, perturbent les flux commerciaux et énergétiques et compromettent plus largement la stabilité internationale. Ce qui est un jeu dépasse désormais la seule sûreté maritime. Il s'agit également de la capacité de la communauté internationale à préserver un espace global ouvert, sécurisé et régi par le droit. En effet, le trafic illicite de migrants, la piraterie, la criminalité transnationale organisée, ainsi que les nouvelles menaces visant les infrastructures portuaires, les systèmes de navigation et les navires continuent de se développer dans plusieurs régions, en particulier en mer Rouge et dans le golfe de Guinée. Ces menaces combinées mettent gravement en péril la sécurité des États côtiers, la vie des civils et des équipages, en même temps qu'elles perturbent les chaînes d'approvisionnement. Monsieur le Président, pour ma délégation, ces défis complexes ne peuvent être relevés qu'au moyen d'une approche intégrée et fondée sur une coopération internationale et régionale renforcée, la prévention, l'innovation et le respect strict de l'état de droit. Cette approche doit s'inscrire dans des cadres durables de gouvernance maritime capables d'anticiper et de répondre efficacement à l'évolution rapide des dites menaces. C'est un renforcement conceptuel et pratique de la sûreté maritime indissociable du respect du droit international, en particulier de la Convention des Nations unies sur le droit de la mer, ainsi que des instruments pertinents de l'Organisation maritime internationale, qui constitue le socle normatif garantissant la liberté de navigation, la sécurité en mer et le règlement pacifique des différends. Conscient de ces enjeux, l'Afrique a fait sienne cette approche aussi bien au niveau régional que sous-régional. Au niveau régional, l'Union africaine a adopté le 15 octobre 2016 la Charte africaine sur la sécurité maritime et le développement en Afrique. Ce cadre stratégique vise à renforcer la sûreté et la sécurité maritime, lutter contre les activités illicites et promouvoir le développement de l'économie bleue en recourant à la coopération, la coordination et l'échange d'informations entre les États membres. Quelques années plus tôt, soit le 25 juin 2013, 25 États des sous-régions de l'Afrique de l'Ouest et de l'Afrique centrale, y compris la République démocratique du Congo, adoptaient le code de conduite de Yaoundé avec comme objectif la sécurisation du golfe de Guinée. Ce code de conduite est reconnu pour avoir instauré une culture d'unité ainsi qu'une collaboration renforcée en rapport au golfe de Guinée, notamment sur la sécurité des navires. L'actualité fait état des menaces à la sécurité des voies maritimes et au principe de libre navigation, particulièrement au niveau du détroit d'Ormuz, objet de vives tensions au Moyen-Orient. Ce détroit, en tant que corridor stratégique pour le commerce mondial, revêt une importance particulière pour l'acheminement des biens essentiels et des ressources énergétiques. L'accumulation des tensions dans un espace aussi stratégique comporte des risques considérables pour la stabilité régionale et internationale. Dans ce contexte, la République démocratique du Congo estime qu'il appartient au Conseil de sécurité de demeurer pleinement saisi et de contribuer, dans le cadre de son mandat, à prévenir toute détérioration de la situation. En effet, la protection des civils, des équipages et des infrastructures maritimes doit rester une priorité dans le strict respect du droit international humanitaire et des règles applicables aux conflits armés en mer, notamment les principes de distinction et de proportionnalité. À cet égard, la République démocratique du Congo encourage en outre les efforts de médiation en cours, notamment ceux menés par le Pakistan, et appelle l'ensemble des parties concernées à privilégier le dialogue, la retenue et la désescalade. Monsieur le Président, en conclusion, la République démocratique du Congo tient à réaffirmer son engagement à œuvrer aux côtés des membres du Conseil de sécurité au renforcement de la sûreté maritime et propose à cette réflexion 5 leviers essentiels sur lesquels le Conseil pourrait baser son action, à savoir le renforcement de la coopération et de la coordination des efforts internationaux et régionaux, l'intégration de nouvelles menaces émergentes et technologiques, un appui plus substantiel aux stratégies régionales durables, le renforcement de la prévention et de la résilience des États côtiers, et enfin, la promotion d'une gouvernance maritime inclusive et préventive fondée sur le respect du droit international. Je vous remercie.
I thank the representative of Democratic Republic of the Congo for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of China.
谢谢主席。我首先欢迎巴林外交大臣扎耶尼阁下主持此次会议，感谢古特雷斯秘书长、多明戈斯秘书长和查尔斯先生所做的通报。海洋孕育生命，连通世界，承载了全球80%以上的货物贸易，已成为人类经济社会运行的大动脉。 确保国际航道安全，关乎全球产供链稳定和民生福祉，符合各国共同利益。近年来，随着国际局势动荡加剧，海上安全问题有所升温，并日益同地缘政治冲突、传统和非传统安全风险、全球治理、赤字等问题交织联动。我们要秉持团结合作精神，全面深入地看待海上安全问题，寻求标本兼治的解决途径。我愿强调以下几点：第一，政治解决热点问题。国际航道的稳定畅通，同周边地区，特别是沿岸国家的和平安宁密切相关。只有坚持对话协商，推动热点问题降温缓和，才能为航道安全营造有利环境。滥用军事手段无法从根本上化解风险，反而会加剧紧张对立，制造更大的安全危机。霍尔木兹海峡是重要的国际货物和能源贸易通道，维护该地区安全稳定和畅通，符合国际社会的共同利益。海峡受阻的根源在于美国和以色列对伊朗发动的非法军事行动。美国还在业已达成临时停火安排的情况下，加码军事部署，采取定向封锁行动，这是非常危险和不负责任的行动。海峡通航受阻的解决海峡通航受阻的出路是尽快实现全面持久停火止战，推动海湾和中东地区恢复和平稳定。中方赞赏巴基斯坦等国发挥的斡旋作用，敦促相关方通过政治外交途径化解争端，反对任何破坏停火、升级对抗的行径。中方将本着习近平主席提出的4点主张精神，即坚持和平共处原则，坚持国家主权原则，坚持国际法治原则，坚持统筹发展和安全，继续为促进地区和平稳定发挥建设性作用。第二，坚定捍卫国际法治。联合国海洋法公约以及相关国际条约和习惯国际法共同构成现代国际海洋秩序的基础。各国要完整、准确、善意地解释和适用公约，杜绝选择性适用和双重标准。要善意地行使国际法赋予的航行自由权利，切实尊重沿岸国主权、安全和合法权益，保障海上正常商贸往来和航行通畅。第三，依法打击海上犯罪。根据有关机构的报告，去年全球海盗和武装劫船事件高达137次，为近5年最高水平。犯罪集团和恐怖势力正日益将海洋作为毒品贩运、武器走私、人口贩卖等非法活动的重要通道。各国应在国际法框架下依法依规打击海上犯罪活动，尊重船旗国对本国船舶的专属管辖权，同时要积极支持沿岸国家发展经济、改善民生，消除滋生犯罪和动荡的土壤。第四，持续完善全球治理。海洋是全人类的共同家园，只有坚持共商、共建、共享， 推动构建更加公正合理的全球海洋治理体系，才能真正实现四海安澜、千帆竞逐的美好愿景。各国要支持联合国发挥核心作用，持续推动国际立法和规则的制定进程，积极应对海洋生态保护、海平面上升等新兴挑战。要秉持开放包容、合作共赢理念，加强海上互联互通和基础设施建设，推动海洋资源的可持续开发与合理利用。主席，中国始终是国际海洋法治的坚定捍卫者和建设者，以实际行动捍卫联合国海洋法公约的权威和完整性，率先签署并批准海洋生物多样性协定。中国积极发挥在海上航行安全、减灾防灾、生态保护等领域的作用，已向亚丁湾、索马里海域派遣了48批护航编队，执行常态化护航任务。中国积极参与联合国海洋10年倡议，发布“一带一路”蓝色合作倡议，积极支持广大发展中国家和小岛屿国家落实可持续发展目标，向国际社会提供高质量的海洋公共产品。我们愿继续同国际社会一道，为维护海洋共同安全、构建海洋命运共同体做出不懈努力。谢谢主席。
I thank the representative of China for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Greece.
Your Excellency, Mr. Abdulatif bin Rashid Al Sayani, Minister for Foreign Affairs, thank you for your presence today. And I would also like to thank the Presidency of Bahrain for convening this meeting on maritime security, an issue of critical importance for international peace and security. I also wish to thank the UN Secretary General and the IMO Secretary General and Mr. Nick Childs for their insightful and comprehensive briefings. Mr. President, the high-level open debate takes place at a moment of escalating concern. Threats to maritime security are multiplying, while attacks on international shipping are growing not only more frequent, but more sophisticated and disruptive in their impact. Global shipping faces sharper, evolving, more complex threats than ever. Piracy, terrorism, proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, smuggling, and hybrid attacks targeting vessels and critical maritime infrastructure. The crisis in the Strait of Hormuz underscored the fundamental importance of securing open, safe, and unimpeded passage. Unjustified attacks on merchant vessels are clear violation of international law with far-reaching and destabilizing consequences for all. They disrupt global supply chains, threaten food and energy security, and carry profound consequences for the economic resilience for all our countries. They put seafarers directly in harm's way and lay bare the vulnerability of the system on which the global economy depends. Let us be clear. When maritime security is compromised, international peace and security is at risk. Mr. President, Greece is a leading maritime nation with a rich seafaring history and the largest merchant maritime fleet. Greek shipping accounts for over 20% of the global and 61% of the European Union fleet. As an elected member of the Security Council, Greece is firmly committed to safeguarding maritime security, ensuring that international maritime routes stay open, secure, resilient under all circumstances. Freedom of navigation is not only a long-standing principle of international law, it is the backbone of global stability. It must be upheld in full conformity with international law as reflected in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which sets out the legal framework within which all activities in the oceans and seas must be carried out. Its provisions reflect customary international law. In this context, the message is straightforward. Transit should be safeguarded and should not be restricted or obstructed. To this end, Greece contributes actively to collective efforts to enhance maritime security. We participate in EU Operation Atalanta and the EU Operation Irini, and we play a leading role in the EU Operation Aspides in the Red Sea region. Mr. President, no single actor can meet these challenges alone. Effective responses require strengthened international cooperation, coordination, and information sharing, building on existing initiatives by states and international organizations. The International Maritime Organization remains central to these efforts. We welcome the outcome of its extraordinary session of the 18th of March on the impact of recent developments on shipping and seafarers, and we join its call for an immediate end to attacks affecting innocent seafarers. We also welcome the recent conference convened by France and the UK in Paris and the efforts to strengthen international cooperation to protect freedom of navigation and enhance protection of maritime waterways. Looking ahead, there is scope to further strengthen maritime domain awareness and information sharing at the global level. In this regard, Greece sees merit in exploring more structured and system-wide approaches within the United Nations, building on existing efforts to enhance coordination and support member states in addressing maritime security threats. Emerging and new technologies, including artificial intelligence, can serve as force multipliers, provided that they are deployed in full respect of international law. These technologies enhance monitoring, improve information sharing, and facilitate operational coordination. We stand ready to actively contribute to discussions and help chart a path towards developing collectively effective mechanisms to ensure that emerging technologies reinforce international peace, security, and human dignity. In conclusion, Mr. President, maritime security is not a peripheral issue. It is a core component of international peace and security. The Security Council cannot remain indifferent to developments that directly affect international peace and security, global trade, energy security, and economic stability, which have far-reaching repercussions for humanity as a whole. Greece remains committed to working with all partners to ensure that the seas remain open, secure, and governed by rules. Respect for international law is not optional, it is indispensable. Thank you.
The representative of Greece for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Denmark.
Thank you, Mr. President. And let me also thank the Secretary General and the Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization, as well as Mr. Childs, for their insightful remarks. Peace and security do not end at our respective shorelines. Maritime security is not just a regional concern, but a global imperative underpinning international peace as well as economic development and stability. Foreign Minister Asayani, Denmark therefore welcomes this open debate and thanks you and the Kingdom of Bahrain for maintaining the attention of the Security Council to this critical topic. Mr. President, in recent weeks, much of this Council's attention has been dedicated to the worrying situation in the Strait of Hormuz. Denmark has continuously called for the respect for freedom of navigation. This is a cornerstone of international law and is enshrined in the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. The denial of the right of transit passage in the Strait has had dramatic consequences across the globe. In concrete terms, seafarers have been left stranded on vessels for weeks. Regional countries have been unable to exercise their unimpedable right to access the high seas, essential for trade that sustains their daily lives. The poorest across the globe have been hit hardest, now facing a sharp increase in energy costs and lacking access to critical fertilizers, making food insecurity a very real and imminent threat. In light of this, Denmark welcomed and joined the French-British initiative for an international summit of the Strait of Hormuz on 17 April. We reconfirm our readiness to support transit passage through the Strait of Hormuz by strictly defensive multinational mission to protect merchant vessels, reassure commercial shipping operators, and conduct mine clearings operations as soon as conditions permit, following a sustainable ceasefire agreement. Mr. President, in a broader perspective, Denmark's approach to maritime security has been consistent for decades. We were among the first nations in the 1950s that recognized the need for a binding framework for all ocean activities, and were among the first to sign the later and final UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. We did so because we believed that maritime security begins with legal clarity. That belief remains just as firm today. Respect for international law must remain our compass at sea, also in stormy waters. In this context, UNCLOS remain the relevant legal framework that must be respected, implemented, and defended. Mr. President, as we've heard this morning, we also need to recognize and respond to emerging, complex, and growing maritime security threats. Denmark is particularly concerned by the risk that shadow fleets pose that both in our immediate neighborhood, the Baltic Sea and the North Sea, as well as elsewhere in the world, circumventing international sanctions. These old, poorly maintained and insufficiently insured vessels are a huge risk to seafarers, maritime security and navigation, the environment and coastal communities. It is clear that the relevant rules at sea are being deliberately undermined, and Denmark calls for urgent, coordinated international action. More cooperation is required to improve environmental protection, registry integrity, capacity building, and to counter unlawful operations. The IMO's work is essential in ensuring that the necessary measures are taken to close loopholes. Protecting critical undersea infrastructure is equally vital in our interconnected world. Recurring incidents on underwater cables and pipelines, often by flagless vessels or clandestine actors, have undermined the need for a collective response to enhance the protection of this essential infrastructure. Mr. President, in closing, recent events have demonstrated clearly that the challenge we face at sea transcend national borders and demand a coordinated response and sustained attention from this Council. Denmark will continue to support a comprehensive approach to maritime security and work in partnership with other countries to ensure our oceans remain a source of connection and economic prosperity for all, rather than of conflict and insecurity. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Denmark for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Pablo Corno, Minister for Foreign Affairs, International Trade and World of Argentina.
Quiero comenzar felicitando al canciller de Bahrein, señor Abdulatif bin Rashid Al Sayani, por la presidencia del Consejo de Seguridad durante el mes de abril. Agradezco la convocatoria a este debate abierto en un momento que exige claridad, responsabilidad y firmeza. Extiendo también mi reconocimiento al secretario general de la Organización Marítima Internacional y a las delegaciones presentes. Señor presidente, nos reúne una cuestión que excede una coyuntura regional. Cuando una vía marítima estratégica queda bajo amenaza, no solo se altera una ruta comercial, se pone en riesgo un principio esencial del orden internacional. La libertad de navegación es una condición básica para la paz, la estabilidad y la prosperidad entre las naciones. Por eso esta sala tiene un valor singular. La Carta de las Naciones Unidas confirió a este Consejo la responsabilidad primordial de mantener la paz y la seguridad internacionales. Esa responsabilidad no admite ambigüedades cuando un Estado pretende condicionar por la fuerza el normal desenvolvimiento de la comunidad internacional. Como ha señalado el presidente Javier Milei, la política exterior argentina tiene un norte moral definido. Se apoya en la defensa de la vida, la libertad y la prosperidad. En línea con esos principios, la Argentina condena con firmeza las acciones de la República Islámica de Irán. En ese mismo marco, expresamos nuestro pleno respaldo a las acciones emprendidas por los Estados Unidos y por Israel frente a esa amenaza. Señor presidente, la Argentina conoce de primera mano el terrorismo. Lo conoce por los atentados contra la Embajada de Israel y la AMIA. También por el horror del 7 de octubre, donde ciudadanos argentinos fueron asesinados y secuestrados. Nuestra justicia ha atribuido responsabilidad al régimen iraní y sostenemos esa búsqueda de verdad y justicia. Esa convicción se traduce en decisiones concretas. La Argentina acompaña al pueblo de Irán en su aspiración de vivir en libertad. Al mismo tiempo, el Estado argentino avanzó en la declaración de la Guardia Revolucionaria Islámica, la Fuerza Quds, Hezbollah y Hamas como organizaciones terroristas, incluyendo su inscripción en el registro público de personas y entidades vinculadas a actos de terrorismo y su financiamiento. Más recientemente, ha declarado persona no grata al encargado de negocios de Irán en Argentina, quien se retiró de nuestro país dentro de las 48 horas de ser notificado. Frente al terror, la Argentina no es tibia, responde con determinación. Quiero dejarlo expresado con claridad. La Argentina actúa en el escenario internacional con coherencia y sin ambigüedades. Nuestras decisiones no se explican por coyunturas, se sostienen en convicciones profundas que dan dirección y sentido a nuestra política exterior. Esa consistencia es la que guía cada una de nuestras posiciones y que la define el lugar que elegimos ocupar en el mundo. Un lugar que no admite equidistancias frente a quienes amenazan la libertad. Señor presidente, mi país fue uno de los copatrocinadores de la resolución 2817 de este Consejo, que condenó los ataques lanzados por Irán contra Bahrein, Arabia Saudita, Emiratos Árabes Unidos, Jordania, Kuwait, Omán y Qatar, e instó al régimen de Teherán a abstenerse de toda acción que afecte la libre navegación y el tránsito por el estrecho de Hormuz. Es fundamental recordar que, conforme a la Convención de las Naciones Unidas sobre el Derecho del Mar, el derecho de paso en tránsito por los estrechos internacionales forma parte del principio de libertad de navegación en los mares. De allí se desprende con claridad la obligación de Irán de permitir el paso de buques a través del estrecho. El bloqueo del tránsito marítimo por un Estado ribereño constituye una grave violación del derecho internacional. La Argentina condena con firmeza las acciones de Irán sobre el estrecho de Hormuz. Lo hacemos en defensa de nuestros aliados en la región y de toda la comunidad internacional. Por esas rutas circula una porción decisiva del comercio global: energía, alimentos, insumos industriales y materias primas sostienen flujos logísticos de los mercados. Interrumpir ese tránsito genera distorsiones, presiona sobre los precios y pone en riesgo la seguridad energética y alimentaria a escala global. Ese impacto, además, trasciende lo económico. No se trata solo de una disrupción comercial. Es una acción que vulnera la seguridad económica internacional y afecta la libertad de los países de comerciar, producir y prosperar. Alterar el normal funcionamiento de una vía estratégica como el estrecho de Hormuz constituye una conducta ilegal que no puede ser relativizada. La Argentina lo señala con claridad y se posiciona del lado de quienes defienden un orden internacional previsible y basado en reglas. Señor presidente, la seguridad de las vías navegables exige respuestas coordinadas y ancladas en el derecho internacional. Este Consejo debe actuar con determinación. La Argentina acompañará toda iniciativa orientada a resguardar la paz, la libertad, la vida, la prosperidad y la estabilidad internacional. Sepan, señor presidente y estimados colegas, que la Argentina estará presente cada vez que esos principios estén en juego. Estará presente para sostenerlos y para defenderlos. Estará presente para enfrentar con firmeza a quienes pretendan imponer el terror, la intimidación o la ilegalidad como forma de poder. Ese es nuestro compromiso. Ese es el lugar que elegimos ocupar en el mundo, sin dudas, sin concesiones. Muchas gracias.
I thank His Excellency, Mr. Giorno, for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Dhul Qarnain Abdul Rahim, Minister of State of Singapore.
Mr. President, thank you for convening this timely and important debate. I also thank UN Secretary General Guterres, IMO Secretary General Dominguez, and Mr. Charles for their insightful briefings. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of Fiji, Jamaica, Malta, and my own country, Singapore. Our 4 countries played active roles in the negotiation, drafting, and conclusion of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, and remain committed to upholding it as the legal framework within which all activities in the oceans and seas must be carried out. Although it has been more than 30 years since the convention entered into force, we continue to face threats to the navigational rights and freedoms of vessels through international waterways. The global energy and trade crisis stemming from disruptions in and around the Strait of Hormuz has brought these vulnerabilities into sharp relief. In our interconnected global economy, no country has been spared the economic and humanitarian impact of this crisis. In particular, the disruption to supply chains has had an outsized impact on many small island nations and developing states with import-dependent economies. Over time, a crisis like this can also have far-reaching implications for global peace and security, increasing the risk of armed conflict and instability. The unlawful restriction of flows of trade, energy, and critical supplies imposes a cost that we cannot afford. It is therefore in our collective interest to uphold navigational rights and freedoms, to ensure that critical sea lanes remain open, secure, and accessible to all. The Strait of Hormuz is a strait used for international navigation, through which the right of transit passage applies under UNCLOS. This right is also applicable as customary international law, which binds all states, even if they are not parties to UNCLOS. We therefore call on all concerned parties to uphold and respect the right of transit passage, comply with all other applicable obligations under international law, restore safe, continuous, and unimpeded transit passage in the Strait of Hormuz, and ensure the safety of seafarers and ships. International law, and UNCLOS in particular, already provides a comprehensive framework to strengthen maritime safety and security. What is required is the resolve of all states to uphold and apply it. Mr. President, allow me to offer some additional perspectives in my national capacity. Singapore aligns itself with the statement to be made by the Philippines on behalf of ASEAN. As a small island developing state whose lifeline runs through the Straits of Malacca and Singapore, another critical maritime artery for the world economy, Singapore takes a clear and categorical position. Transit passage in the straits used for international navigation is a right under international law and not a discretionary privilege that can be paid for or negotiated. Any erosion of international law in one region of the world inevitably sets a dangerous precedent for all others. The stakes are not theoretical. The Straits of Malacca and Singapore carries about 23.2 million barrels of oil per day, exceeding the 20.9 million barrels per day that used to flow through the Strait of Hormuz. At its narrowest point, the Straits of Malacca and Singapore stretches only two nautical miles in width. If the right of transit passage is not upheld, international navigation in the straits could be completely disrupted. For Singapore and the world, the transit passage regime in UNCLOS is not an abstract question of legal doctrine, but one with real implications for global economic security and international stability. It is for this reason that Singapore strongly supported the declaration adopted by the International Maritime Organization Council on 19th of March 2026, which reaffirms that the exercise of navigational rights and freedoms by merchant and commercial vessels in accordance with international law must be respected. It is clear that we all stand to benefit from the safety and protection of critical waterways. We must work together to this end, and there are opportunities to do so. For example, the traffic separation scheme in the Straits of Malacca and Singapore, adopted by the IMO in 1977 on a joint proposal of Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore, continues to regulate the safe and orderly passage of over 100,000 vessels a year. Building on this foundation, the cooperative mechanism on safety of navigation and environmental protection in the Straits of Malacca and Singapore was established in 2007 as the first practical implementation of Article 43 of UNCLOS, which provides for cooperation between user states and states bordering a strait. It remains an essential platform to keep the straits safe, open, and clean, and includes not only the 3 littoral states, but also user states, the shipping industry, and other stakeholders. The cooperative mechanism reflects the commitment of the 3 littoral states to abide by international law, including UNCLOS, and to work together in consensus on the effective management of the straits. Singapore will continue to contribute to the efforts of the international community to uphold a free and open Strait of Hormuz, support the shipping industry, and ensure the safety of all seafarers. Ultimately, we hope for a diplomatic solution to the ongoing conflict in the Middle East, which will bring lasting peace and stability to our global commons. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Abdul Rahim for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Khalifa bin Shaheen Al-Marar, Minister of State of the United Arab Emirates.
السيد الرئيس معالي الدكتور عبد اللطيف راشد الزياني وزير خارجية مملكة البحرين الشقيقة، في مستهل كلمتي أود أن أتقدم لمعاليكم بالشكر على عقد هذه المناقشة المفتوحة في هذا التوقيت الهام، وأهني مملكة البحرين الشقيقة على ما بذلته من جهود متميزة في رئاستها للمجلس خلال شهر أبريل. والشكر موصول لمعالي الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة أنطونيو غوتيريش، ومعالي الأمين العام للمنظمة البحرية الدولية أرسينيو دوميغيز، وللسيد نيك تشايلز على إحاطتهم القيمة. السيد الرئيس، لقد اتخذ هذا المجلس في الأعوام الأخيرة خطوات هامة في التصدي لعدد من التطورات التي تهدد الأمن البحري، ولعل من أبرزها الجهود التي بذلها مؤخرا في إطار الاعتداءات الإيرانية الغاشمة على دول الخليج والأردن، والتهديدات الناجمة عن عرقلة الجمهورية الإسلامية الإيرانية المتعمدة للملاحة البحرية عبر مضيق هرمز، وذلك من خلال اعتماد القرار 28/17 الذي أدان أي إجراءات أو تهديدات من جانب إيران تهدف إلى إقلاق أو عرقلة أو التدخل في الملاحة البحرية عبر مضيق هرمز، ودعا إيران إلى الامتناع فورا عن مثل هذه الإجراءات والتهديدات، مؤكدا أن عرقلة إيران للمرور العابر أو لحرية الملاحة في مضيق هرمز تشكل تهديدا خطيرا للسلم والأمن الدوليين. وبالمثل فإن القرارات الصادرة مؤخرا عن كل من مجلس المنظمة البحرية الدولية واللجنة القانونية التابعة له ومجلس حقوق الإنسان التابع للأمم المتحدة بشأن أعمال إيران في المضيق تعكس مجددا التفاف المجتمع الدولي حول مطالبة إيران بوقف أعمالها غير المشروعة في مضيق هرمز ومحيطه، وضمان أن يبقى المضيق مفتوحا وأن يكون المرور العابر فيه دون قيود بما يتفق مع القانون الدولي. ومع ذلك تستمر إيران في منع حرية الملاحة عبر المضيق في تحد سافر لهذه القرارات، ولا سيما القرار الملزم الصادر عن هذا المجلس رقم 28/17، حيث تقوم بفرض رسوم غير قانونية على السفن العابرة وتعرقل الملاحة بشكل غير مشروع من خلال شن الهجمات والتهديدات وزرع الألغام، إلى جانب إعاقتها لحق المرور العابر وممارسة التمييز شكلا ومضمونا بين السفن الأجنبية في انتهاك صريح للقانون الدولي، فضلا عن سعيها لتثبيت سيطرتها الدائمة على الملاحة عبر مضيق هرمز. وفي ظل هذا الإكراه الاقتصادي والانتهاكات الصارخة للقانون الدولي، فإن بلادي تحمل إيران المسؤولية وتؤكد بأن إيران ملزمة بتقديم تعويض عن جميع الأضرار الناجمة عن أعمالها غير المشروعة دوليا، بما في ذلك الآثار المترتبة على هذا السلوك في البحر والبيئة البحرية. ونظرا للأهمية الحيوية لهذا المضيق، فإن عواقب إغلاقه بدأت بالفعل تظهر عالميا وستكون عميقة وواسعة النطاق، بما في ذلك أمن الطاقة وسلاسل الإمداد وأمن الغذاء والأسمدة الضرورية للزراعة وبالأخص في دول الجنوب العالمي، والآثار بالغة الخطورة على الاقتصاد الدولي. السيد الرئيس، لا شك بأن السماح لإيران باستخدام هذا المضيق الدولي كأداة ضغط ولتحقيق مكاسب سياسية من شأنه أن يقوض الاستقرار والأمن الذين يتطلبها النظام الدولي والتجارة العالمية التي يعتمد على المجتمع الدولي. وإذا سمح لإيران بالاستمرار في إغلاق المضيق فسيشكل ذلك سابقة خطيرة في شأنها أن تقوض حرية الملاحة في الممرات المائية الدولية الحيوية حول العالم. إن ممارسات إيران تؤكد الحاجة إلى عمل جماعي إلى حل دائم يضمن حرية الملاحة وحق المرور العابر عبر مضيق هرمز بدون شروط وبشكل مستدام. وموقفنا بشأن المضيق راسخ في القانون الدولي، ودولة الإمارات على استعداد للمشاركة في الجهود الرامية إلى ضمان بقاء المضيق مفتوحا والحفاظ على حرية الملاحة وحق المرور العابر فيه. ونطالب إيران بالامتثال الكامل والفوري لقرار مجلس الأمن 28/17، وندعوها إلى وقف جميع الأعمال والتهديدات ضد الملاحة البحرية ولا سيما المرور العابر عبر مضيق هرمز، ونحث المجلس على اتخاذ موقف يضمن ممارسة الدول لهذه الحريات ويردع إيران وانتهاكاتها في هذا الصدد. وشكرا سيد الرئيس.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Al-Marar for the statement. There are still a number of speakers remaining on my list for this meeting. I intend, with the concurrence of members of the Council, to suspend the meeting until 3 p.m. This meeting is suspended.
के योनो नेट बैंकिंग पे कंटिन्यू करने का पावर। न्यू योनो देता है ऑमनी चैनल बैंकिंग का पावर टू एवरी इंडियन। ब्रॉट टू यू बाय SBI, द बैंकर टू एवरी इंडियन।
यही शानदार शाइन इन्हें हमारे घर के लिए भी चाहिए।
अच्छा, इंडिगो प्रीमियम एक्सटी शीन इमर्ज बाहरी दीवारों को दे स्टार जैसी शाइन।
زين
काश एक ऐसा कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट होता जिस पे भरोसा कर सके।
अब काश नहीं, आकाश।
सपना है नीट का हो या जेई का, लाखों परिवारों का भरोसा है आकाश। 37 सालों की कहानी, जेई और नीट में सफलता की निशानी, आकाश।
I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Johan van der Poel.
Mr. President, good afternoon, everybody. Germany aligns itself with the EU statement to be delivered later. Kitchens stay cold because liquid gas doesn't flow. Rice stops to grow because fertilizers can't be applied. Assembly lines stop running because energy has become a scarce resource. This is what happens globally when maritime security is attacked. Mr. President, maritime security is not an abstract concept. It is the very foundation of our interconnected global economy. Every country, whether coastal or landlocked, is directly or indirectly dependent on security maritime routes and free and safe navigation. This creates not only prosperity, but also vulnerability. Disruptions in only one strategic waterway have the potential to affect livelihoods, stability, and economic resilience worldwide. In the Gulf, Iran has created and armed a network of malign militias, destabilizing the whole region. We recount attacks on commercial vessels, kidnapping, and unlawful seizures. Such actions constitute clear violations of international law, including the law of sea, as reflected in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. And so does requesting toll payments. Continued escalation, including missile attacks against civilian targets in the Gulf states, risks further destabilization. The effects go far beyond the Gulf. Already now, the lack of fertilizer will lead to lower than usual rice harvests in Asia. Already now, food prices on markets in Africa are rising because of much higher transportation costs. Already now, humanitarian aid becomes less available for the most vulnerable. This vicious circle has to stop before it is too late and before more people suffer. Iran has to reopen the Strait of Hormuz now. At the same time, Germany supports a UN task force set up to mitigate these risks, as we hope that others can support the UN's crucial and safe life-saving efforts. Mr. President, please allow me now to thank you for the leadership you have shown in the past weeks by tabling 2 resolutions in the Security Council. Resolution 2817 is a crystal clear testament to the global opposition to the reckless actions at hand. Germany regrets that the Security Council was unable to adopt the second draft resolution. Germany is prepared to help ensure the freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz once hostilities have ceased. Our message, in coordination with all our partners, is this: Iran must stop attacking other countries. It must end its nuclear program. The Strait of Hormuz must be open to free and safe maritime traffic to the benefit of all. Thank you so much.
I thank His Excellency, Mr. Vadifol, for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Enrique Ojoa.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Agradecemos la convocatoria a este debate sumamente oportuno ante los esfuerzos diplomáticos para contribuir a la reapertura del Estrecho de Hormuz. Subrayamos la importancia de preservar esta y otras vías estratégicas para garantizar el libre tránsito marítimo y restablecer las condiciones para la gente de mar. Señor presidente, la seguridad marítima debe estar anclada en la prevención, la vigilancia constante, la innovación y el fortalecimiento continuo de la cooperación regional e internacional. Con cerca 2 millones de gente de mar operando más de 100,000 buques mercantes, cuya labor es esencial para el comercio mundial, resulta indispensable garantizar su tránsito en condiciones de seguridad y de bienestar. En el actual contexto bélico, toda referencia a la seguridad marítima debe necesariamente sustentarse en el respeto irrestricto por todas las partes del derecho internacional aplicable, incluido el derecho del mar y el derecho internacional humanitario, observando de manera estricta los principios de necesidad y proporcionalidad, así como las salvaguardas humanitarias correspondientes. En ese sentido, México reafirma la necesidad de respetar el ejercicio de los derechos y libertades de navegación de los buques mercantes y comerciales, mitigar riesgos operacionales para la navegación y salvaguardar la protección del medio ambiente con arreglo al derecho internacional. Cualquier acción o amenaza destinada a cerrar, obstaculizar o dificultar de cualquier otra forma la navegación en los estrechos utilizados para la navegación internacional es simplemente inaceptable. México reitera la importancia del papel que desempeñan los organismos especializados de las Naciones Unidas como espacios idóneos para el análisis técnico de cuestiones transversales, incluidas la seguridad marítima, aérea, alimentaria y de las telecomunicaciones, subrayando al mismo tiempo que los asuntos relativos a la paz y la seguridad internacional deben ser abordados por este Consejo. En los organismos técnicos, México ha promovido enfoques centrados en la protección de la población civil, la facilitación de corredores seguros y la preservación de la libertad de navegación, en consonancia con los imperativos humanitarios y la estabilidad de la economía global, procurando mantener su carácter especializado y evitando la politización de sus mandatos. Señor presidente, México rechaza toda medida coercitiva unilateral que impida que se brinde la asistencia humanitaria, en apego a lo dispuesto por el derecho internacional humanitario por la vía marítima. Este Consejo es el único órgano internacional autorizado para imponer sanciones a los países derivadas de discusiones exhaustivas y de buena fe de conformidad con sus facultades establecidas en la propia Carta de las Naciones Unidas. Finalmente, señor presidente, como Estado ribereño con litorales en 2 océanos y una vocación histórica a favor de la paz y la cooperación marítima internacional, México reitera su compromiso con el trabajo multilateral, inclusivo y basado en el derecho internacional para salvaguardar la seguridad marítima en el Estrecho de Hormuz. La protección marítima es una responsabilidad colectiva y como tal, el Consejo de Seguridad debe asumir su responsabilidad en salvaguardarla. Muchas gracias.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Ochoa for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Joka Saluvara, Permanent Secretary of State of the Ministry for Foreign Affairs of Finland.
President, I have the honor to speak. The Nordic countries are countries with open, globally connected economies deeply reliant on the ocean. The security of our seafarers and maritime infrastructure is of vital importance to us. The law of the sea, as reflected in the UNCLOS, is our legal compass for all activities in the ocean and the seas. In essence, maritime security is about freedom. The freedom of navigation, the freedom from piracy and other illicit activities at sea and beneath it, and the freedom to use the ocean safely and sustainably in accordance with international law. These freedoms are increasingly challenged today. The Nordic countries are concerned over conflicts that affect innocent passage, transit passage, as well as the freedom of navigation, threatening not only maritime security, but also the safety of seafarers. Protection of merchant ships and their crews is a shared concern of flag, port, and coastal states. Multilateral cooperation and information sharing among states are vital to the maintenance of maritime security. The IMO remains the appropriate technical lead for maritime safety and environmental protection. The Security Council, however, bears the primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. When conflicts endanger the security and freedom of navigation, we expect the Council to take prompt action. President, the Strait of Hormuz must be kept open and free for transit. The current situation has far-reaching consequences for the global economy, energy supply, and food security, and especially for people and countries already in vulnerable situations. We call on all parties to engage in diplomacy and to refrain from the use of force. In crises like these, it is crucial that we lower tensions, allow time for negotiations, and let cool-headedness prevail. We stand ready to support efforts that can help ensure navigational rights and freedoms in the Strait, including efforts by the Secretary General and the personal envoy and task force he has designated for this purpose. Such efforts should be informed by close engagement with the Gulf countries. We underline the urgent needs of stranded seafarers and commend the efforts of the International Maritime Organization to enable their evacuation. In Europe, Russia is continuing its hybrid activities in the maritime space. Its shadow fleet and interference of satellite navigation systems have direct impact on our national security. These irresponsible actions have led to a deterioration of the security situation in the Baltic Sea region as a whole. President, while we need to address these urgent threats and challenges, we must not lose sight of the long-term strategic issues linked to maritime affairs, how the health of the ocean will affect future life conditions on this planet. As coastal states of the Baltic Sea, as well as Arctic countries, the Nordic countries are firmly committed to the protection of the ocean and regional seas. We are delighted that the BBNJ agreement on maritime biological diversity of areas beyond natural jurisdiction has entered into force and encourage all states to consider becoming party to this important new instrument of international law. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Salovara for the statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Audra Belavita, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of Lithuania.
Mr. President, Excellencies, at the outset, I would like to thank the Ukrainian President of this timely debate. Lithuania aligns with the EU statement, and I would like to make a statement in my national capacity. Maritime security is inseparable from international peace and security, resilient supply chains, and the rules-based international order. Today, all three are under increasing strain. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has shown that insecurity at sea can produce consequences far beyond the immediate region. Russia's blockade of the Black Sea, attacks against Ukrainian ports, and deliberate weaponization of food exports contributed to a global grain crisis that affected the most vulnerable countries most severely. These were not incidental consequences of war. They were deliberate actions that violated international law and undermined global stability. We are now witnessing another serious disruption by Russia's ally, Iran, in the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most vital maritime corridors. Any interference with freedom of navigation through its waterway is unacceptable. The international community must act with urgency to safeguard safe, orderly, and predictable maritime transit. The freedom of navigation, as reflected in the United Nations Convention on the Law.
I am Adit Pandita, and I'm currently working with PricewaterhouseCoopers India Private Limited. My total work experience is of 5.5 years in strategy consulting and corporate strategy domain. My current educational qualification is of Masters of Engineering. As I didn't have a postgraduate program in management, I was looking for a course which could enhance my softer skill sets, such as financial domain knowledge and other managerial skill set in my consulting field. Hence, I enrolled into SPJMR's Working Executive Program. And I'm pretty confident by the end of this program, I will be able to enhance my managerial skill sets and also leverage it to enhance and excel in my consulting space. Thank you.
By providing demining capabilities. Mr. President, we are also concerned the shadow fleet is still used by certain countries, including the member of the Security Council. To circumvent sanction regimes, they operate under the false flags and violate international maritime law. These vessels pose a significant threat to environment and critical maritime infrastructure. At the same time, this maritime infrastructure, including undersea cables, is being increasingly targeted by hybrid attacks, including sabotage, cyber, and deliberate signal interference. Lithuania calls to address these threats by enhanced information sharing, stronger coordination, and sustained international cooperation. Mr. President, the safety of the maritime domain is a shared responsibility. We must ensure that the seas remain open, secure, and governed by international law. Lithuania remains committed to work with partners to uphold these principles. I thank you.
I thank Her Excellency, Ms. Lepete, for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Marek Stock, State Secretary for Foreign and European Affairs of Slovakia.
Mr. President, Excellencies, good afternoon. I align myself with the statement delivered by the European Union. Mr. President, maritime security is nowadays under severe strain, facing complex challenges with implications for international peace and security. Several geopolitical tensions exist at sea. For a landlocked country like Slovakia, these tensions heavily impact our energy security. With recent interruption of the Druzhba pipeline, any prolonged disruption of maritime routes represent a major strategic challenge. Cyber threats against port infrastructure are growing, as are threats to critical undersea infrastructure. Illegal activities, including piracy and trafficking, remains a major concern, while new technologies such as low-cost drones pose new risks to vessels and civilians' crews. These transnational maritime challenges require a coherent and coordinated multilateral response. La Convention des Nations Unies sur les droits de la mer établit le cadre juridique pour toutes les activités maritimes. À cet égard, nous appelons au respect des droits et des libertés de navigation garantis par la Convention. Monsieur le Président, au-delà de son lourd bilan humain, la guerre au Moyen-Orient a un impact direct sur le transport maritime international. Nous appelons le Conseil de sécurité à traiter activement la situation dans la région élargie du Golfe Persique. Il est essentiel de rétablir pleinement la navigation sûre dans le détroit d'Ormuz, car il n'existe pas de l'alternative immédiate pour acheminer des volumes de produits stratégiques sans cette artère. Nous espérons que les cessez-le-feu actuels seront prolongés et remplacés par de véritables négociations afin de prévenir toute nouvelle escalade ou un blocus physique de détroit qui doit être évité à tout prix. La Slovaquie exprime un soutien clair à ses partenaires du CCG. Nous sommes solidaires de ceux qui sont touchés par les attaques contre les infrastructures énergétiques et civiles et sommes prêts à offrir notre expertise en gestion de l'eau afin d'atténuer l'impact de la guerre sur l'eau et sur le sol une fois le conflit terminé. Nous encourageons en outre le Conseil le Conseil approfondir la coordination avec les partenaires internationaux afin de faire face aux menaces pesant sur la sécurité maritime mondiale. Ce qui importe le plus, c'est la capacité du Conseil de sécurité à exercer efficacement sa responsabilité principale pour parvenir à une paix durable et globale. Nous nous joignons à ceux qui appellent à une plus grande unité au sein du Conseil afin de faire face à l'intensification des conflits mondiaux, y compris au Moyen-Orient, en Ukraine et au Soudan. Monsieur le Président, malgré le fait que la Slovaquie soit un pays sans accès à la mer directe, nous développons et modernisons activement nos infrastructures de transport afin de nous intégrer aux réseaux maritimes régionaux. Les entreprises slovaques sont de plus en plus impliquées dans les commerces maritimes et le transport international. Mon pays a participé aux missions navales de l'Union européenne IRINI et ASPID afin de garantir la liberté de navigation. En outre, nous sommes prêts à participer à la planification préparatoire et à contribuer à la réouverture d'un passage sûr à travers le détroit, conformément aux exigences spécifiques qui pourraient surgir. Le lien entre l'humanité et la mer est profond. Permettez-moi de conclure en soulignant que la mise en œuvre de l'objectif développement durable 14, conserver et exploiter de manière durable les océans, les mers et les ressources marines demeure une priorité et un défi majeur. Monsieur le Président, je vous remercie de votre attention.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Zdok for the statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Marie Cheterdova, Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic.
Mr. President, at the outset, the Czech Republic would like to thank Bahrain for its leadership in bringing this crucial issue to the Council's attention and for its engagement in upholding international peace and security at a time when instability in one region can rapidly translate into serious global consequences. Today's discussion takes place against the backdrop of a difficult security and geopolitical situation marked by heightened tensions and growing risks in the maritime domain. Mr. President, the Czech Republic remains deeply concerned by the situation in the Strait of Hormuz. We recall the continued threat posed by Iran to its neighbors. Developments in this strategically vital waterway have a direct and significant impact on global energy markets, food security, and economic stability worldwide. We welcome the Secretary General's decision to establish a UNOPS-led task force aimed at ensuring humanitarian flows through the Strait of Hormuz. We also welcome ongoing diplomatic efforts and express our readiness to continue close.
और भाई कहाँ गए थे घूमने?
जीके मैक्स।
खाना कहाँ से मंगवाया?
जीके मैक्स। बेस्ट पुट्टी। जेके वॉल मैक्स। बेस्ट पेंट। जेके मैक्स। बाकी सब सवालों का पता नहीं, लेकिन मोस्ट ब्यूटीफुल वॉल्स के लिए सिर्फ जेके मैक्स पेंट्स। खुशियों के रंग।
Coordination and ensure safe navigation contribute meaningfully to de-escalation in and around the Strait of Hormuz. Mr. President, the Czech Republic reaffirms its commitment to freedom of navigation and to the respect for international law, including the law of the sea. Threats in the maritime domain, including the denial of the right of transit passage, endanger the flow of humanitarian assistance. They also disrupt global trade and energy supplies and undermine economic stability well beyond the areas directly affected. In this context, we wish to underscore the growing risks posed by attacks on shipping and by the deliberate targeting of critical maritime infrastructure. Such actions threaten not only commercial activity and humanitarian lifelines, but also the marine environment and the safety of coastal communities. We are also concerned by the growing number of shadow fleet vessels operating outside and in violation of established international rules and standards. These practices undermine maritime safety, pose serious risks, and facilitate the circumvention of sanctions. Building on Bahrain's initiative, our shared ambition should be to ensure that the seas remain a space of cooperation, vital to global stability and economic resilience. In conclusion, the Czech Republic underscores its readiness to cooperate closely with partners in ensuring that these principles, essential to international peace and security, are upheld. I thank you for your attention.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Chetardova for the statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Ana Tinka, State Secretary for Strategic and Global Affairs of Romania.
Mr. President, Romania thanks Bahrain for convening this open debate on maritime security, a topic we have consistently supported. The link between maritime security and international peace and security is undeniable, and upholding international law with UNCLOS at its core must remain a shared priority in all oceans and seas. Unfortunately, we are witnessing a serious deterioration of maritime security worldwide. Recent events in the Strait of Hormuz and earlier in the Black Sea, following Russia's aggression against Ukraine, illustrate this trend. Romania speaks today with the authority of direct experience. For 5 years, we have lived next to a war that continues to affect security and freedom of navigation in the Black Sea. Civilian shipping is threatened by drifting mines, GPS jamming, and repeated violations of neighboring airspace. Over the last days, 3 incidents occurred in Romania involving Russian drones, including one loaded with explosives that crashed into an ordinary household, produced material damages, and caused the evacuation of more than 500 inhabitants. Romania firmly condemns these actions by the Russian Federation, which represent a blatant violation of international law. These incidents show that maritime and airspace insecurity have real consequences for civilian populations. At the same time, we are fully aware that our other regions face equally serious challenges, and Romania has acted responsibly and in solidarity. After the collapse of the Black Sea Grain Initiative, we enabled the safe transit of Ukrainian food exports. Together with Bulgaria and Turkey, we are conducting demining operations, and under the EU strategy for the Black Sea, we are in the process of establishing a maritime security hub to strengthen monitoring and situational awareness in support of freedom of navigation. We support Ukraine's pursuit for a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in line with the UN Charter and remain committed to the resilience of the Republic of Moldova. Mr. President, we express our solidarity with our GCC partners and Jordan. Disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz echo earlier challenges in the Black Sea. We commend the mediation efforts that led to a ceasefire agreement, and the reopening of the strait by Iran to unhindered maritime traffic must be a shared priority. UN Security Council Resolution 2817 should be fully implemented to restore predictability in global energy and food markets. Romania supports de-escalation and coordinated efforts to ensure freedom of navigation, including to the Strait of Hormuz Maritime Freedom of Navigation Initiative. We stand ready to contribute constructively to efforts aimed at easing tensions and achieving sustainable peace. Mr. President, the Council should maintain sustained attention on maritime security. We appreciate the recent work of Bahrain, Greece, and Panama. The UN must continue to promote respect for international law, including the freedoms of navigation and overflight at all times, including during conflict. Unsafe and illicit shipping practices, such as the use of substandard vessels, including Russia's so-called shadow fleet, required coordinated international action. The UN can also foster dialogue on protecting critical maritime infrastructure, including undersea cables and offshore energy platforms. Last but not least, climate change, including rising sea levels, poses additional risks to maritime security. The UN is the natural platform to strengthen cooperation in addressing this challenge, drawing on recent legal developments such as the ICJ advisory opinion. I thank you for your attention.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Tanka for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Oleksandr Moschenko, Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ukraine.
Mr. President, let me thank the Bahrain Presidency for organizing today's important debate. We are also grateful to Secretary General Antonio Guterres and other briefers for their valuable insights. Maritime security is becoming increasingly urgent. Ukraine, as a maritime nation, attaches the highest priority to safety at the sea and remain committed to ensuring secure navigation in its waters. However, Russia's war of aggression has severely undermined maritime security in the Black Sea region and beyond. The Russian Federation continues to impose unlawful restriction of navigation, carry out systematic attacks against port infrastructure and merchant vessels, disrupt maritime safety system, and create persistent threats through the mining of sea areas. As a result, the safety of navigation in the Black Sea remains severely compromised. Only this month, Russia has carried out several deliberate attacks against civilian vessels flying the flags of Liberia and Panama, which were either en route to Ukrainian ports to load grain or were already undergoing cargo operation in berths, as well as against port infrastructure, thereby creating an enormous risk to the life and health of civilian crew and port workers. Furthermore, Russia's aggression has resulted in the illegal use of seaports located in the temporarily occupied territory of Ukraine, which have been lawfully closed and notified to the International Maritime Organization. Foreign flagged vessels continue to unlawfully enter these ports to load and export goods, including Ukrainian agriculture products, in direct violation of international law. Such activities are enabled by the international deactivation of manipulation of the atomic automatic identification system constituting violation of international maritime safety obligation and facilitating the concealment of illegal cargo movement.
सर आपका डीआरएस में तो सक्सेस रेट बहुत ज्यादा है बट प्रेशर में आके गलत डिसीजन लेना तो बहुत कॉमन चीज है
गलती की बात की जाए तो इंसान है हम सब गलतियां करते हैं सबसे बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है ना टू टेक दैट रिस्पांसिबिलिटी
committed to working constructively with all partners to strengthen maritime security, uphold the result-based order of the sea. Ukraine welcomes efforts aimed to de-escalation and the establishment of ceasefire in the Middle East and the Gulf region. A ceasefire is a necessary step towards ending hostilities. It saves lives, prevents destruction, and creates the conditions for diplomacy on delivery results. Ukraine has consistently called for a ceasefire in Russia's ongoing war of aggression against our state and our people, and we equally support silence in the Middle East and the Gulf as a pathway for diplomatic engagement. At the same time, Ukraine expresses serious concern over continuous threats to maritime security in the Strait of Hormuz, attacks of merchant ships, intimidation of crew, and any attempts to disrupt navigation are unacceptable and constitute clear violation of international law, including the principle of freedom of navigation. The situation in the region has global implications. Any threats to stability in the Gulf directly affect international trade, energy security, and the cost of living worldwide. In this context, ensuring freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz is of crucial importance. Ukraine remains committed to working constructively with all partners to strengthen maritime security and uphold the rule-based order of sea. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Moschenko for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Nano Pinheiro Torres, Deputy Minister for Defense Policy of Portugal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me start by thanking Bahrain for convening such a pressing debate and the briefers for their insights. Portugal aligns itself with statement by the EU and wishes to add the following remarks. As a maritime nation, Portugal's sovereignty and our economic and human security is closely tied to the security of our oceans. The sharp escalation in and around the Strait of Hormuz exposed the urgency of sustainable solutions to protect vital waterways. These disruptions are threats to trade and economic stability, which impact food and energy security, affecting disproportionately the most vulnerable, namely developing countries. We welcome the Secretary-General's initiative to establish a task force led by Under-Secretary-General Jorge Moreira da Silva to develop mechanisms designed to meet humanitarian needs in the Strait of Hormuz. By facilitating fertilizer trade, including the movement of related raw materials. Portugal greatly values the role of IMO, which plays a central role in preserving the safety of navigation on strategic shipping routes, upholding maritime rules, navigation rights and freedoms, and ensuring the safety and welfare of seafarers are essential. Portugal will continue to engage diplomatically and to advocate for duly mandated responses to restore normality in the Strait of Hormuz. We urge all parties to choose diplomacy and dialogue and to uphold international law, including international humanitarian law and freedom of navigation. Mr. President, more generally, allow me to highlight three priority areas. First, international law must prevail at sea. The Convention on the Law of the Sea remains the legal foundation for all maritime activities, but implementation must follow. The Convention and relevant Security Council resolutions must translate into cooperation, capacity building, and accountability on the ground. Second, regional cooperation and local ownership are crucial to maritime security. Effective maritime security begins ashore, with strong institutions, trained personnel, real-time coordination, and trusted information sharing among partners. The Atlantic Center, established by Portugal and 28 member states from 3 continents, plays a pivotal role expanding knowledge and implementing multilateral capacity-building projects. Its Atlantic community of interest fosters dialogue among states, international organizations, academia, and industry. Last March, we organized here in New York with the Atlantic Center and the missions of Angola, Gabon, and Uruguay, an event on blue crime. Portugal contributes operationally, namely through EU operations legitimated by this Council's resolutions, from Operation Irini in the Mediterranean to Operation Atalanta off the Horn of Africa. Third, we must address emerging risks. It is essential to ensure also the security of critical maritime infrastructures, including submarine cables, the backbone of our global digital economy. New technologies, including satellite-based services, can enhance maritime awareness and response. Portugal is actively contributing to this effort with the satellite constellation of the Atlantic. Mr. President, we must strategically at UN moving from crisis response to a preventive engagement. This Council must tackle maritime security in a cross-scale, systematic manner, calling for thematic meetings that go beyond incident-based response, and including maritime security in peace operation mandates, particularly in areas where instability at sea and on land are mutually reinforcing. Ensuring that our seas remain open, safe, and governed by the rule of law It is at the heart of our multilateral engagement and of our candidature for the 2027-2028 term of this Council. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Torres for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Matt Theostilt, Assistant Minister for Foreign Affairs and the Trade of Australia.
Thank you, President. This debate comes at a critical time for global maritime security. Navigational rights and freedoms matter for all states and must be respected in accordance with international law. The effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz and Iran's threats and indiscriminate attacks on countries in the region, including against commercial vessels, have caused unprecedented global shocks and placed innocent civilians, including seafarers, at serious risk. Global maritime security is directly linked to global economic stability. All states rely on open sea lanes and waterways for supply chain security. The disruption to maritime transit through the Strait of Hormuz is causing unprecedented shocks to global energy, fertilizer, and petrochemical supplies. A prolonged disruption will have significant and far-reaching human and economic consequences. Around 80% of oil and oil products exports transitioning the Strait of Hormuz were Asia-bound, making the Indo-Pacific highly susceptible to energy supply disruptions. Like Australia, the Pacific imports virtually all of its fuel. Pacific Island countries are acutely vulnerable to oil price fluctuations as they rely on fuel imports for transport and electricity. Shortages threaten essential. Ensure safe and unhindered maritime transit and to safeguard seafarers. President, we renew our calls on Iran to act in accordance with UN Security Council Resolution 2817. Navigational rights and freedoms should never be weaponised. Australia continues to call for the unconditional, unrestricted and immediate reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Finally, we repeat our calls for the ceasefire to be maintained, for talks to resume, and for an end to the conflict. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Thieselwit for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Sok Satana, Senior Minister and Special Envoy for the Prime Minister of Cambodia.
Mr. President, Cambodia commends Bahrain for convening this timely open debate and thanks the briefers for their valuable insight. We align ourselves with the statement delivered by the Philippines on behalf of ASEAN. As a firm proponent of international law and United Nations Charter, Cambodia underscores that safe and secure waterways are essential to international peace and security, to global economic stability, and to sustainable development. Our ratification of UNCLOS and the BBNJ agreement reaffirm our commitment to the rule-based maritime order and the responsible management of ocean resources. Mr. President, in light of growing threat to maritime security, Cambodia highlights three priorities. First, dispute must be resolved peacefully through dialogue and diplomacy. The principle of freedom of navigation, lawful transit passage, and the safety of seafarer, as enshrined in international law, including UNCLOS, must be fully respected. Second, Cambodia stressed the importance of enhanced technical assistance for developing coastal states. Capacity building in maritime law enforcement, port and vessel security, maritime domain awareness, and timely information sharing is essential to address emerging challenges effectively. Third, the Council should adopt a more integrated and preventive approach that strengthens long-term resilience. Such effort must be inclusive, timely, and consistent with international law and the UN Charter. Monsieur le Président, le Cambodge demeure engagé à défendre le droit international, à promouvoir le dialogue pacifique et à renforcer la sécurité maritime, notamment dans la lutte contre la criminalité transnationale. Nous réaffirmons notre attachement à la transparence et à la coopération régionale et accueillons favorablement les navires étrangers amis dans notre base navale modernisée de Riem pour des exercices conjoints, l'assistance humanitaire, les secours en cas de catastrophe et la coopération en matière de lutte contre le terrorisme. Je vous remercie.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Sok for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Richard Arbiter, Political Director and Assistant Deputy Minister of Global Affairs of Canada.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues. Allow me to thank the Kingdom of Bahrain for convening this important debate and indeed for giving all member states an opportunity to participate. The seas and oceans surrounding us connect our societies, our economies, and our ecosystems. As developments in the Strait of Hormuz amply illustrate, threats in the maritime domain have specific local manifestation, but their impacts are global. Canada expresses its full solidarity with the countries of the region who have borne the brunt of Iran's attacks. Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates, and Jordan regarding the impact on global food supply chains, including fertilizer exports. Food security must not be instrumentalized, nor can we allow Iran to turn the Strait of Hormuz into a selective access corridor or toll booth system that would set a dangerous precedent for international navigation rights. Participating in the April 17th Leaders Summit on the Strait of Hormuz convened by France and the United Kingdom, Prime Minister of Canada stressed the importance of international cooperation to protect navigation rights and promote stability for commercial shipping through a defensive framework grounded in international law. Canada is prepared to play its part in such an international approach when conditions permit. We are actively engaged in diplomatic efforts to build the broadest possible consensus to uphold respect for international navigation rights and for the safety of seafarers. Canada has also contributed 23.6 million barrels of oil to the IEA's collective release to stabilize global energy markets. I will now switch to French. C'est avec inquiétude que nous prenons note des conclusions présentées lors de la session extraordinaire du Conseil de la FAO. Les menaces maritimes traditionnelles et émergentes s'étendent à toutes les régions, de la Baltique à la mer Noire, des Caraïbes à la mer Rouge et partout dans l'Indo-Pacifique. Au cours de sa présidence du G7 en 2025, le Canada a fait de la lutte contre ces menaces une priorité absolue, articulée autour de 3 grands axes d'efforts pour plus pertinent que jamais dans le contexte actuel. Premièrement, faire respecter la liberté de navigation et lutter contre les menaces émergentes, notamment en améliorant la coordination pour protéger les infrastructures maritimes et sous-marines essentielles extrêmement vulnérables, un élément vital de l'économie mondiale. Deuxièmement, promouvoir la résilience des chaînes d'approvisionnement et la sûreté du transport maritime, notamment en créant le groupe de travail sur les flottes fantômes afin de perturber et de dissuader les activités des navires de la flotte fantôme qui sont illicites, non sécuritaires ou dangereuses pour l'environnement. Et troisièmement, garantir une gestion durable des ressources maritimes, notamment en renforçant la lutte contre la pêche illicite, non réglementée et non déclarée, qui cause d'énormes coûts économiques et des dommages aux écosystèmes maritimes fragiles. Ce travail exige la coopération d'un vaste groupe interrégional de partenaires et d'organisations régionales et internationales pertinentes. Nous saluons la collaboration du Conseil de sécurité de l'ONU et de tous les partis concernés à l'appui de ces efforts. Je vous remercie. I thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Arbiter for the statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Ayuno Konemitsu, State Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to express Japan's gratitude to Bahrain for taking the initiative to hold this timely meeting. The sea and the oceans connect us and allow us to live and prosper. As reflected in the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, safety of passage must be upheld, and we cannot overemphasize the importance of the maritime legal order now more than ever. I take this opportunity to call for full respect for the rule of law at the sea as a common interest for all humanity that is essential for global peace, stability, and prosperity. Mr. President, the situation in the Strait of Hormuz has served as a potent reminder to the international community that free, open, and stable maritime routes are vitally important for our lives and economic activities. The strait must remain open and safe for international navigation as an international public good and as a crucial foundation for a global trade network, sustaining billions of the population. Japan supported the Security Council Resolution 2817 to underscore that safe and free navigation of merchant and commercial vessels must be respected in accordance with international law. We also welcome the decision made by the IMO Council on March 19th in respect of the establishment of the framework, such as the safe maritime corridors proposed by Japan. We call on the relevant parties to take necessary immediate actions in line with this decision to facilitate the safe evacuation of merchant ships. Furthermore, Japan welcomes the UN initiatives under the leadership of the Secretary General to ensure safe navigation in the Strait of Hormuz, including the appointment of the special envoy and the establishment of the task force in order to meet humanitarian needs. Mr. President, the situation in the Strait of Hormuz should not obscure what is happening in the Indo-Pacific. We remain seriously concerned about the situation in the East China Sea and the South China Sea. We reiterate our strong opposition to any unilateral attempt to change the status quo by force and coalitions, including the repeated obstruction of the freedoms of navigation and overflight, which escalate tensions and undermine regional stability. Japan has been a strong advocate of the concept of free and open Indo-Pacific (FOIP) for the past 10 years, through which we have provided capacity building assistance for countries in need with a view to promoting the rule of law at sea. In this regard, we have been working closely with the UN system to provide capacity building to maritime nations. For example, the Japan Coast Guard and UNODC have cooperated since 2018 to carry out training programs aimed at enhancing maritime law enforcement capabilities. In closing, Japan is determined to closely work together with the UN and the member states to maintain and reinforce the free and open maritime order based on the rule of law to ensure safety of navigation and to foster the stable and prosperous global maritime environment for generations to come. I thank you.
I thank Excellency Ms. Konemitsu for the statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Lee Thi Tong Hang, Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of Vietnam.
Thank you, Mr. President. Vietnam allies itself with a statement to be delivered later on by the representative of the Philippines on behalf of Association Southeast Asian Nation. As a maritime nation with nearly 90% of its trade volume carried by the sea, secure and uninterrupted maritime routes are Vietnam's economic lifeline. We expressed our deep concern over recent development in key maritime choke points, but particularly in the Strait of Hormuz, which are the stark reminder that disruption to strategic water.
जिम में एक्टिंग करता है और फिल्मों में कसरत, यही तो आर्ट है आपका सर, इसलिए तो मैं फैन हूं आपका। फैन बनना है तो हैवेल्स जैसे बनो। ये ऐड है क्या? स्माइल करके ऊपर देख।
बनो अच्छे फैन।
अच्छा फैन की ऐड है।
हैवेल्स फैंस, हवा बदलेगी।
More than 20 Vietnamese vessels with over 200 Vietnamese seafarers remain stranded in the Strait of Hormuz. We call on all parties concerned to ensure their safety and security and create favorable conditions for their safe and swift return, in accordance with relevant international law and applicable international conventions. Vietnam reaffirmed that freedom of navigation and overflight, including safe, continuous, and unimpeded transit passage through straits used for international navigation, must be upheld in accordance with international law as reflected in UNCLOS 1982. UNCLOS provides the comprehensive legal framework within which all activities in the ocean and seas must be carried out. All maritime claims, regulation, and enforcement activities must be consistent with and shall not exceed what is provided for under the Convention. We call on all states to interpret and apply UNCLOS consistently and in good faith without selectivity. Rights and responsibilities must go hand in hand. We underscore that disputes and differences must be resolved by peaceful means in accordance with international law and the Charter of the United Nations, with full respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. History has taught us an important lesson. No lasting peace can be achieved through the threat or use of force. We, therefore, urge all parties concerned to exercise utmost restraint, refrain from unilateral actions that may escalate tension, and engage in meaningful dialogue and diplomacy to build trust and pursue durable solutions. It is Vietnam's view that concerted efforts by the international community are much needed to address maritime security challenges. In this regard, We reaffirm the central role of the Security Council in maintaining international peace and security, including through promoting compliance with international law, supporting diplomacy, and encouraging de-escalating measures to reduce tension in critical waterways. We also recognize the contribution of regional arrangements in line with Chapter 8 of the Charter of the United Nations in fostering dialogue, building trust, and advancing peaceful solutions. At the same time, technical and specialized agencies, particularly the International Maritime Organization, should continue to play a vital role in strengthening maritime safety and security through international standards and practical cooperation. Mr. President, the seas and ocean connected us all. The protection of vital waterways is a collective responsibility. Vietnam stands firm in upholding international law and stands ready to work with all members of the international community to safeguard maritime security for peace, stability, and prosperity for all. I thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Lee for the statement. I wish to remind all speakers to limit their statement to no more than 3 minutes in order to enable the Council to carry out its work expeditiously. The flashing light on the microphone will be prompt speaker to bring their remarks to close after 3 minutes. So I now give the floor to the representative of Austria.
Mr. President, Austria thanks the Kingdom of Bahrain for the organization of today's open debate, and we congratulate you, Jamal, on the presidency of the Security Council. Mr. President, Austria has no direct access to the sea, as might be common knowledge. However, maritime security as a global concern affects all of us, regardless of geography. Every state, coastal or not, is a stakeholder in the security of the world's oceans. 3 points. As a principled position, Austria firmly believes in the centrality of international law on land, in the sky, or at sea. In particular, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, serves as a cornerstone of maritime governance. Its provisions reflect customary international law, which is binding on all states. Only an international order based on international law can guarantee stability and peace. As chair of the group of Friends on the Rule of Law, Austria will continue to advocate for the respect of international norms. Second, we're currently witnessing how disruptions at sea can reverberate across continents, threatening food and energy security, supply chains, and environmental sustainability. The unilateral blockade and restrictions to the freedom of navigation of one of the most important maritime routes, namely the Strait of Hormuz, is leading to very real consequences affecting all of us. It risks pushing the most vulnerable countries to the brink of famine. Any unilateral action restricting the freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz, or for a matter of fact, other international straits, are therefore simply unacceptable. Austria therefore strongly calls for the freedom of navigation through the Strait of Hormuz to be swiftly restored. We welcome the Secretary General's initiative on fertilizer exports as a pragmatic first step. But let us be clear, pragmatic workarounds are not a substitute for the rule of law. Third, a key threat to maritime security is transnational organized crime. Austria pays great importance to combating human trafficking and person smuggling networks. In addition, attacks on merchant vessels lead to interruptions of global trade, and piracy and armed robbery increase the constant danger ship crews have to live in. We advocate for comprehensive and preventive approaches based on strong partnerships. In this context, we also see the need to strengthen international cooperation with regard to the protection of maritime infrastructure. In this regard, we commend the valuable work of many UN agencies, particularly Vienna-based UNODC. Austria stands ready to shoulder its responsibility within these frameworks, as we do in active participation of EU-led missions Medirini on Libya's coast and Operation Aspides in the Red Sea. Mr. President, Austria's candidacy for the Security Council for the term 27-28 is grounded in our commitment to international law, effective multilateralism, and a holistic approach to peace and security. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Austria for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Morocco.
سيدي الرئيس، يسعدني برئاسة مجلس الأمن خلال شهر أبريل 2026 على المبادرة الحاكمة بعقد هذه الجلسة الرفيعة المستوى المخصصة لقضية الأمن البحري، ويعكس هذا الاختيار وعيا استراتيجيا عميقا بما تشهده الممرات البحرية الدولية من تحديات جسيمة تستدعي تضافر إرادة المجتمع الدولي بأسره. كما أود أن أحيي معالي وزير الخارجية الدكتور عبد اللطيف بن راشد الزياني على وجوده معنا وعلى رؤيته الحكيمة وعزمه الراسخ لدين يوجهان مسار هذه الرئاسة. سيدي الرئيس، إن الأمن البحري بات ركيزة محورية في صرح الأمن والسلم الدوليين، إذ ما يزيد على 90% من حركة التجارة العالمية يمر عبر البحار والمحيطات، وأي اعتداء على حرية الملاحة أو أمن الممرات البحرية الدولية إنما هو اعتداء مباشر على اقتصادات الشعوب ومعيشتها. ومن هذا المنطلق يجمعنا اليوم واجب أخلاقي وقانوني صريح، الذود عن سلامة هذه الشرايين الحيوية التي تربط قارة العالم. يدرك المغرب من موقعه الجغرافي الاستثنائي عند ملتقى قارتي إفريقيا وأوروبا، وعلى ضفاف مضيق جبل طارق أحد أكثر الممرات البحرية الاستراتيجية في العالم. ثقل هذا الملف ومسؤولياته، فحرية الملاحة ليست خيارا دبلوماسيا بالنسبة لنا، بل التزام وجودي تمليه علينا الجغرافيا والتاريخ وصون الازدهار المشترك. غير أن المشهد الراهن يدعو إلى القلق البالغ، فتوظيف المضائق والممرات البحرية الدولية ورقة ضغط وأداة ابتزاز، أو ما يعد في أحيان كثيرة تهديدا ضمنيا بإغلاق مضيق هرمز. شريان الطاقة العالمي يمثل سلوكا لا يتوافق مع الالتزامات الدولية وروح المسؤولية التي يمليها ميثاق الأمم المتحدة، إذ لا يحق لأي دولة مهما ادعت من شرعيات أن تحتجز العالم رهينة مسالكه البحرية، فالبحار ملك للبشرية جمعاء وليست أوراق مساومة بين يدي من أثار العداء شعارا لسياسته منذ عقود. وبالإضافة إلى ذلك فإن التهديدات التي تواجهها الملاحة الجوية الدولية في بحر العرب وخليج عدن والبحر الأحمر من خلال ما ترتكبه جماعات مسلحة تعمل وكيلة لدول بعينها، تشكل في مجملها اعتداء صريحا على مبادئ القانون الدولي وميثاق الأمم المتحدة، إذ أن المملكة المغربية تدين بشدة هذه الهجمات التي استهدفت السفن التجارية دون تمييز، وهي هجمات لا يمكن قبولها بأي مسوغ كان ولا يجيزها أي منطق سياسي أو إيديولوجي. إن المجتمع الدولي إذ أضحى أمام المسؤولية التاريخية لا يسمح بأن تتحول الجغرافيا إلى رهينة إيديولوجية، فحين تصبح الممرات أسلحة في يد بعض الدول التي لم تتوانى على مدى عقود عن نهج الزعزعة والتدخل في شؤون الغير ودعم الوكالات المسلحة عبر المنطقة، متجاهلة التزاماتها الدولية ونداءات المجتمع الدولي. سيدي الرئيس، أما على الصعيد العملي فإن المملكة المغربية بحكم موقعها الاستراتيجي تشارك في منظومة التعاون البحري مع شركائها الدوليين لمكافحة التهريب وضمان أمن الممرات محاذية لسواحلها ولسواحل شركائها. وانطلاقا من إيمان المملكة المغربية الراسخ والثابت بأن البحار والمحيطات ليست حواجز تفصل بين الشعوب بل جسور تربطها وفضاءات للتعاون والتضامن والازدهار المشترك، تفضل صاحب الجلالة الملك محمد السادس نصره الله وأيده بإطلاق مبادرتين رياديتين أولهما المبادرة الملكية الأطلسية التي تفتح أمام دول الساحل الإفريقي منفذا إلى المحيط الأطلسي تجسيدا لروح التضامن والاندماج الاقتصادي والتنمية المشتركة، وتحويلا للجغرافيا من عائق إلى فرصة في خدمة شعوب المنطقة. وثانيهما مسار الدول الإفريقية الأطلسية التي يجمع أكثر من 20 دولة ساحلية على الواجهة الأطلسية للقارة الإفريقية، ويجعل من الأمن البحري أحد محاوره الجوهرية. وبهذا يتحول الأطلسي الإفريقي من مجال للهشاشة إلى فضاء للتضامن والأمن المشترك، بما يمليه ذلك من آفاق الاستقرار والتنمية في وجه إفريقيا والعالم. شكرا سيدي الرئيس.
The representative of Morocco for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Diego Martinez Bielo, State Secretary for Foreign and Global Affairs of Spain.
Gracias, presidente. España agradece al Reino de Bahrein la convocatoria de este debate de alto nivel sobre la seguridad y protección de las vías marítimas, bien público global y cuestión central para el mantenimiento de la paz y seguridad internacionales. No quiero dejar pasar la ocasión para reiterar la condena más enérgica de España por los injustificables ataques sufridos por Bahrein y otros países amigos del Golfo y la región cometidos por Irán. El derecho internacional es el pilar esencial sobre el que descansa la convivencia pacífica entre los Estados y, por extensión, la seguridad marítima. Las normas que regulan los espacios marítimos, la libertad de navegación, la protección del medio ambiente y la gestión sostenible de los recursos constituyen un marco que aporta estabilidad y previsibilidad internacionales. Su respeto fortalece la confianza mutua y reduce los riesgos de escalada en un dominio estratégico para el comercio global y la seguridad energética. En un contexto de crecientes tensiones y desafíos transnacionales, defender la vigencia del derecho internacional no es solo una obligación jurídica, sino un compromiso con la paz y seguridad internacionales. Del mismo modo, España reafirma su convicción de que el multilateralismo es la herramienta más eficaz para afrontar los retos que afectan a nuestros mares y océanos. La piratería, el tráfico ilícito, la pesca ilegal o la protección de infraestructuras críticas son amenazas que ningún Estado puede abordar en solitario. Los foros multilaterales permiten coordinar esfuerzos, compartir información, armonizar estándares y generar confianza entre actores diversos. En un momento en el que la cooperación internacional se vuelve más necesaria que nunca, España considera que reforzar estos mecanismos colectivos es fundamental para garantizar mares abiertos, seguros y regidos por normas compartidas. Ante los grandes retos que afectan a nuestros mares y océanos, el respeto del derecho internacional y la cooperación internacional son los únicos instrumentos que pueden garantizar y fortalecer la seguridad marítima. No hay espacio para soluciones unilaterales. España subraya que el derecho internacional es el pilar de la actuación en el ámbito marítimo. Subrayamos la centralidad de los principios universales de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas, entre ellos el principio de resolución pacífica de los conflictos y el de prohibición del uso de la fuerza, también aplicables, por supuesto, al ámbito marítimo. España es un país marítimo con vocación global y nuestra Estrategia Nacional de Seguridad Marítima 2024 sitúa el dominio marítimo como un espacio global de importancia estratégica en un horizonte marcado por una ruptura del sistema internacional, una mayor competición geoestratégica, vulnerabilidades crecientes en cadenas de suministro e infraestructuras submarinas. España es un país comprometido con la gobernanza de la seguridad marítima. Prueba de ello es su contribución a UNAVFOR Atalanta, cuyo mandato incluye proteger buques del Programa Mundial de Alimentos y otros buques vulnerables y disuadir y reprimir la piratería. La operación ha establecido excelentes relaciones en materia de seguridad cooperativa con numerosos países de la región y más allá de ella. Es un ejemplo de las enormes posibilidades de trabajar juntos desde el enfoque multilateral. Ha acumulado un capital extraordinario de experiencias compartidas y de cooperación mutuamente beneficiosa que debemos seguir desarrollando juntos. Este enfoque es también de aplicación en otras regiones. Contribuimos con buques de manera regular en el Golfo de Guinea mediante las presencias marítimas coordinadas de la Unión Europea, que refuerzan la coordinación y la cooperación con los estados costeros, y la arquitectura Yaoundé frente a la criminalidad en el mar. Es una iniciativa del máximo interés para los países costeros que redunda en beneficio de la seguridad de todos. En paralelo, España apoya soluciones sostenibles basadas en la cooperación con todos nuestros socios, así como en la anticipación, integración y resiliencia mediante formación y generación de capacidades de los estados ribereños, mejora de capacidades, incluyendo la portuaria digital y protección ambiental. La Convención de Naciones Unidas sobre el Derecho del Mar de 1982 establece el marco jurídico aplicable a las actividades de los océanos y a la protección de los derechos y libertades de navegación. Este marco jurídico ha de ser respetado. Este Consejo ha reafirmado que el ejercicio de los derechos y libertades de navegación de los buques mercantes y comerciales, conforme al derecho internacional, debe ser respetado y que el tránsito debe continuar sin trabas, como recuerda la resolución 2722 y recientemente la 2817. Resoluciones para las que exigimos un cumplimiento estricto. En este marco, reafirmamos nuestro compromiso con rutas marítimas abiertas, seguras y resilientes. Las amenazas a rutas marítimas críticas producen un impacto directo y sistémico en la seguridad energética y en las cadenas de suministros internacionales, como las de fertilizantes, disrupciones logísticas y obstáculos al acceso humanitario. Asimismo, la reiteración de incidentes aumenta los riesgos de escalada y errores de cálculo, con consecuencias claras para la seguridad económica y la paz internacional. Nuestra estrategia identifica que las estrategias híbridas ocupan un lugar central en el mapa de riesgos, incluyendo la coerción económica, presión por dependencias, ciberataques y campañas de influencia, y que todo ello se manifiesta también en el mar. Por eso, España defiende respuestas con un enfoque integrado. Un componente esencial de ese enfoque es la protección de infraestructuras críticas, incluidas las infraestructuras submarinas críticas. Atendiendo al Plan de Acción Europeo sobre seguridad de los cables submarinos, España subraya su relevancia estratégica y de su exposición a disrupciones y sabotajes en un contexto de amenazas híbridas y cibernéticas. Señor presidente, el multilateralismo y el diálogo entre Estados no es una opción, sino un requisito indispensable para que la comunidad internacional pueda abordar los desafíos globales, entre los que se encuentra el fortalecimiento de la seguridad marítima. España apuesta firmemente por un multilateralismo eficaz, con Naciones Unidas en el centro, incluidas sus agencias como la Organización Marítima Internacional, y con una contribución activa de las organizaciones regionales, incluida la Unión Europea, sumando capacidades y evitando duplicidades. En este contexto, agradecemos la iniciativa del Secretario General para desarrollar un mecanismo que permita el tránsito marítimo seguro, rápido y predecible con fines humanitarios a través del Estrecho de Ormuz, y reiteramos la exigencia de reapertura del estrecho, garantizando un paso libre y seguro conformemente al derecho internacional. Para concluir, en el marco del compromiso de la comunidad internacional con un multilateralismo eficaz y el respeto al derecho internacional, el Consejo de Seguridad puede aportar valor añadido, reafirmando sistemáticamente el derecho internacional, condenando ataques a la navegación y catalizando la coordinación entre marcos internacionales y regionales con un enfoque integrado. Muchas gracias.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Martinez Pireo for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Qatar.
شكرا لكم السيد الرئيس. نهنئ بلدكم الشقيق على رئاسة المجلس لهذا الشهر، كما نرحب بمعالي الدكتور عبد اللطيف الزياني وزير خارجية مملكة البحرين الشقيقة وترأسه الاجتماع صباح اليوم. كما نشكر كل من الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة والأمين العام للمنظمة البحرية الدولية والسيد كبير الزملاء في المعهد الدولي للدراسات الاستراتيجية على إحاطتهم القيمة. السيد الرئيس، ينعقد اجتماعنا اليوم في ظل ظروف بالغة الأهمية، حيث تتزايد التهديدات التي تواجه سلامة الممرات المائية الدولية وحرية الملاحة، والتي تتجاوز التحديات التقليدية، مما يهدد السلم والأمن الدوليين والاقتصاد العالمي، خصوصاً في الممرات البحرية الحيوية مثل مضيق هرمز. وفي هذا السياق تؤكد دولة قطر أن حرية الملاحة تعد مبدأ جوهريا من مبادئ القانون الدولي، بما في ذلك ما نصت عليه اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة لقانون البحار لعام 1982، وتؤكد دولة قطر على أهمية قرار مجلس رقم 552 للعام 1984 الذي أكد على أهمية منطقة الخليج للسلم والأمن الدوليين ودورها الحيوي في استقرار الاقتصاد العالمي. والذي ناشد أيضا جميع الدول بأن تحترم طبقا للقانون الدولي حرية الملاحة في المياه الدولية والطرق البحرية للسفن المتجهة من وإلى جميع موانئ ومنشآت الدول الساحلية التي ليست طرفا في الأعمال العدائية. كما طالب جميع الدول بأن تحترم السلامة الإقليمية للدول التي ليست طرفا في الأعمال العدائية. وبناء على ذلك وفيما يتعلق بالتطورات في مضيق هرمز، تؤكد دولة قطر على أهمية تطبيق قرار مجلس الأمن رقم 2817 والذي قدمته مملكة البحرين نيابة عن دول مجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية والأردن، الذي أدان الهجمات التي شنتها جمهورية إيران الإسلامية على أراضي دولة قطر ودول الخليج العربية والأردن، واعتبرتها خرقا للقانون الدولي وتهديدا خطيرا للسلم والأمن الدولي. كما أكد القرار دعمه للسلامة الإقليمية وسيادة واستقلال دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي والأردن، وأدان القرار أي أعمال أو تهديدات تصدر عن جمهورية إيران الإسلامية بهدف إغلاق مضيق هرمز أو تعطيل الملاحة الدولية فيه. وكما أكد القرار على أن أي محاولة لعرقلة المرور العابر المشروع أو حرية الملاحة في هذه الممرات المائية الدولية يعتبر تهديدا خطيرا للسلم والأمن الدولي. ونؤكد من جديد على أهمية ضمان أمن الممرات البحرية وحرية الملاحة والتجارة الدولية وفقا للقانون الدولي، بما يسهم في الحفاظ على استقرار المنطقة وسلاسل الإمداد العالمية. كما نرحب بجهود الوساطة الجارية التي تقودها جمهورية باكستان الإسلامية وكافة الأطراف التي طلعت بالوساطة والمساعي الحميدة التي أسهمت في التوصل إلى وقف إطلاق نار بين الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وجمهورية إيران الإسلامية. وتؤكد دولة قطر أهمية الالتزام الكامل بإعلان وقف إطلاق النار بما يضمن تثبيت التهدئة وتهيئة الظروف للحوار، بما في ذلك ضمان حرية الملاحة في مضيق هرمز. وختاما السيد الرئيس، تجدد دولة قطر دعمها الثابت لكافة الجهود الدبلوماسية والمساعي السلمية، وتؤكد أن الحوار الجاد والالتزام بمبادئ القانون الدولي وحسن الجوار تمثل الركائز الأساسية لتسوية الأزمات وتجنب تداعياتها الخطيرة، مما يعزز من جهود صيانة السلم والأمن الدوليين، بما في ذلك سلامة وحماية الممرات المائية في المجال البحري وفقا للقانون الدولي وقرارات مجلس الأمن ذات الصلة. شكرا لكم سيد الرئيس.
I thank the representative of Qatar for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Indonesia.
Mr. President, Indonesia aligns itself with the statement to be delivered by the Philippines on behalf of ASEAN. As the world's largest archipelagic state, Indonesia places maritime safety and security at the core of its national policy priorities. Therefore, Indonesia does not consider the current disruption in the Strait of Hormuz as an isolated event. It is the latest in a decade of systemic shocks that have pushed our maritime corridors to the breaking point. From the COVID-19 pandemic, the Black Sea crisis to the Red Sea, our maritime corridors have proven to be far more fragile than we think. Left unchecked, this fragility may become an existential threat to humankind. For Indonesia, the path forward is clear. The law must prevail. We therefore urge the Security Council to uphold its responsibility to restore and reassert safe maritime routes in accordance with international law, including in particular the 1982 UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. Furthermore, Indonesia wishes to highlight three key points. First, international law, and international law. The regime of transit passage under the 1982 UNCLOS must be preserved. Furthermore, as a major contributor of seafarers, Indonesia emphasizes that the International Convention for the Safety of Life at Sea and the IMO standards must be fully upheld. International humanitarian law must also apply. We underscore the importance of its interplay with the law of naval warfare and the law of the sea. Indonesia, with Egypt and the ICRC, is spearheading the global initiative on international humanitarian law through the Naval Warfare Workstream to ensure these frameworks are consistently applied. Second, In the shadow of the current crisis in the Strait of Hormuz, diplomacy is the only viable path. Indonesia calls on all parties to exercise restraint, cease hostilities, and pursue a credible political pathway towards a durable peace. Third, international cooperation and confidence-building measures. We welcome the Secretary General's Task Force for the Strait of Hormuz to ensure unhindered passage for humanitarian assistance and trade, as well as strategic commodities such as fertilizers. In our region, Southeast Asia, the three littoral states, Indonesia, Singapore, and Malaysia, advanced the Malacca Strait Patrol and the cooperative mechanism to safeguard one of the world's most strategic maritime corridors. It is worth bearing in mind that international cooperation always serves as a vital confidence-building measure. We therefore urge all littoral states and key partners to advance such confidence-building measures to ensure sustained stability of maritime routes. Indonesia stands ready to work with all partners. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Indonesia for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Saudi Arabia.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيد الرئيس، أصحاب السعادة، في البداية يسرني أن أعرب عن ترحيبي الحار برئاسة سعادة وزير الخارجية البحريني الدكتور عبد اللطيف الزياني هذه الجلسة، كما نهنئ بعثة مملكة البحرين على توليها رئاسة مجلس الأمن لهذا الشهر، وأشيد بجهود بعثتكم المتميزة في إدارة أعمال المجلس، والتي كان من ضمنها تخصيص هذه الجلسة لمناقشة أمن وسلامة الممرات المائية وسبل تعزيز حماية الملاحة الدولية في وقت استيقظ فيه العالم على أصداء أزمة سياسية واقتصادية وبيئية منقطعة النظير. ولا يفوتني أن أتقدم بالشكر لمعالي الأمين العام وأمين عام المنظمة البحرية الدولية والسيد نيك تشيلدز على إحاطاتهم القيمة. السيد الرئيس، تنعقد هذه الجلسة في ظل ظروف دقيقة وبالغة الدقة، فالتطورات المتسارعة في منطقتنا منطقة الخليج العربي تشهد حالة من النزاع غير المسبوق حول مضيق هرمز الذي يعد شريانا حيويا ليس فقط لدول المنطقة بل للاقتصاد العالمي بأسره. وإن أي تهديد لحرية الملاحة في هذا الممر الاستراتيجي يؤثر بشكل مباشر على استقرار أسواق الطاقة وسلاسل الإمداد العالمية والأمن الاقتصادي الدولي برمته. ولا يفوتني بأن أنوه بالموقف الراسخ الواضح الذي أكدت عليه عشرات الدول اليوم خارج هذه القاعة، إذ أكدت أن أمن الملاحة في مضيق هرمز يجب أن يظل أولوية جماعية ومسؤولية مشتركة تقتضي الالتزام الصارم بقواعد القانون الدولي، وعلى رأسها اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة لقانون البحار، بما يكفل ضمان حرية العبور وعدم تعريضه لأي تهديد أو تعطيل. الحضور الكرام، في الوقت الذي تتفاقم فيه التحديات نأسف لعدم تمكن مجلس الأمن من اعتماد قرار محدد بشأن حماية الملاحة في مضيق هرمز رغم خطورة التهديدات القائمة، الأمر الذي يعكس الحاجة الملحة لتعزيز وحدة المجلس والاطلاع بمسؤوليته في حفظ الأمن والسلم الدوليين، وبما يضمن اتخاذ إجراءات فعالة ورادعة. كما نجدد إدانة أي أعمال أو تهديدات من قبل إيران تهدف إلى عرقلة الملاحة الدولية عبر مضيق هرمز أو تهديد الأمن البحري في باب المندب، والتأكيد على أن المساس بحرية الملاحة يشكل تهديدا خطيرا للسلم والأمن الدوليين، وعلى ضرورة إبقاء مضيق هرمز مفتوحا للملاحة وفقا لاتفاقية الأمم المتحدة لقانون البحار لعام 1982 دون أي قيود. الحضور الكرام، تعرب المملكة عن دعمها لجميع الجهود الدولية والإقليمية الرامية إلى خفض التصعيد ووقف الحرب، وتثمن مساعي الوساطة التي تبذلها الدول الشقيقة والصديقة إلى جانب المبادرات التي تقودها الأمم المتحدة في سبيل التوصل إلى حل سلمي ينهي الأزمة ويجنب المنطقة والعالم مزيدا من التوتر وعدم الاستقرار. كما تؤكد المملكة دعمها الكامل لجهود الوساطة التي تقوم بها جمهورية باكستان الإسلامية للتوصل لاتفاق دائم يحقق الأمن والاستقرار ويعالج جميع القضايا التي تسببت في زعزعة الأمن والاستقرار على مدى عقود، والحوار والدبلوماسية يظلان السبيل الوحيد لتحقيق الأمن والاستقرار المستدامين. وفي هذا الصدد نعيد التأكيد على ضرورة تنفيذ إيران التزاماتها الدولية والامتثال لما ورد في قرار مجلس الأمن 28/17 الذي أدان الهجمات التي تهدد أمن واستقرار المنطقة ودعا إلى حماية الملاحة الدولية وضمان أمن الممرات البحرية. كما نجدد مطالبة المجتمع الدولي وبشكل خاص مجلس الأمن للإدانة الصريحة للهجمات الإيرانية التي تعرضت لها بلادي من هجمات بالصواريخ البالستية وصواريخ كروز منذ بداية الأزمة في المنطقة حتى إعلان وقف إطلاق النار، والتأكيد على احترام سيادة الدول والامتناع عن استخدام القوة أو التهديد بها، واحترام مبدأ حسن الجوار، واتخاذ كل الإجراءات الحازمة لمواجهة الانتهاكات الإيرانية، وضرورة الحفاظ على أمن الممرات المائية خاصة فيما يتعلق بإمداد الطاقة والغذاء. وشكرا السيد الرئيس.
I thank the representative of Saudi Arabia for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Egypt.
سيد الرئيس، نشكر وفد مملكة البحرين على تنظيم هذا النقاش حول موضوع ذي تماس مباشر بمحددات السلم والأمن على المستويين الإقليمي والدولي، إذ أبرزت التطورات الجارية مدى ارتباط الأمن البحري بالأزمات والتوترات الجيوسياسية، وأكدت أهمية التعامل مع مسألة الأمن وحرية الملاحة بالممرات والمضائق البحرية من منظور شامل يعالج جذور الأزمات والتوترات القائمة ويعلي من مقاصد وأهداف ميثاق الأمم المتحدة ويتسق مع مبادئ القانون الدولي. ومن هنا وضعت بنود اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة لقانون البحار نظاماً وإطاراً حاكماً لضمان أمن وحرية الملاحة بالممرات المائية الدولية، يوازن بين المسؤوليات المفروضة على الدول المشاطئة بما في ذلك عدم إعاقة حق المرور العابر للسفن التجارية وفقاً للمادتين 38 و 42 من الاتفاقية، وبين الحقوق المكفولة للدول المشاطئة فيما يتصل باعتماد قوانين وأنظمة تتعلق بتنظيم حركة المرور وفقاً للمادة 41 من الاتفاقية. اتصالاً بما تقدم، تطلع مصر بمسؤولية إدارة والحفاظ على أحد أهم الشرايين التجارية في العالم وهي قناة السويس لخدمة العالم ككل والحفاظ على دور هذا الممر الاستراتيجي كصمام أمان لاستقرار النظام الاقتصادي العالمي. تستمر مصر في القيام بهذا الدور بالاستناد إلى عدد من المبادئ والمحددات والتي تمثل في مجملها الإطار الحاكم لرؤية مصر لملف أمن وحرية الملاحة، وهي: أولاً، قدسية أمن وحرية الملاحة في الممرات المائية الدولية باعتباره التزام ثابت وأصيل لا يتعين المساس به، بما يتوافق مع قواعد القانون الدولي ذات الصلة، وفي مقدمتها اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة لقانون البحار والقواعد العرفية والتعهدية واجبة التطبيق. ثانياً، رفض أي إجراءات أو تهديدات من شأنها عرقلة الملاحة الدولية أو تعطيلها أو تعريض سلامة السفن التجارية والمدنية للخطر، اتصالاً بما تشكله هذه الأعمال من تهديد مباشر للسلم والأمن الدوليين. ثالثاً، وقوع المسؤولية الرئيسية عن الترتيبات الخاصة بالممرات المائية الدولية على عاتق الدول المشاطئة لتلك الممرات وفقاً لأحكام القانون الدولي، مع رفض انخراط الدول غير المشاطئة في الترتيبات أو الإجراءات المتعلقة بتلك الممرات بما يتعارض مع سيادة الدول المشاطئة. رابعاً، ضرورة الحفاظ على الطابع السلمي للممرات البحرية ودورها في دعم استقرار الاقتصاد الدولي والتحسب من التوجهات والمساعي الهادفة إلى عسكرة الممرات الملاحية الدولية أو تدويلها بطريقة تؤثر سلبا على الاستقرار الإقليمي، أخذا في الاعتبار ما قد يسفر عن هذه المساعي من تصعيد التوترات وتقويض الثقة بين الدول، وبما يتعارض مع الغرض الأساسي من اتفاقية قانون البحار في تعزيز استخدام البحار للأغراض السلمية. السيد الرئيس، تعيد مصر التأكيد على أنه أصبح من غير الممكن فصل أمن وحرية الملاحة عن الترتيبات الإقليمية الجيوسياسية المحيطة، وبما بات يتطلب مقاربة أشمل للتعاطي مع هذا الملف بشكل يوازن بين الاعتبارات الاقتصادية والأمنية. اتصالا بذلك، أطلقت مصر في أكتوبر 2025 مبادرة ستريم لتنمية منطقة السويس والبحر الأحمر، باعتبارها رؤية متكاملة لحوكمة البحر الأحمر عبر الربط بين 4 محاور رئيسية تقوم على تعزيز الشراكات الدولية بما في ذلك عبر القطاع الخاص في مجالي الاقتصاد الأزرق وتطوير البنية التحتية البحرية وترسيخ مبدأ الحوكمة الإقليمية للشؤون الاقتصادية والأمنية للممر المائي. ختاما سيد الرئيس، تعيد مصر التأكيد على الاستمرار في دورها كشريك موثوق في تعزيز أمن الملاحة الدولية وتكريس قدسية أمن وحرية الملاحة في الممرات المائية، إيمانا منا بأن تحقيق الاستقرار في الأوضاع الأمنية يخلق بيئة مواتية لحرية الملاحة بالممرات المائية، وبما ينعكس على استدامة شريان التجارة العالمية. وشكرا سيد الرئيس.
I thank the representative of Egypt for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, Mr. President, since 28 February, the United States and the Israeli regime have waged an unwarranted large-scale war of aggression against Iran in flagrant violation of international law and the United Nations Charter, particularly Article 2. Disrupting maritime security and freedom of navigation and threatening regional and international peace and security. The Strait of Hormuz has been increasingly utilized to support military attacks in the region, including the transfer of military equipment intended for hostile action against Iran. This militarization has exposed international shipping to heightened and unprecedented risk of Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz. In the meantime, the United States has continued its internationally wrongful act by imposing maritime blockade, unlawfully seizing Iranian commercial vessels and detaining their crews. These dangerous escalating measures violate international law, breach the UN Charter, constitute the crime of piracy and amount of act of aggression as defined in Article 3 of the General Assembly Resolution 3314. Mr. President, as the principal coastal states which the Strait of Hormuz lies within its territorial seas, Iran has taken necessary and practical measures consistent with international law to address emerging threats for safe and secure navigation, maintain the continuous passage of vessels, and prevent misuse of this vital waterway for hostile or military purposes. These measures are grounded in Iran's right and obligation under the law of the seas and its national laws and regulations, with a view to striking an appropriate balance between the security interests and the coastal states and the continuous safe conduct of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz in a highly volatile environment. These practical measures will be carefully examined in light of the evolving circumstances. Iran is not a party to the 1982 Convention on the Law of the Sea. Accordingly, it is not bound by its treaty-based provisions, except to extend the specific rules reflected therein and universally recognized as customary international law. Lasting stability and security in the Persian Gulf and the wider region can only be achieved through a durable and permanent cessation of aggression against Iran, supplemented by credible guarantees of non-recurrence and full respect for the legitimate sovereign rights and interests of Iran. In conclusion, I categorically reject the allegation made against my country at today's meeting. Claims made by some delegation lack any legal basis. They serve only to divert attention from realities on the ground and the commission of an internationally wrongful act by the United States and its allies. Those delegations have once again exposed the double standards, demonstrating that their concerns for maritime safety and navigation is neither genuine nor consistent with their actions and positions. They assert the navigational rights must not be threatened, but deliberately ignore the United States' unlawful action, including the imposition of maritime blockade and its recent terrorist attack on Iran's commercial vessels, the conduct that bears the hallmarks of piracy and hostage-taking, and act like a pirate and terrorist group. Certain delegations have also misused this council by deviating from the agenda, aligning themselves with the aggressors and raising irrelevant and unrelated issues in the today's discussions. Mr. President, the responsibility for any disruption, obstruction, or other interference with the maritime transport in the Persian Gulf, Gulf of Oman, and the Strait of Hormuz lies directly with the aggressors, the United States and its supporters, whose unlawfully and destabilizing action have heightened tensions and endangered maritime safety and freedom of navigation. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran for this statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Thailand.
Mr. President, Thailand wishes to express our appreciation to the Kingdom of Bahrain for convening this timely and critical debate. My delegation aligns itself with the ASEAN statement to be delivered by the Philippines. Mr. President, disruptions in critical choke points directly endanger seafarers, including the 23 members of the Thai flag vessel Mayuri Nari, while transiting through the Strait of Hormuz. They also pose serious risks to global security, energy markets, and the world economy. These challenges are heightened by recent developments in key waterways, demand a firm and unified response. A rule-based maritime order must be upheld, grounded in international law, including UN Charter and the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, as the foundational legal framework governing all activities at sea. Freedom of navigation, navigational rights, including the right of safe, unimpeded, and continuous transit passage, must be fully respected by all states. At the same time, practical cooperation through information sharing, joint exercises, and capacity building is indeed indispensable in addressing transboundary maritime threats in a timely manner. The Security Council must act with resolve. It must reinforce compliance with international law and call on all parties to exercise utmost restraint. Dialogue and diplomacy must prevail over the use of force. Thailand supports intensified mediation efforts aimed at achieving sustained ceasefires and promoting good faith negotiations to prevent escalation and disruption in critical waterways. In this regard, Mr. President, we welcome the role of the Secretary General's personal envoy in facilitating dialogue and advancing political engagement among relevant parties regarding the situation in the Middle East, as well as the establishment of a task force by the Secretary General to develop a proposed humanitarian technical mechanism for the Strait of Hormuz. Mr. President, maritime security is a central pillar in Thailand's comprehensive security strategy. The protection of vital waterways is not optional. It is a collective responsibility. We must ensure our oceans remain open, secure, and governed by the rule of law. Thailand remains committed to advancing this objective through multilateral frameworks, including the International Maritime Organization and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, as well as through ASEAN-led mechanisms. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Thailand for the statement. I now give the floor to Mr. Marcel Deveng, Director General for Political Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of the Netherlands.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Benelux countries, Belgium, Luxembourg, and my own country, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, thank the Kingdom of Bahrain for convening this open debate on maritime security. Earlier this month, in The Hague, the International Court of Justice commemorated the 80th anniversary. And marking the moment was not only an opportunity to express support to the court, it was also a strong reminder of the importance of the rules that underpin our shared international order, especially in these challenging times. Let me highlight 3 elements that are, in our view, essential when it comes to maritime security. First, freedom of navigation and the right of passage cannot be compromised. These principles apply universally to all maritime routes from the North Sea to the Indo-Pacific. They are indispensable for global trade and energy security. Recent disruptions, including the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and earlier attacks on the international shipping by the Houthis in the Red Sea, demonstrate that it is both urgent and imperative that actions that could endanger safe passage or escalate instability must be avoided at all costs. We need de-escalation, an end to hostilities, and respect for international law. Second, UNCLOS, as the overarching legal framework for the regulation of all activities at sea, guides responsible conduct at sea. And we call on all states to acting in accordance with these rules and to resolve differences through dialogue and legal mechanisms, ensuring stability across all regions. Commitments to the implementations of the provisions of UNCLOS in national legislation is important in order to strengthen maritime stability and security. Third is the protection of critical maritime infrastructure. Sea cables and energy pipelines are essential to the global economy and highly vulnerable to disruption. Implementing UNCLOS and strengthening cooperation across regions is crucial to mitigate risks and enhance resilience in this regard. We also stress the importance of upholding sanctions regimes. Vessels violating sanctions regimes, including UNSCR mandated sanctions against DPRK, as well as EU sanctions against Russia, often practice irregular and high-risk shipping practices as outlined by the International Maritime Organization. This poses risks to environmental and maritime safety and security. Efforts to evade sanctions undermine collective commitments and should be addressed with vigilance and cooperation. And we remain firmly committed to the International Maritime Organization. All seas must remain open, secure, and governed by law. UNCLOS should remain our compass, and we reaffirm our commitment to a rules-based international order, ensuring that maritime domains remains a source of connection and prosperity. We stand ready to contribute to defensive operations as part of a broad coalition and according to our respective capabilities once a sustainable ceasefire is in place and within a clear international framework. I thank you.
I thank Mr. Deveng for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Timor-Leste.
Mr. President, Timor-Leste warmly congratulates the Kingdom of Bahrain on its assumption of the presidency of the Security Council for April. We recommend its leadership in convening this timely debate and thank the Secretary General and all briefers for their valuable insights. We align our statement to be delivered by the Philippines on behalf of ASEAN. As a small island developing state, Timor-Leste views maritime security as a matter of national survival. Our exclusive economic zone, vast in comparison to our land territory, sustains our food systems, supports our economy, and anchors our future. The ocean is not merely our geography, it is our lifeline. For countries like ours, disruptions to maritime supply chains are not distant shocks. They are immediate and deeply human. When shipping routes are destabilized or access to maritime passage is restricted, the consequences are felt first and most severely by the most vulnerable. A rise in the cost of essential goods is not a statistic. It is a family forced to choose between food, fuel, and education. These pressures reverberate across societies, eroding resilience and deepening inequality. This reality underscores a fundamental point. Maritime security is inseparable from human security. When sea lanes are disrupted, whether by conflict, coercive measures, or unlawful interference, the effects extend far beyond individual incidents, undermining economic stability and social cohesion on a global scale. Mr. President, recent developments in key maritime corridors, such as in the Strait of Hormuz, have demonstrated how fragile the stability of global supply chains can be. Actions that impede lawful navigation include blockages, coercive restrictions, and attacks on commercial vessels, not only threaten international peace and security, but also risk normalizing practices that erode the integrity of international law. In this regard, Timor-Leste reaffirmed the centrality of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea as the legal framework governing all maritime activities. Freedom of navigation and transit passage must be upheld fully and without discrimination. These are not negotiable principles. They are foundational to a stable and predictable international order. Failure to uphold these norms risks setting dangerous precedents. If left unaddressed, such actions might contribute to the fragmentation of the global maritime domain, with disproportionate consequences for small and developing states that depend on open and secure sea lanes. Mr. President, addressing these challenges requires a coherent and action-oriented response from this Council. First, this Council should strengthen its support for capacity-building initiatives that enable developing states to enhance maritime domain awareness, surveillance, and enforcement. Without such capacity, many states remain unable to effectively safeguard their own waters. Second, the Council should reinforce the protection of critical maritime routes, including the Strait of
This crucial topic is indeed timely and appropriate. It is contextual to highlight that the first ever open debate on the theme, Enhancing Maritime Security, a case for international cooperation, under the item Maintenance of International Security, a case for international cooperation, under the item Maintenance of International Peace and Security, was convened by India during its UNSC presidency in August 2021 that paved the way to address maritime security in a holistic manner. Mr. President, India is committed to promoting a free, open and rules-based maritime order in accordance with the principles of UNCLOS. In this regard, India supports adherence to international law, especially the United Nations Convention on the Laws of the Sea, as the foundation for maintaining freedom of navigation, while emphasizing unimpeded lawful commerce. Since the major share of global energy supplies and international trade is carried out through international waterways, any threat to critical waterways in the maritime domain has serious implications for international peace and security and global trade. As a major trading nation, India strongly deplores the recent targeting of commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz and the endangerment of innocent civilian crew members. Such actions have resulted in the tragic loss of precious lives of Indian seafarers and are unacceptable. India reiterates that freedom of navigation and global commerce through the Strait of Hormuz must be fully respected in accordance with international law and urges that safe and unimpeded maritime passage be restored at the earliest. Mr. President, the main concerns to be immediately addressed are safety of navigation, continuance of supply chains with specific emphasis on humanitarian supply chains, enhancement of maritime situational awareness, and facilitating communication for the seafarers, whether directly or indirectly. As a responsible maritime power, India has the honor of submitting certain recommendations to alleviate the situation and contribute to the safety of waterways and seafarers. First, India's Directorate General of Shipping has set up a 24/7 helpline for seafarers irrespective of nationality. As on date, we have received close to 7,500 calls and more than 15,000 emails. Second, as brought out in the updated IMO best management practices, we suggest consideration of the member states to increase reporting to the Information Fusion Center, Indian Ocean Region, what is called as the IFC-IOR, located in India, which could assist in enabling safe navigation, indirect communication of seafarers' situation, and explore avenues for maintaining humanitarian supply chains. It may be relevant to note that there are several international liaison officers in the IFC-IOR, and among them, they represent 36 countries, including the first multilateral IMO Djibouti Code of Conduct, ILO, representing 22 states. Therefore, coordination with this center could accrue significant benefits. Third, we further note with concern the grave risk of maritime pollution arising from attacks on commercial vessels in these waters. In this context, the role of IFC-IOR assumes greater importance and should be further promoted by its inclusion in the IMO MSC Resolution 324/89 for effective maritime domain awareness, environmental monitoring, and coordination with other significant information sharing centers. Mr. President, as a leading seafaring nation committed to global maritime safety and security, India would be honored to receive the consideration of the member states on our recommendations that may contribute to UN and IMO's specific mandates in these trying circumstances and beyond. In conclusion, India sees maritime security and the protection of waterways as essential to global security and economic prosperity. Being among the top 3 seafarer supplying nations, contributing approximately 13% of the global seafaring workforce, India remains deeply concerned about the safety and welfare of its seafarers. Any disruption, obstruction, or purported closure of vital waterways has direct consequences for global economy, energy, and humanitarian supply chains. The safety and welfare of seafarers, the security of international shipping, energy supply chains that sustain nations, and humanitarian supply chains that ensure survival and welfare of seafarers must remain paramount. India aims to maintain secure waterways for the long-term global peace and inclusive growth. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of India for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Bulgaria.
Thank you, Chair. Bulgaria aligns itself with the statement to be delivered by the European Union and wishes to make the following points in national capacity. Bulgaria highly values Bahrain's initiative to hold this timely UN Security Council open debate and supports its effort to build on Resolution 2817, co-sponsored by 136 member states, including Bulgaria. Today's debate is an opportunity to reaffirm solidarity with regional partners facing direct consequences from the military escalation in the Middle East. We are deeply concerned by recent development in the Middle East. We welcome the continuing ceasefires between the US and Iran and between Israel and Lebanon as necessary steps toward permanent agreements. We commend all facilitation efforts and urge full respect for the ceasefires across the region. Bulgaria condemns growing threats to maritime security, including violations of international law, obstruction of commercial shipping, attacks on civilian vessels, and using maritime spaces for geopolitical pressure. The situation in the Strait of Hormuz is becoming a global security and economic crisis, with maritime traffic nearly paralyzed, leading to declining trade, food insecurity, rising inflation with surging coal prices and slower growth, global growth, affecting people worldwide, especially the most vulnerable. The closure of the Strait of Hormuz has clearly demonstrated that disruptions to maritime navigation is one waterway have far-reaching implications for supply chains, the normal functioning of the global economy, and the integrity of the energy and digital connectivity maritime structure. A potential blockade by the Houthis and of the Bab al-Mandeb Strait would further harm the global economy and energy security and must be prevented. Especially stepping up to counter shadow fleet sanctions evasion and prevent related security and environmental risks remain a key priority. Attacks on civilian infrastructure and commercial shipping, along with possible miscalculations, pose serious risk to the environment and civilians. All diplomatic channels should be used in a coordinated manner to fully reopen the strait, with no tolls or shipping restrictions. Bulgaria supports all initiatives to normalize maritime traffic through the Strait of Hormuz and commends the UK and France for their efforts to mobilize international partners towards diplomatic and effective solutions for the safe passage through the strait. Bulgaria believes respect for international law is a non-negotiable prerequisite for lasting peace and calls for strict compliance with the UNCLOS as the legal framework for the ocean activities. We demand an immediate end to illegal restrictions and full restoration of freedom of navigation as enshrined in Article 87 of UNCLOS. We also recall that the right of transit passage through international transit straits is crucial for maritime security and connectivity and should not unilaterally be suspended or impeded. As a strong advocate for international law for maritime security, Bulgaria also values related political commitment. As a Black Sea coastal state, we prioritize the swift and effective implementation of the EU strategic approach to the Black Sea. Our active role will be key to strengthening maritime and environmental security and ensuring freedom of navigation in a waterway vital for Europe-Asia connectivity. In closing, I would like to underscore the importance of safeguarding the freedom and safety of navigation and to stress the need for coherent multilateral and regional approaches to address the wide-ranging peace and security threats in the maritime domain. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Bulgaria for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the 11 member states of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. ASEAN welcomes the convening of this open debate. Threats to maritime security, including threats to maritime navigation on critical waterways, attacks on vessels, interference with lawful activities, and risks to seafarers have far-reaching implications for international peace and security and for the stability of global trade, energy flows, and supply chains. Recent developments in key maritime choke points underscore the need to safeguard navigational rights and freedoms. ASEAN calls for the maintenance of safe, unimpeded, and continuous transit passage through straits used for international navigation, in accordance with international law, including the 1982 UNCLOS, the legal framework within which all activities in the oceans and seas must be carried out. We urge all parties to exercise utmost restraint and pursue peaceful resolution through dialogue and diplomacy. We call on all parties to ensure the safety of seafarers, noting that ASEAN member states provide a significant portion of the global maritime workforce. The safety of seafarers cannot be sidelined. It is essential that all parties safeguard crews and ships by fully implementing IMO standards and the SOLAS Convention. ASEAN reaffirms the UN Charter and relevant UNSC resolutions remain as the foundation for maintaining international peace and security. In this regard, the Security Council plays an important role in reinforcing the need to uphold international law and safeguarding international navigational rights and freedoms. The Council needs to promote compliance with international legal frameworks, support preventive diplomacy, and encourage confidence-building measures that reduce tensions in critical waterways. Engagement with regional organizations, in line with Chapter 8 of the Charter, should be strengthened. ASEAN underscores that the Council's approach should remain principled, balanced, and focused on de-escalation, recognizing maritime security as a shared common interest. Sustainable solutions must be anchored in the peaceful settlement of disputes, respect for sovereignty and sovereign rights, and adherence to international law, including UNCLOS. Continued efforts remain essential to maintaining stability in key maritime domains. Ultimately, the protection of vital waterways is a collective responsibility. As consistently emphasized in ASEAN statements, including recent calls for de-escalation, diplomacy remains the most viable pathway for stability across regions. Sustained cooperation and a shared commitment to international law, including the UN Charter, will be essential to ensuring that maritime domains remain peaceful, stable, and secure. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Philippines for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. President. Brazil congratulates Bahrain for chairing the Council this month and for convening this timely debate. We also thank the briefers for their valuable insights. Mr. President, this is the third open debate on maritime security held by the Security Council in less than 1 year. It is a clear indication of the critical importance of safeguarding the maritime domain and its vital role in global economic activity, exemplifying the deep interconnection between geoeconomic issues and the maintenance of international peace and security. Ensuring a safe and open maritime space based on international law, with the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea at its center, is a core national interest for Brazil. All countries should observe the principles enshrined in this convention, which constitute customary law as well. In previous occasions, Brazil has expressed concern about the many issues affecting maritime security, including piracy, transnational crime, arms and narcotics trafficking, extrajudicial killings, and other illegal activities. We also emphasized the importance of strengthening international cooperation to address these challenges and promote a safe and peaceful maritime environment accessible to all nations. More than ever, these considerations remain valid. Our aim continues to be to ensure a peaceful maritime environment. The impacts of the ongoing conflicts in the Middle East on the maritime domain are deeply troubling. The escalation in the Gulf following the attacks by the United States and Israel against Iran has led not only to a dangerous regional crisis, which has already claimed the lives of thousands of civilians, but also to a global shock with the disruption of maritime traffic through the Strait of Hormuz at its center. The negative impacts can already be felt across the globe. All peoples who neither chose nor supported this war are paying the price. We are particularly alarmed by the repercussions of this disruption on energy and food markets. The UN Food and Agriculture Organization has warned about the impacts of this conflict on energy and fertilizer trade and on food security. To have a conflict compromising this vital trade route and threatening the integrity of commercial vessels is unacceptable. Mr. President, freedom of navigation is a core principle of international law that all countries must respect. We echo the Secretary General's call for a permanent cessation of hostilities in the Middle East and the opening of the Strait of Hormuz. We also take this opportunity to express our support for the UN Task Force, which is developing a mechanism to address humanitarian needs in face of the Strait of Hormuz crisis. Brazil reiterates its commitment with maritime security governed by law and cooperation. In this context, we believe that the principles and values of the South Atlantic Peace and Cooperation Zone, ZOPACAS, which establishes the South Atlantic as a zone of peace, free from weapons of mass destruction and preserved from foreign geopolitical disputes, send a relevant message and example to today's world. These principles were reiterated in the Rio de Janeiro Declaration, issued at the beginning of the month, marking ZOPACA's 40th anniversary and the start of Brazil's presidency of the group. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Brazil for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Nigeria.
Mr. President, Nigeria congratulates your delegation on assuming the presidency of the Council and thank you for convening this vital open debate. We meet today against the backdrop of widening global maritime crisis, where international waterways are increasingly under siege, from the strategic checkpoints of the Middle East to the vital corridors of the Gulf of Guinea. The recent disruptions and blockades in critical straits have sent shockwaves through the global economy, driving oil prices in record high and causing a spike in the cost of essential fertilizers and food commodities. For developing countries like Nigeria, these are not just economic numbers. They represent a direct depletion of national reserves and a threat to the livelihoods of millions. It is troubling that the maritime domain is now a theater for hybrid warfare. The transition from traditional piracy to sophisticated cyber attacks on port logistics and maritime digital infrastructure has introduced a layer of vulnerability that can paralyze regions' trade in ours. In our own region, while Nigeria, in collaboration with partners and countries, has successfully reduced piracy incidents through the Deep Blue Sea, the persistence of illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing continues to rob the African continent of over $10 billion annually, undermining our blue economy and fueling local instability. Our experience has shown that national efforts are most effective when nested with robust international frameworks. Nigeria remains a staunch advocate for the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, as the legal constitution of our oceans. We also highly value our collaborative partnership with UNODC and international maritime organizations whose technical assistance has been instrumental in enhancing our maritime domain awareness. Mr. President, to strengthen the protection of international waterways, Nigeria wishes to highlight 3 areas for enhanced cooperation. First, zero tolerance to unlawful blockades. The Council must reinforce the principle of freedom of navigation. Any deliberate disruption of international shipping lanes for political leverage must be met with a united and swift international response to protect global food and energy security. Second, sustaining regional architecture. We call for deeper coordination between the UN and regional mechanisms like the Yaoundé architecture. The success of the Yaoundé architecture proves that regional ownership works. However, to mitigate evolving threats of 2026, it is essential that the international community provides predictable and sustainable support, institutionalized financing for regional maritime security centers to help coastal states mitigate threats before they escalate into global crisis. Third, resilience against hybrid threats. The Council must lead in developing norms to protect submarines, cables, and maritime digital infrastructure from cyber interference. We advocate for shared protocols to ensure that the digitalization of shipping does not become a backdoor for malicious actors. In conclusion, Mr. President, Nigeria believes that a secure maritime domain is a shared responsibility. We must move toward a more integrated UN response that links maritime security with sustainable development. Nigeria remains ready to collaborate with this Council and all partners to ensure our waterways remain conduits for peace rather than theaters of conflict. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Nigeria for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Italy.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies. Italy aligns itself to the statement to be delivered by the European Union and would like to add some further remarks in its national capacity. Let me start by quoting the Secretary General Antonio Guterres, stressing that, and I quote, "Without maritime security, there can be no global security," end of quote. It is essential for the Security Council to maintain a focus on the increasing threats to maritime security and freedom of navigation. In this spirit, we commend the presidency for convening today's timely debate. Maritime threats such as piracy, terrorism, and various illicit activities, including migrant smuggling and the trafficking of arms and drugs, have wide-ranging implications for security, the economy, and the environment. Furthermore, today we are witnessing practices that weaken the very principle of freedom of navigation, putting it under enormous stress. To stop and reverse this worrying spiral, we need to act collectively in some key aspects. First, we must abide by international law. We take this opportunity to recall that UNCLOS is the legal framework within which all activities at sea must be carried out. States have the primary responsibility to comply and to ensure compliance with the obligations contained therein, including those related to maritime security. Second, we must reaffirm the importance of the Security Council role in addressing maritime security in an integrated manner and across different regions. Building on the legal foundation provided by the UNCLOS and other key conventions, such as the Convention for the Suppression of Unlawful Acts against the Safety of Maritime Navigation, the Security Council can offer guidance to resolve any disputes or disagreements with regard to maritime security in accordance with the Charter of the UN. Third, every member state must do its part to translate the Security Council's recommendation into concrete actions. Italy has been supporting international efforts against transnational organized crime at sea and shared best practices for preventing and combating terrorism and to safeguard the security and well-being of seafarers while working closely with regional and sub-regional organizations. Within G7 plus Friends of the Gulf of Guinea Group, we support the development of the regulatory and capacity building framework of the countries and the regional institutions that are part of the Yaoundé architecture and contribute to the maritime security in the region through the periodic presence of units of the Italian Navy. In the Red Sea region, Italy is actively engaged in Operation Aspides, working to protect vital shipping lanes in accordance with UNCLOS and the UN Security Council Resolution 2722. In the same vein, we welcome a multilateral approach to ensure maritime security and freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz, where unilateral actions such as the unlawful application of a toll system threaten safe and free navigation, as well as the right of a transit passage. Disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz have direct implications for the security of maritime routes, global energy supply, and food security. Italy supports all negotiated solutions aimed at ensuring stability in the region and stands ready to contribute to efforts to safeguard the freedom of navigation and to preserve the stability of global markets. We believe that any international mission should be strictly defensive in nature, coordinated with regional and international partners, and deployed only once hostilities have ceased. Italy reiterates its solidarity towards the Gulf countries affected by unacceptable retaliatory strikes. Italy will remain steadfast in its commitment to upholding freedom of navigation globally and reinforcing the law of the sea. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Italy for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Cuba.
Gracias, señor presidente. Señor presidente, la seguridad marítima es una cuestión crucial. Cualquier amenaza en este ámbito tiene repercusiones globales, especialmente para los países en desarrollo y, en particular, para los que, como Cuba, son pequeños estados insulares en desarrollo. Nuestro país conoce el impacto negativo de las acciones de Estados Unidos que restringen el transporte marítimo. La orden ejecutiva del presidente Donald Trump del 29 de enero del presente año obstaculiza los suministros de combustible a Cuba con el propósito de aumentar el castigo colectivo a los cubanos, para provocar descontento en la población y el declarado objetivo de derrocar al gobierno. El cerco energético intimida, presiona y extorsiona a quienes comercian soberanamente con Cuba, en tanto contempla amenazas de sanciones a terceros países y a compañías extranjeras. Reiteramos la condena a los actos de piratería y terrorismo contra buques petroleros y su tripulación cometidos por fuerzas de Estados Unidos en el Mar Caribe, que violan el derecho internacional, el derecho marítimo y la libertad de navegación y comercio y amenazan la seguridad marítima. Las recientes acciones del gobierno de los Estados Unidos, con marcado carácter extraterritorial, se suman a sus medidas extremas de guerra económica impuestas contra Cuba desde el año 2019, diseñadas para impedir todo suministro de combustible a nuestro país mediante sanciones e intimidación a los productores y proveedores, transportistas y aseguradoras. Cuba tiene pleno derecho a comerciar combustible con cualquier país, sin amenazas, sin trabas, condiciones ni cuestionamientos a la prerrogativa soberana de cada Estado de exportar combustible y desarrollar relaciones comerciales con Cuba en virtud de las normas que guían el libre comercio sin la interferencia de una potencia ajena. El bloqueo económico, comercial y financiero impuesto por el gobierno de Estados Unidos contra Cuba afecta la libertad de comercio y navegación, no solo de nuestro país, sino también de otros estados, socava su soberanía y coarta el progreso económico y las aspiraciones de desarrollo sostenible en flagrante violación del derecho internacional. La ley Torricelli, que forma parte del entramado de leyes y regulaciones que sustenta el bloqueo, dispone sanciones contra los barcos que entren a puertos cubanos, prohibiéndoles tocar puertos de Estados Unidos en los siguientes 180 días. Estas restricciones dificultan la obtención de ofertas de operaciones de buques y generan tarifas más elevadas para las operaciones portuarias cubanas. Señor presidente, la grave escalada en el Oriente Medio, provocada por la agresión militar de Estados Unidos e Israel contra Irán, también ha traído consigo nuevos riesgos para la seguridad marítima. Esta guerra que se le impuso a la región es resultado de conocidos intereses de dominación que han puesto en peligro en más de una ocasión la paz, la seguridad y la estabilidad regional e internacional. Urgen esfuerzos para detener la agresión y poner fin a sus consecuencias, incluyendo a las afectaciones que ha provocado en todos los estados en Oriente Medio. Reiteramos nuestro llamado al respeto a la soberanía nacional, la integridad territorial y la seguridad de todas las naciones de la región y a preservar el principio de buena vecindad, la moderación y el diálogo. Señor presidente, la comunidad internacional debe actuar con determinación y urgencia para detener la proliferación de conflictos, la coerción en las relaciones internacionales, la recurrente amenaza y el uso indiscriminado de la fuerza y la aplicación de la aberrante doctrina que proclama la supuesta búsqueda de la paz a través de la fuerza. Destacamos el relevante papel de la Organización Marítima Internacional en la promoción de la seguridad de la navegación, de la que Cuba es Estado miembro y a la que concede especial importancia por sus esfuerzos para desarrollar el transporte marítimo. Concluyo reiterando el llamado de Cuba a promover la cooperación internacional y los esfuerzos colectivos para abordar los desafíos comunes en materia de paz y seguridad internacionales y para garantizar un entorno marítimo seguro y sostenible sobre la base del respeto al derecho internacional, incluyendo la Convención de las Naciones Unidas sobre el Derecho del Mar. Muchas gracias.
I thank the representative of Cuba for the statement. I give the floor now to the representative of New Zealand.
President, maritime routes are critical enablers in our interconnected world. The fundamental navigational rights and freedoms that underpin are cornerstones of our collective security and prosperity, rules which benefit every country. These rights have been violated. The current crisis is a stark reminder of the grave security and economic impacts that result when international law is ignored and freedom of navigation is impeded. This Council must not only be seized of the international and peace and security dimensions of these issues, but also take action. New Zealand condemns in the strongest terms Iran's indiscriminate attacks on vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz. We reject Iran's interference with unimpeded transit passage guaranteed under international law. Iran's actions are having profound impacts across the globe. We are deeply concerned about the impacts in the Indo-Pacific, where the stability of global supply routes is essential. In the Pacific, supply chain disruptions are having a significant and adverse impact on vulnerable Pacific economies. President, you have asked what frameworks could be strengthened and what role this Council can play. We already have a strong legal framework in place. Unimpeded navigation through international straits is one of the most fundamental principles of international law. All vessels and aircraft enjoy the right of unimpeded transit passage through straits used for international navigation, including the Strait of Hormuz. Transit passage cannot be suspended. The right of vessels and aircraft to transit must be respected during peacetime and times of armed conflict. The right is enshrined in UNCLOS and is customary international law. To fulfill its UN Charter responsibility, the Council must act to uphold these principles. Resolution 2817 was an important step in this context. We welcome the resolution's reaffirmation, together with that of the IMO Council, that the exercise of navigational rights and freedoms by merchant and commercial vessels in accordance with international law must be respected. President, New Zealand was deeply disappointed that the Council was blocked from taking action on this issue earlier this month due to the use of the veto, a mechanism which continues to cripple this Council's credibility and ability to fulfill its responsibilities. While today the situation in the Strait of Hormuz necessarily captures our attention, our interests also go beyond the immediate. What happens and how we respond is relevant to other significant international straits if free and unimpeded transit passage is not swiftly re-established. This could have very concerning implications for all of us. We therefore call on all states to uphold international law and immediately permit unimpeded transit passage of all vessels and aircraft through the straits upon which global commerce and livelihoods rely. Thank you, President.
Representative of New Zealand for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Djibouti.
Thank you, Mr. President. Djibouti thanks Bahrain for convening this timely open debate and for its leadership on maritime security. We also thank the Secretary General and the briefers for their valuable insights. This discussion takes place at a moment of heightened tension in key waterways that are vital for our collective peace and prosperity. When security is weakened in any of those shock points, the effects are felt far beyond their shores. As a literal state at the entrance of the Red Sea, Djibouti is acutely aware that the security of international shipping lanes is not an abstract concept. It is a daily strategic imperative. The Bab el-Mandeb Strait and the wider Red Sea and Gulf of Aden are arteries of the global economy. Disruption in these waters carries immediate consequences for international trade, energy security, and food supply, especially for the most vulnerable. Djibouti's position on maritime security is clear. First, we reaffirm the centrality of international law, including the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea and relevant instruments of the International Maritime Organization. Freedom of navigation and overflight and the unimpeded transit of commercial shipping in straits used for international navigation are fundamental to international peace and security. They must be respected by all states and by all non-state actors. Djibouti has a long-standing and firm commitment to these principles. The law of the sea has been of great importance to our people since time immemorial. Djibouti was among the original signatories of the Montego Bay Convention and has consistently efforts to uphold a rules-based order at sea. We see clearly that rights over coastal waters come with responsibilities not to impede lawful transit passage, save in full conformity with the Charter of the United Nations. Second, we believe that durable maritime security can only be achieved through genuine international and regional cooperation. Djibouti has invested in such cooperation for many years. We are proud to have hosted and supported the development of the Djibouti Code of Conduct, which has become a cornerstone of regional efforts to combat piracy and armed robbery at sea in the Western Indian Ocean and the Gulf of Aden. This experience shows that shared ownership, information sharing, and capacity building can deliver concrete results. Djibouti today hosts multiple facilities that contribute to international counter-piracy and maritime security operations and serve as a humanitarian and logistical hub for the wider region. We cooperate closely with regional and extra-regional partners to help ensure safe passage for shipping in and around the Bab el Mandeb. Our President, His Excellency Ismail Omar Guelleh of Djibouti, has recently reiterated Djibouti's readiness to support concerted international efforts to keep vital sea lanes open, safe, and accessible, consistent with international law and the peaceful settlement of disputes. Third, we see the growing link between maritime security, environmental protection, and climate change. Our waters face multiple overlapping pressures from pollution and illegal activities at sea to rising temperatures and ecosystem degradation. Incidents involving shipwrecks and spills threaten fragile maritime environments, as well as coastal communities whose livelihood depend on the sea. Addressing this risk is both a security and a development priority. The Security Council has an important role to play. It should continue to uphold the rules-based order at sea, reaffirm that no actor may threaten or use force to close or obstruct international shipping routes contrary to the Charter, condemn attacks on commercial shipping and civilian seafarers, and support efforts to de-escalate tensions in key shock points. It should encourage states to implement existing resolutions in international obligations and to cooperate with regional mechanisms that have proven their effectiveness. At the same time, the Council should remain attentive to the root causes of instability that manifest themselves at sea, including poverty, governance deficits, and the effects of climate change. Responses that focus solely on military instruments or narrow enforcement will not be sufficient. We need comprehensive approaches that integrate security, sustainable development, and environmental resilience. Thank you, Mr. President.
The representative of Paraguay for the Djibouti, I'm sorry, for the statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Paraguay.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. La delegación de la República del Paraguay agradece la oportunidad de tomar la palabra y felicita a la presidencia de Bahrein por la realización de esta reunión. Consideramos que las vías navegables y el derecho marítimo son temas de la más alta relevancia. Señor presidente, la seguridad marítima es soporte esencial de la seguridad económica y una condición necesaria para el comercio internacional, el desarrollo y la prosperidad de todos los Estados miembros de esta organización. Por ello, consideramos que tanto la Asamblea General como el Consejo de Seguridad tienen roles precisos que cumplir en la protección de la libertad de navegación de las vías navegables de naturaleza internacional. Esta realidad nos indica que los Estados nacionales precisamos más que nunca del foro multilateral en el que pueda encontrarse un ambiente de diálogo y respeto, de igualdad jurídica soberana y muy especialmente que sea eficaz en la promoción genuina de la paz. El derecho del mar debe respetarse y ser la fuente de la concepción de acciones conjuntas que permitan el libre comercio de bienes y servicios, productos alimentarios, energía y conectividad. Hoy, Los pasos estratégicos navegables deben considerar los intereses de todas las partes más allá de las regiones en las que se encuentran enclavados. Señor presidente, en particular quisiéramos resaltar la resolución 2817 del 2026 de este órgano que el Paraguay ha copatrocinado, a través de la cual se reafirma que los derechos y libertades de navegación de embarcaciones comerciales y civiles, de acuerdo con el derecho internacional, deben ser respetados y apuntalados. Estos derechos, reflejados en la Convención sobre el Derecho del Mar, establece la gobernanza marítima internacional y es aplicable a las vías oceánicas, marítimas y fluviales, incluyendo la navegación por pasos internacionales estratégicos. Las vías navegables son hoy el camino usual de los más grandes volúmenes, no solo de gas y petróleo, sino de productos básicos a granel, envíos agropecuarios, materiales primarios, productos manufacturados y otros, los que los hace de esa parte indispensable en las cadenas globales de producción. Por ello, la República del Paraguay, un país sin litoral marítimo que depende para su desarrollo, su comercio y su seguridad de un comercio internacional predecible, el derecho del mar y sus implicancias para los PDSL es especial y al mundo entero en general. Es una preocupación constante que vuelca nuestros intereses hacia la garantía de las libertades de navegación. El interés cobra tal grado que el Paraguay es el único país en desarrollo sin litoral marítimo que cuenta con un juez en el Tribunal Internacional del Derecho del Mar. Por estos motivos, para la República del Paraguay, el cierre del estrecho de Hormuz por medio de ataques y o amenazas a los buques que permanezcan navegando por dicho cruce es ilegítima e ilegal. Tener secuestrados en alta mar a dichos buques bajo cualquier pretexto atenta contra el derecho internacional, los derechos humanos de las tripulaciones y socavan gravemente la seguridad y prosperidad mundiales. Señor presidente, estimados colegas, reiteramos el llamado a la apertura inmediata sin obstáculos ni condiciones del estrecho y al respeto del derecho internacional. Muchas gracias.
The representative of Paraguay for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Estonia.
President, we thank Bahrain for bringing this critical issue before the Security Council and the briefers for their invaluable insight. Estonia aligns itself with the statement to be delivered by the European Union and would like to add the following in its national capacity. Freedom at sea is not freedom from law. It is freedom anchored in law. Freedom of navigation can no longer be taken for granted. Estonia is acutely aware of these threats, not only in our Baltic Sea region, but globally. This issue demands increased focus, particularly from the Security Council. To defend international peace and security, we must ensure a united response. The United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea is the cornerstone of international maritime law. Today's challenges, including the shadow fleet and threats to critical underwater infrastructure, call for responsible interpretation and enforcement. Where accountability weakens, substandard ships thrive, environmental and security risks rise, and our shared maritime space becomes more vulnerable. First, the shadow fleet. In our maritime area, these vessels predominantly transport Russian goods, routinely evading the environmental and minimum safety standards set by the International Maritime Organization. This practice poses clear risks to maritime safety and the marine environment, while also eroding trust in the rules-based order. When a vessel belongs to no one, accountability quietly slips overboard. Second, critical underwater infrastructure, submarine cables and pipelines, forms the nervous system of our modern world. Recent damage to the undersea cables in the Estonian and Finnish waters underscores the urgency of stronger surveillance and protection. Third, blocking the Strait of Hormuz carries severe consequences for the global economy. Free and safe navigation must be upheld in line with international law. Estonia was proud to be among the historic 135 co-sponsors of Security Council Resolution 2817. It is therefore deeply regrettable that the Security Council was subsequently unable to fulfill its charter-mandated role and adopt a follow-on resolution on safeguarding international shipping in the Strait. President, the answer lies in what we already have. UNCLOS gives us the tools. We must use them fully and apply the convention as it was intended, a living dynamic foundation for peace, security, and cooperation at sea. Thank you.
The representative of Estonia for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Stavros Lambrinidis, Head of the Delegation of the European Union to the United Nations.
Thank you, Mr. President, and please allow me to thank you personally and Bahrain for putting this critical issue on the agenda of the Security Council. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union's member states, the candidate countries North Macedonia, Montenegro, Albania, Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Georgia, as well as Andorra and San Marino, align themselves with this statement. Mr. President, maritime security is under growing pressure worldwide. Our shared dependence on maritime routes for global trade, energy supply, and economic and food stability makes the security of the seas a matter of collective responsibility. Today, 80 to 90% of international trade is transported by sea. Any disruption has immediate and far-reaching global consequences, particularly for the most vulnerable. Recent developments underline the urgency of our discussions. The situation in the Strait of Hormuz has demonstrated how quickly instability can disrupt global shipping, affecting supply chains far beyond the region. We urge all involved to cease all military operations and fully ensure freedom of navigation, as well as free and safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. We cannot disregard maritime tensions in other areas, including the South China Sea, as they equally hinder critical shipping routes while challenging the rule-based international order. The European Union reaffirms its unwavering commitment to freedom of navigation and international law. The EU and its member states remain strongly committed to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which sets out the universal and unified legal framework within which all activities in oceans and seas must be carried out. Its provisions reflect customary international law and are thus binding on all states, irrespective of whether they have acceded to the convention or not. Disputes must be resolved peacefully in accordance with international law. The protection of critical maritime infrastructure is also an urgent priority. Recent incidents against submarine cables, including in the Baltic Sea, have highlighted their vulnerability. We must strengthen international cooperation to respond to threats and work together towards developing norms and practices to enhance the protection of this infrastructure. Mr. President, the EU is deeply concerned by the risks shadow fleet vessels pose to the marine environment, to critical maritime infrastructure, to safe navigation, and to coastal communities, while also contributing to sustaining Russia's war economy and sanctions evasion. Addressing this challenge requires coordinated international action, including ongoing work within the International Maritime Organization. Last December, the EU and member states adopted a declaration on making full use of the international law of the sea framework relating to threats from the shadow fleet and to the protection of critical undersea infrastructure. Traditional maritime threats, dear colleagues, also persist. Piracy, trafficking, and transnational organized crime continue to undermine security and development, notably in regions such as the Gulf of Guinea and the northwestern Indian Ocean. The EU's engagement is comprehensive and operational. Through its naval operations in the Mediterranean, Irini, in the Red Sea, Aspides, in the Horn of Africa and Western Indian Ocean, Atalanta, as well as through coordinated maritime presences in the Gulf of Guinea, the EU provides a predictable and cooperative framework that enhances maritime domain awareness, information sharing, and joint responses to threats. We also invest significantly in capacity building and partnerships. EU-funded maritime security projects and initiatives, including the European Peace Facility, support regional maritime security architectures, improve coordination, and strengthen the operational capacities of our partners. These efforts add up to over 100 million euro annually in Africa alone. President, Resolutions 2817 and 2722 demonstrate the UN Security Council's key role in reinforcing global efforts towards ensuring maritime safety and security. It is essential that the Security Council remain seized of the matter. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Lamberdinis for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the Bahraini President for convening this important meeting on maritime security. My gratitude also goes to Secretary General Guterres, IMO Secretary General Dominguez, and Mr. Rick Charles for their insightful briefings. Today, the escalating tensions in Strait of Hormuz serve as a stark reminder of how maritime instability can trigger global crisis, shaking the foundations of global economy, including energy, industrial, and food security. To address these complex challenges, the Republic of Korea calls for an agile and coordinated response based on the following three priorities. First, we must uphold a maritime order anchored in international law, specifically UN Convention on Law of Sea. We underscore that no state should be able to decide which vessels may pass through international waterways where all ships and aircraft enjoy the right of transit passage, nor should they impose arbitrary charges. By the same token, the threats and attacks posed by the non-state actors against the sea lanes and commercial vessels are unacceptable. Second, we must prioritize the peaceful settlement of maritime disputes through diplomacy. In this regard, we commend the mediation efforts of many countries in the region, as well as the tireless work of the Secretary General's personal envoy for the Middle East in facilitating dialogue and de-escalation. Third, the safety of seafarers and merchant vessels, the backbone of global commerce, must be protected. Attacks on civilians at sea would constitute a violation of international law, including international humanitarian law. Seafarers must never be collateral victims of armed conflict. In this regard, the Republic of Korea fully supports the IMO's initiative to establish an evacuation and safe passage framework for vessels and seafarers. Mr. President, as a major maritime nation whose prosperity is inextricably linked to the sea, the Republic of Korea is committed to playing its part in addressing the threat to global maritime security. In this spirit, the Republic of Korea is actively participating in the Maritime Navigation Initiative in Strait of Hormuz, led by the United Kingdom and France. We remain firm in our resolve to work with all member states to ensure that our ocean remains safe, open, and secure for all. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Republic of Korea. I now give the floor to the representative of Mauritania.
سيد الرئيس، يود وفد بلادي في البداية أن يهنئ مملكة البحرين الشقيقة على الرئاسة الناجحة لمجلس الأمن لشهر إبريل الجاري. فرغم التحديات والأزمات العديدة التي يعرفها العالم اليوم، بما في ذلك الأعمال العسكرية التي شهدتها منطقة الشرق الأوسط في الأسابيع الأخيرة، فقد تميزت رئاسة البحرين للمجلس بالعمل النشيط والمتواصل من أجل توجيه المجلس نحو التنفيذ الفعال لولايته في حفظ الأمن والسلم الدوليين. وفي هذا الإطار يأتي انعقاد هذا النقاش المفتوح حول أمن وحماية المجاري المائية الدولية في المجال البحري. تمتلك بلاد موريتانيا واجهة بحرية على المحيط الأطلس تمتد إلى مسافة 750 كيلومتر، ومنطقة اقتصادية خالصة تبلغ مساحتها 243 ألف كيلومتر، بالإضافة لتقاسمها لمجال البحر في الجزر البعيدة في المحيط الأطلس بواقع 170 ميلا بحريا. وهي أسباب تجعل من أمن الملاحة وحماية المجال البحري مسألة استراتيجية بالنسبة لبلدي، ويجعلنا نؤكد على الدور المحوري لقواعد القانون الدولي والأعراف الدولية المرعية في المجال، وعلى أهمية أن يواصل مجلس الأمن ممارسة صلاحياته في مجال حفظ الأمن والسلم الدوليين على ضوء المخاطر والتحديات التي يواجهها أمن الملاحة الدولية، وتحديدا ما يتعلق بحقوق الإبحار وحرية التنقل والتزايد المتصاعد في الجهات التي تتعرض لها السفن التجارية في عرض البحر، مما يحد من انسيابية الحركة في البحر وخلال المرور من المضائق البحرية. كل هذه التحديات تجعل دور مجلس الأمن ضروريا أكثر من أي وقت مضى. إن هذه التحديات بالإضافة للتحديات التقليدية مثل التهريب والقرصنة والأنشطة الغير القانونية الأخرى لا تؤثر فقط على الأمن والاستقرار في العالم، ولكن على الاقتصاد والحركة التجارية والإمداد بالطاقة. فالممرات البحرية الدولية هي ركيزة أساسية في هذه العملية، لا تعرف عبور الآلاف السفن التي تنقل سلع ومواد الطاقة بين القارات. إنها مناسبة للتأكيد مجددا على القواعد القانونية الدولية التي تحكم هذا المجال، وتحدد بشكل لا لبس فيه حقوق وواجبات الدول، وتحديدا الدول الساحلية، كما تحدد حقوق والتزامات الدول التي تتبع لها السفن خلال عبور البحار والمناطق والممرات الملاحية، وهو ما ينطبق على مضيق هرمز الذي يعد أحد أكثر الممرات البحرية حساسة في العالم، نظرا لمرور نسبة كبيرة من الصادرات النفط العالمية عبره. وفي هذا الإطار يجدر التذكير بأن اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة للقانون البحار لعام 1982 أكدت احتفاظ السفن بحقوق موسعة في عبور المضائق والممرات البحرية الواقعة بين الدول الساحلية. وقد أقرت المادة 38 من الاتفاقية مبدأ المرور العابر بين أجزاء أعالي البحار وبين المناطق الاقتصادية الخالصة التابعة للدول المختلفة، وتبقى للدول الساحلية حقوقا تنظيمية تتعلق فقط بتنظيم مرور السفن وتنظيم الصيد وتخفيف التلوث، دون أي حق بإعاقة أو اعتراض السفن. هذا بالإضافة لحق المرور البري في البحر الإقليمي والمنطقة المتاخة التي أقرته اتفاقية جنيف لعام 1958 واتفاقية عام 1982 في مادتها 17. سيد الرئيس، تجدد بلاد موريتانيا تمسكها ودعوتها لجميع الدول الأعضاء إلى التمسك واحترام هذه الحقوق والالتزام التي تشكل أيضا جزءا أصيلا من القانون الدولي العرفي، كما تدعو أعضاء المجلس الموقرين إلى إيلاء الموضوع الأهمية التي يستحق بوصفها مسألة تهديد للسلم والأمن الدوليين. وأشكركم سيد الرئيس.
I thank the representative of Djibouti for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Jordan.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. شكرا سيد الرئيس. بداية أود أن أتقدم بالشكر لمملكة البحرين على عقد هذه الجلسة الهامة حول سلامة وحماية الممرات المائية في المجال البحري. وكذلك لا يسعني إلا أن أشكر الأمين العام على مداخلتي صباح هذا اليوم وعلى مقدمي الإفادات على إفاداتهم. سيد الرئيس، لقد شهدنا في الآونة الأخيرة تصاعدا مقلقا في التهديدات التي تستهدف الملاحة البحرية، وفي هذا الصدد نشير إلى أن أي تهديد أو عرقلة للملاحة في الممرات المائية والمضائق الدولية لا ينعكس فقط على دولة معينة أو إقليم معين، بل يحدث آثارا متسلسلة وعميقة على الاقتصاد العالمي. وهنا نجدد التأكيد على أهمية احترام قواعد القانون الدولي، وخاصة اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة لقانون البحار لعام 82 التي تمثل الإطار القانوني الشامل الذي ينظم استخدام البحار والمحيطات ويكفل حقوق وواجبات الدول بما في ذلك حرية الملاحة والمرور الآمن في المضائق المستخدمة للملاحة الدولية. كما نشير إلى ما أكده مجلس الأمن في قراره رقم 552 بشأن أهمية احترام حرية الملاحة في الممرات المائية الدولية ورفض أي أعمال تهدد سلامة السفن التجارية أو تعيق انسياب التجارة الدولية. ونؤكد كذلك على مضامين قرار مجلس الأمن رقم 2817 الذي شدد على ضرورة التصدي للتهديدات الإيرانية التي تستهدف الملاحة البحرية بما في ذلك الهجمات على السفن والبنية التحتية البحرية. ختاما، نؤكد أن حماية الممرات المائية مسؤولية مشتركة تقع على عاتق المجتمع الدولي بأسره، وأن ضمان سلامتها يتطلب إرادة سياسية صادقة واحتراما متبادلا بين الدول والتزاما راسخا بقواعد القانون الدولي. ويجدد الأردن دعمه لكل الجهود إلى تعزيز أمن وسلامة الملاحة البحرية بما يسهم في تحقيق السلم والاستقرار الدوليين ويعزز تحقيق التنمية. شكرا سيدي.
Of Jordan for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Croatia.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for convening this important and timely debate. Croatia aligns itself with the statement delivered by the European Union on behalf of its member states, and I would like to add a few points in my national capacity. As we witness today, the maritime security is not a mere segment of social, political, and economic stability, but a prerequisite for it, and as such, a global imperative. Recent developments in the Strait of Hormuz, as well as threats concerning the Bab el-Mandeb Strait and the Red Sea, clearly illustrate this point. As a coastal and maritime nation, with its Adriatic coastline, whose ports provide the shortest sea route to the heart of Europe, Croatia is directly affected by disruptions in the maritime domain, impacting our national security, economic resilience, and the stability of the wider Mediterranean. Such disruptions affect not only our ports and economy, but also the safety of our seafarers. More than 15,000 Croatian seafarers serve in international navigation, around 0.4% of our total population, placing Croatia among Europe's leading maritime nations. This is especially relevant today as tens of thousands of seafarers worldwide remain stranded in affected areas, highlighting the human dimension of the crisis. At present, 172 Croatian seafarers are in the Strait of Hormuz. Improving the safety of waterways requires full respect for international law, in particular the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which remains the overarching legal framework for all activities at sea. Respect for UNCLOS, including the right to freedom of navigation, is essential for global trade, stability, and security. The International Maritime Organization plays a central role in setting global standards, and its capacity and authority should be further strengthened. Regional initiatives are also important. The Three Seas Initiative, linking the Baltic, Black, and Adriatic Seas, adds a strategic layer to Europe's maritime security by strengthening connectivity, energy security, and digital transformation. Croatia currently presides over this initiative and will host its summit and business forum in Dubrovnik tomorrow and the day after, on April 28th and 29th. Croatia also contributes to EU maritime operations, including EU NAVFOR Somalia Atalanta and EU NAVFOR Med Irini. Mr. President, only a genuine multilateral approach can reduce risks to global shipping and the maritime environment, the Security Council has a critical role in supporting de-escalation, promoting respect for international law, and safeguarding freedom of navigation. Croatia remains ready to work with partners to ensure secure and open maritime routes. Through cooperation, dialogue, and consistent respect for international law, we can keep vital waterways open, safe, and conducive to long-term peace and stability. I thank you.
The representative of Croatia for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Poland.
Mr. President, thank you for convening today's timely debate on maritime security, aligning itself with the statements delivered by the European Union. For Poland, maritime security starts with safe navigation, but today the very foundation of that is under attack. When freedom of navigation is compromised, the resilience of the global economy and the integrity of international law begin to crumble. From the Strait of Hormuz to the Baltic Sea, we are witnessing a dangerous shift. The world's most vital trade routes are being transformed into arenas of warfare. Those are no longer regional issues. The consequences are global, with the most severe impact on the least developed countries and vulnerable societies. Mr. President, Poland is concerned about the situation in the Strait of Hormuz, but there are no shortcuts here. Only a sustained de-escalation and a diplomatic solution can ensure lasting security. As a maritime nation, we support all peaceful mechanisms aimed at protecting international shipping, global trade, and resilience of the supply chains. We welcome the initiative by the Secretary General to establish a task force to develop a diplomatic path for restoring the flow of fertilizers and humanitarian goods through the Strait of Hormuz. We express readiness to support this work and remain open to other relevant international initiatives. At the same time, Poland remains deeply alarmed by the activities of the Russian shadow fleet, or so-called clunker fleet. This is not just a fleet of old tankers. It is a floating financial lifeline for Putin's war machine and a deliberate tool for circumventing international sanctions. In the Baltic Sea, Russia has turned the seabed into a hybrid battlefield. Sabotaging undersea cables and energy pipelines has become a low-cost and high-impact instrument for Moscow, used to intimidate sovereign nations under the guise of plausible deniability. The European Union has already sanctioned nearly 600 vessels and entities related to the shadow fleet. We encourage broader international alignment with these efforts and increased pressure. Enhanced coordination and information sharing, including within the United Nations framework, would be extremely useful in this regard. We also stress the importance of supporting flag states in building adequate maritime oversight capacities while recalling their responsibilities under the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea. Finally, we see value in strengthening global maritime governance through the International Maritime Organization, particularly in enhancing transparency in vessel registration and ensuring more effective compliance with existing rules. Mr. President, maritime security is about safeguarding the foundations of the international stability. Accountability is non-negotiable. Those who weaponize the seas and undermine the law of the sea must face consequences, including through restrictive measures. And I thank you.
I thank the representative of Poland for the statement. The representative of China has asked for the floor to make a further statement. I give them the floor.
主席，日本代表在其发言中妄议东海、南海局势，有关说法完全是颠倒黑白。当前，东海、南海局势保持总体稳定，南海是世界上最自由的航道之一。反倒是日方近来派自卫队舰艇进入台湾海峡，耀武扬威，蓄意挑衅，给台独分裂势力发出严重错误信号，暴露出日方一些人企图武力介入台海，破坏台海和平稳定的图谋。二战时，日本曾对东海、南海周边国家实施侵略和殖民统治，负有严重历史罪责。日本应该认真反思历史，谨言慎行，而不是到处炫耀武力，破坏稳定。主席，历史上日本军国主义的惯用伎俩，就是通过制造外部威胁，煽动民族主义，绑架国家机器，对外发动 侵略战争。如今，日本右翼势力不但从未认真悔改，反而在涉及中国台湾、二战历史和军事安全等问题上挑衅冒险举动频频。日本首相高市早苗去年发表错误涉台言论，给中日关系带来严重冲击。近期日本官员、政客多次前往参拜供奉有二战甲级战犯的靖国神社，企图为侵略战争和战犯翻案，进而挑战东京审判定论和战后国际秩序。日本右翼势力通过修改宪法等手段，不断推动日本安保政策朝着进攻性、扩张性的方向转变，妄图通过重整军工复合体，加速日本再军事化。日本放宽杀伤性武器出口，部署进攻性导弹，大幅扩充军费，放风放弃无核三原则，为军事扩张铺路的意图昭然若揭。主席，今年是东京审判开庭80周年，这场审判判定了日本军国主义及军国分子发动和实施侵略战争相关罪行，捍卫了历史真相、国际公义和人类尊严。80年后的今天，日本新型军国主义乘势为患，威胁世界和平稳定。国际社会应坚决予以反击，绝不能允许日本军国主义死灰复燃。对欧盟代表，我愿提醒他，避免在南海问题上发表不符合事实和不负责任的言论。谢谢主席。
I thank the representative of China for the statement. There are still a number of speakers remaining on my list for the meeting. I intend, with the concurrence of members of the council, to suspend the meeting until Wednesday, 29th of April at 10 a.m. This meeting is suspended.
you.